With fangs bared and a determined gaze, Callum declares it's all over. He prepares for the final confrontation against his foe, battle exhaustion evident on his face. Channeling golden energy, Callum points at his adversary, calling him the Labyrinth Master. He is ready to unleash the blow that will decide everyone's fate. The energy concentrated by Callum explodes into an overwhelming sphere of light. The massive attack surges forward, carrying all the power needed to end the battle once and for all. Facing the imminent attack, the Labyrinth Master reacts swiftly. He conjures a defensive magic circle, raising a barrier to shield himself from Callum's energy blast. Amidst a golden energy explosion, the Labyrinth's final boss roars in its last moment, finally defeated by the player. The battle culminates in a devastating explosion that hurls the opponents away, marking the definitive victory over the game's final challenge. A furious guard yells at Callum, calling him criminal scum. Confused, Callum wonders if the man is truly speaking to him. The guard rages at Callum's silence, shouting if he finds the situation amusing and angrily insulting him. Without warning, the guard attacks, violently knocking Callum onto the sandy ground before he could even comprehend the situation. Callum clutches his leg, feeling a real vivid pain. As a man says he'll die anyway, he desperately wonders if it's all a dream. An authoritative voice echoes, explaining the situation to the prisoners. It reveals that everyone, now turned into slaves for their crimes, has received a magic wand. The man offers a chance: survive the labyrinth to buy freedom or even enter the Magic Academy. Callum faces the harsh reality of his new life. Led into a dark stone corridor, Callum and the other slaves advance in fear. The oppressive environment and spiderwebs indicate the imminent danger awaiting them. In a panic, Callum realizes he's in his character's body. He thinks, "I have no idea what's happening, but this is clearly the Callum I created." Regaining composure, Callum decides to act. He thinks he must first check his companion's abilities to stand any chance of survival in this place. One of the slaves, Sep, begins to laugh hysterically, announcing a divine prophecy. He screams to the others that they are all destined to die there, spreading terror and despair through the group. Callum tries to stay calm, suggesting they find a way out. However, his attempt is futile, as Aaron succumbs to fear and screams to be freed, leaving Callum shocked by the sudden chaos. As panic consumes the slaves, a new threat reveals itself in the darkness. A goblin with glowing eyes and a sinister grin suddenly emerges, observing its vulnerable prey. As the announcer laughs, a spear pierces his chest. Urnal screams in horror, realizing the terrible prophecy about Aaron's death was correct all along. The assailant is revealed, a grinning goblin. The ground beneath their feet collapses, and Callum and Urnal plummet into a dark pit, screaming in panic. As he falls, Callum faces imminent death as a goblin prepares for the final blow. He thinks in despair, "No, not like this. I'm going to die." Time stops, and a 60-second countdown begins. Callum is shocked by the hourglass interface, not understanding what's happening. Callum realizes time has frozen, identifying his Hourglass of Turns ability. With 1 minute on the clock, he needs to think fast to survive. Within the stopped time, Callum worries about his single action point. He discovers he can still speak, questioning how the system processes his commands. With wide eyes filled with sweat and determination, Callum prepares to act as his unique time-stopping ability is activated. Within the frozen time, Callum expends all his action points, eliminating several monsters with rapid strikes before his turn runs out. As his turn ends, Callum desperately shouts, "Fireball!" attempting to cast one last spell as the system announces time's restart. Time returns to normal, and a fireball materializes in Callum's hand. The surrounding goblins recoil, surprised by the unexpected spell. Urnal watches, astonished, the fiery explosion Callum conjured in the hallway. The sheer scale of his power leaves her speechless, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. Confident in his knowledge, Callum asserts that no one knows more about magic than him. He now focuses on his next objective, finding the exit gate from this perilous place. Callum approaches the startled Urnal and questions her about the magic in her wand. Surprised, she reveals the embedded spell is Lightning Shock, initiating the assessment of her abilities. In a panic, Urnal cries as she admits to Callum that she's never used a wand before. Her lack of experience leaves her terrified of the dangers ahead. Callum sighs, exhausted, but tries to remain calm. He tells Urnal that despite her lack of practice, having a wand is better than nothing. Taking the lead, Callum instructs Urnal on how to act. He tells her not to hesitate and to shoot immediately if a monster attacks them, as she nervously agrees. While Urnal cowers in fear, Callum faces the danger with a grim expression. He is resolute in his thought. He will survive at all costs, no matter what happens. Calum guides Yurnal through the corridor, reflecting on the game's cruel premise. He knows they were thrown into the labyrinth so that only the strongest, the survivors, would be forged. With a serious face, Calum ponders that his game knowledge might not be perfect, deciding to be extremely cautious. Behind him, Yurnal thanks him for calling out to her. Calum looks back upon hearing her voice. The elf, still with a frightened expression, finally introduces herself formally, stating her name is Yurnal. As they walk, Yurnal breaks the silence, noting how quiet Calum is compared to the slave ship. The unexpected observation catches him off guard, leaving him visibly tense. Yurnal's remark triggers an alarm in Calum's mind. He realizes his past might be known to others, concluding he needs to be far more careful with his actions and words. Calum realizes he's stepped on a trap and decides to analyze the situation. Yurnal worries as multiple triggers activate traps, but he reassures her, thinking using action points would be a waste. He concludes it's a floor trap and begins listing the types. The first is spikes that pierce the body, and the second is a nail bomb causing a lethal explosion. Calum continues his analysis, recalling the poisonous gas trap and the inescapable trapdoor to the second floor. He then reflects that his hourglass ability gives him a unique advantage. Calum uses his last action points. Frustrated, he can do no more. The system announces the end of his turn, leaving him tense as he watches the situation unfold. Startled by the sudden pull, Yurnal asks why he did that. With a serious look, Calum reveals the imminent danger, explaining she had stepped on a trap. He explains the trap activates upon lifting one's foot, so he took her place. As Yurnal panics, Calum already devises a plan, asking about a barrel they saw earlier. Calum asks Yurnal to fetch an object for the trap. Surprised and nervous, she agrees to go immediately, trusting his plan. Yurnal returns, panting, pushing an enormous barrel. She apologizes to Calum for the delay, explaining the object was too heavy. Calum decides to spare his wand, thinking he cannot be sentimental. He uses magic to move a barrel, which activates an explosive trap ahead, saving them from imminent danger. After the explosion, Calum considers the trap easy and within his expectations. He calmly calls Yurnal to proceed, while she is still visibly shaken by the danger they faced. Seeing goblins approach, Calum uses the stopped time to plan his attack. Aware he needs to be economical with his actions, he activates his hourglass, starting his turn for combat. Calum's massive fireball surges down the corridor, engulfing his enemies in an overwhelming explosion. The spell's power is immense, incinerating everything in its path with uncontrollable, violent force. After the devastating impact, the adversary's charred bodies fall inert onto the stone floor. The dungeon falls silent, with only the sound of fire crackling on the enemies defeated by Calum's power. Yurnal is shocked, realizing Calum's prowess. Thinking he possesses the rare talents of ultra-fast, chantless casting, she can barely believe it, as having just one of these abilities would be incredible. Feeling like a burden, Yurnal apologizes for being weak and unable to use magic. She steps away from Calum, believing she only causes him trouble. Calum, ignoring her self-deprecation, surprises her with an unexpected question. He asks Yurnal how far she can jump, leaving her confused. Yurnal replies she could jump about 4 meters, which shocks Calum. He realizes her agility is far greater than he imagined. Yurnal holds a bow, stating she feels more comfortable with it than a wand. She reveals she used to shoot in the fairy forest, suggesting a useful skill for the group. Calum agrees to the plan, displaying a cunning smile. He instructs Yurnal to provide ranged support with the bow while he prepares for battle at the front. Calum sighs upon receiving Yurnal's wand, looking overwhelmed. He realizes, with some frustration, that he has become the guardian of all the group's wands. Yurnal's expression shifts to pure terror as she senses a presence. She turns sharply and screams to Calum, warning that they are being followed by someone. Yurnal, frightened, grabs Calum, insisting she heard a sound from the dark corridor. She says, "Seriously, there's a noise coming from there," even though they see no one. Realizing what's happening, Calum asks Yurnal to close her eyes to concentrate. He asks, "Can you tell where and how many are there?" trusting her keen hearing. Using her sound mapping ability, Yurnal precisely locates the enemies. She confirms with certainty, 3 of them, about 4 paces away, no doubt, revealing her superhuman perception. Calum turns to Yurnal, questioning her about the number of people following them. Her expression shows surprise, realizing the seriousness of the imminent situation they will face. With an intense gaze, Calum considers the worst possible scenario. He knows facing a group where everyone survived won't be an easy task. preparing for the confrontation. Following Callum's plan for an ambush, he and Yurnal run through a puddle towards a hiding spot. Yurnal readily agrees, determined to cooperate. Callum and Yurnal cautiously advance through a dark labyrinth corridor. Tension rises with each step, and their watchful gazes reveal they sense a hostile presence approaching. Ignoring the danger, Callum protectively places himself in front of Yurnal, wielding his daggers. He stares at the other slaves with determination, ready to fight for his companion. With a cruel smile, the slave leader reveals his true intentions. He ignores Callum and demands they hand over the elf girl, making it clear Yurnal is the target. The slave leader Caleb displays his shield with a confident smirk, mocking that neither magic nor Yurnal's arrows can pierce it. With a menacing gaze, Caleb suggests they not waste their strength, proposing they make things easier and surrender without a fight. Yurnal startles as she sees Caleb approaching and calls his name, surprised. A purple glow emanates from her hand, showing her agitation and fear before the imminent threat. With a cold, determined gaze, Caleb categorically refuses Caleb's proposal. He makes it clear he will not abandon Yurnal under any circumstances, stating that won't happen. Caleb stares at the menacing group and expresses his complete distrust. He states he could sleep soundly with Yurnal on guard, but with them around, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes. Wielding his makeshift weapons, Caleb explodes in fury, ordering Caleb's men to back off unless they wish to die. Yurnal watches the scene with an excited smile. Caleb, the hostile leader, scoffs at Caleb's resistance, who glares back with determination. With a cold gaze, Caleb confirms he is deadly serious. Realizing negotiation has failed, Caleb sighs in resignation. He concludes he has no other choice but to resolve the situation with violence. Without hesitation, Caleb gives his men the fatal order: kill him. An archer immediately knocks an arrow, ready to execute the command. With time halted by his skill, Caleb analyzes the situation. He plans to use his lightning magic, realizing the water on the floor can conduct the attack. Caleb's turn ends, his action points exhausted. Immediately, lightning and fireballs erupt in the corridor, catching the hostile slave group by surprise. Stunned by the sudden attack, the survivors scream, "What the hell was that?" They barely have time to recover when a massive wave of water rushes toward them. A massive explosion erupts in the corridor, but Callum remains focused. He yells at Yurnal, ordering her to fire her weapon. Callum trusts Yurnal's ability to see through the dense steam. He gives the final order, shouting for her to shoot everyone. Callum prepares to attack, thinking he needs to eliminate the leader first. He frustrates over his skill's cooldown, feeling the seconds drag amidst the tension of imminent combat. Before Callum could act, Yurnal's attack was already over. He and the elf observe the fallen enemies, defeated by a deadly and precise rain of light arrows that devastated the opposing group. Impressionado and slightly intimidated, Callum remarks that Yurnal is more terrifying than he imagined. The elf, still shaken, quickly denies it, insisting she was also very scared during the fight. With a crushing sound, Callum destroys the enemy's power source. Blood splatters, symbolizing the violent and decisive end of the confrontation he just won. Caleb wakes on the floor, wounded and confused, wondering if he passed out. Caleb watches him coldly, confirming to himself that the hostile slave leader is still alive. Caleb stares at Caleb with contempt, finding his complaint about injustice ironic. He states they brought this fate upon themselves by trying to attack others in the dungeon. In despair, Caleb cries and screams he didn't choose this life. He laments being sold into slavery for lack of talent, believing everything would be different with Caleb's power. After the deadly fight, Callum observes the aftermath in silence. His red eyes narrow, processing the harsh reality that they had to kill to survive in that hostile place. Yurnal, with a panicked expression, apologizes to Callum. She confesses her earlier bravado, when she said she killed everyone, was just fear, revealing her vulnerability after the confrontation. Callum reassures Yurnal, saying there's no need for apologies, as her actions ensured their safety. Curious about her ability, he questions if that was truly her first fight. With spiraling eyes of shock, Yurnal confirms it was her first time using magic on someone. She justifies it, saying it was a desperate act, something they had to do to survive. As he prepares to loot the bodies, Callum reflects on how it's his first time killing someone. He feels strangely calm, realizing the reality of the situation isn't as shocking as he imagined. With his red eyes glowing, Callum wonders if he has grown stronger mentally. However, he concludes that the horrific smell of blood and burnt flesh is something he will never get used to. Callum's grim thoughts are interrupted by Yurnal, who excitedly calls out to him. She found a large backpack, likely belonging to one of the dead adventurers, offering a glimmer of hope. They empty the backpack and inspect the items, surmising it was taken from another adventurer. Inside, they find essential supplies like a knife, rope, bread, and a wallet, valuable for their survival. Calum shows Yurnal an adventurer's ID belonging to Abyssin, explaining he must be the backpack's true owner. The elf reacts with surprise to her companion's deduction. Sweating coldly, Calum reflects that he would share the adventurer's tragic fate if not for his skill. He admits to himself that, without the hourglass, he'd already be dead. Leaving doubts behind, Calum turns to Yurnal with new resolve. He calls her to continue their journey, saying, "Yurnal, let's go," as she stares at him, surprised. With a determined gaze, Calum ponders the perilous situation. He concludes he needs an impeccable, variable-free strategy, for his very life hangs in the balance with each step. Noticing his companion's exhaustion, Calum suggests to Yurnal they rest a while. The elf reacts with shocked joy, barely believing the offer of a break. In a stone shelter, Calum and Yurnal finally rest around a campfire. As the elf prepares food, they savor a rare moment of peace in the perilous labyrinth. As Calum eats the offered bread, Yurnal calls his name, breaking the silence. She prepares to express the feelings she'd held since he saved her. Yurnal thanks Calum for saving her twice, but he deflects the praise. He claims Yurnal did all the work and was essential for collecting the magic stones. Caleb haunts Yurnal with the memory of his offer, highlighting the threat she averted. Her expression reveals the terror she felt in that moment. Calum declares he would never abandon trusted companions, a statement that moves Yurnal. With tears in her eyes, she recognizes him as a true comrade. Calum is shocked to discover leveling up happens upon entering rest mode. He realizes sleep is the key to his progress. Calum analyzes his status window, having 2 points to distribute. He recalls his intelligence was 10 before entering the game. He decides to focus on intelligence, as he always did in the game. With 13 points, he'll be able to break goblin shields and advance. Calum smiles with satisfaction analyzing Yurnal's attributes. He's impressed by her agility and dexterity, commenting they're classic elven traits and perfect for the situation. Calum adjusts the blanket over Yurnal, accepting their situation. He murmurs there's no going back to reality and now it's her turn to sleep. Yurnal, elated, casts her weapons aside and snuggles into her sleeping bag. She happily exclaims she's waited long for this moment of rest. As Calum moves away to keep watch, Yurnal observes him, already settled. Sleepy but intrigued by his actions, she asks what he's doing. Calum conjures a fireball, which explodes with impressive force in the stone corridor. He tests the power of his newly acquired skills, realizing they're more potent than in his dreams. Yurnal stares in shock at the target's debris, stammering that the shield was shattered. The raw power of Calum's magic leaves her completely bewildered and a little scared. Shrinking into her blanket, Yurnal murmurs, "Unbelievable." Her companion's display of power was so overwhelming she can barely process what she just witnessed. While Yurnal already sleeps soundly by the campfire, Calum plans their next move. He decides the priority is to find the exit gate to finally escape that place. As they walk through the corridor, Yurnal asks about the exit. Calum, pessimistic, explains it's pure luck and as a transmigrator, his luck is the worst of all. Leaning and sweating, Calum resigns himself to the long journey ahead. He estimates it could take up to a week of constant fighting to finally find their way out. Suddenly, Calum's expression shifts from weariness to absolute surprise. His eyes widen as he can barely believe what he's seeing, muttering, "Huh?" Unexpectedly, Calum spots the exit door glowing at the end of the corridor. His relief is cut short upon seeing the path guarded by other adventurers. Calum observes a new group, noting their veteran equipment and deciding to be cautious. Beside him, a startled Yurnal jumps at the sudden appearance. The adventurer group, led by a dwarf, confronts them directly. He questions them, asking if they are the Magic University slave team. As Yurnal hides behind him, Calum analyzes the situation. He senses no hostility but finds the sudden encounter strange and awkward. The group's mage observes the scene thoughtfully, while her dwarf companion continues the conversation, seemingly intrigued by the two slaves' presence. An adventurer observes Calum, noting his confident use of 2 wands. Beside him, Yurnal is startled by the group's direct approach. A red-bearded dwarf approaches, praising Calum's confidence. He gets straight to the point, asking if the mage possesses a fireball wand. A cleric in the group expresses her distrust, reminding the others that Calum is just a mage from a slave team, despite his apparent confidence. As the group debates whether to trust Calum, comparing him to an Avacyn, he seems oblivious to the conversation, lost in thought. With a serious gaze, Calum questions a dwarf adventurer about a backpack, asking directly if he lost a mage companion. A cleric intervenes in the conversation, pointing and insisting that a resurrection scroll can still save the fallen mage. Observing from afar, Calum and Yurnal see a group of adventurers arguing in front of the exit. They need a mage for the gate boss but cannot leave to find one. Calum analyzes the situation, understanding the group is trapped by a boss requiring a mage. He dismisses common monsters, as the current team could defeat them without magical aid. He deduces that if the boss were flying, they would have targeted Yurnal. The specific need for a mage with fireballs leads him to a surprising conclusion about the monster's identity. The dwarf questions Calum's dungeon knowledge. With a smirk, Calum replies he knows a little, revealing his confidence to face the dangers ahead. The spider attacks at high speed, ensnaring the group in its lethal webs that crisscross the ceiling. One false step is fatal, and only a fire mage can counter the threat. Calum smiles confidently, explaining that his standard tactic for finishing the job is precisely why they desperately need him. The dwarf and the beastman look aside, pondering Calum's proposal. They seem to seriously consider his offer, murmuring a Despite the deliberation, the dwarf raises a finger and firmly rejects Calum's proposal, responding with a resounding and definitive no. The dwarf's unexpected refusal leaves his companions in shock. The cleric and beastman react with expressions of utter disbelief. Yurnal reacts with pure panic to Calum's revelation about the exit. Her shocked expression shows she cannot believe the terrible truth he is about to tell about the gate. With a serious and determined gaze, Calum confirms this is a good chance. He sees the opportunity to defeat the area boss, so the exit gate finally appears for them. Focusing his intense gaze, Calum reveals the critical detail omitted from the rules. He somberly explains that freedom has a price, as only 4 people can pass through the gate. Yurnal is paralyzed with fear upon hearing Calum complete the deadly rule, in total. His shadow looming over her intensifies the gravity of the situation, as they will have to make an impossible choice. Inside the corridor, Calum explains to Yurnal the terrible truth about the escape gate. He reveals that the passage destabilizes with each person, limiting the number of survivors. The other group's leader, a horned helmeted dwarf, gazes at Calum with admiration. He admits the young slave uncovered his plan, finding his perception impressive. As the dwarf apologizes for hiding his intentions, Calum already calculates his options. He ponders that it would be great if he could get Yurnal out of that place. The group leader offers Calum a chance at survival, but with a cruel condition: he must abandon Yurnal. The elf is shocked and terrified upon hearing the proposal. With a cold gaze, Calum admits the offer was tempting. However, he realizes that even if he escapes, he won't be free from slavery and will be thrown back into the labyrinth. With a determined look, Calum reaffirms his loyalty to Yurnal. He states with conviction that he could never abandon her, no matter the circumstances they face together. Calum's declaration catches everyone by surprise. Yurnal and the adventurer group are shocked and speechless, unsure how to react to his unexpected stance. Intrigued by the slave's audacity, the dwarf leader finds him an interesting subject. He decides to play along and directly asks how much Calum wants for his services. Calum, with a confident smile, demands 10,000 gold. Yurnal is shocked and scolds him, asking if he realizes how vast that sum is. In his mind, Calum coldly calculates the value of items, and even his and Yurnal's price as slaves to justify his risky gamble. The adventurer group is conflicted by the proposal. While one suggests paying, the dwarf complains about the price, finding the negotiation unnecessarily complicated and expensive. A cleric observes her exhausted companions, who argue about finishing the mission quickly. She notes the group's fatigue, but trusts they have more than enough funds. While the group argues, Calum watches them in silence. With his slave collar and backpack, his expression remains impassive, carefully analyzing the situation before acting. The cleric smiles confidently, reassuring her partner. She reminds him that a pact cannot be broken, ensuring their agreement remains firm and secure. Calum seals the deal with a confident smile while Yurnal watches him, shocked and apprehensive about her companion's sudden decision. The other group's leader reluctantly accepts the proposal, seeing it as the only option. From the back of the hallway, Calum assures them they won't regret it. The group's cleric greets them with a smile, hoping the decision is correct, while the dwarf beside her looks suspicious. She invites them to follow her. An officer details the contract conditions. The mission only ends if the Virtanen group exits through the gate. If either group is annihilated, the agreement is voided, adding mutual risk. With a confident smile, Calum faces the Virtanen representative and demands an oath. The dwarf solemnly agrees, sealing the dangerous alliance between the two groups before they enter the gate. With the agreement sealed, Cullum leads the group toward the shadowy entrance. He declares it's time to depart, and the united team advances toward the challenge awaiting them on the other side. Cullum analyzes the dark environment, deducing the boss is likely hidden in the spiderwebs on the ceiling. He remains on high alert, aware of the imminent danger lurking in the shadows above them. Using his game knowledge, Calum spots neutral objects in the corner, barrels full of explosives. He recognizes the opportunity to use them as a tool to escape a crisis or attack the enemy. As they advance carefully through the room, Calum warns his group about the spiderwebs spread across the floor. He cautions that if they step on them, it will be very difficult to break free, adding another layer of danger. Calum reiterates the warning about the webs but quickly shifts the conversation's focus. He declares that the utmost priority now is to find the exact location of the dungeon boss so they can confront it. A companion warns not to play the hero, yet still unleashes a powerful energy attack. He attempts to pierce the impenetrable webs protecting the giant monster, unleashing his full power. Calum observes that the attack barely scratched the creature and realizes he must act. He plans to use a surprise attack tactic to finally take down the monster with a single decisive blow. Consuming all his action points, Calum conjures a massive fireball. The magic advances in a vortex of flames, ready to incinerate the monster and its web in a devastating explosion. Furious, Calum unleashes a devastating fire spell, screaming as the explosion consumes the target. In the background, Yurnal watches the scene, shocked by her companion's sudden power. Cullum orders Yurnal to wait, stating that a goblin bow is useless for damage. Surprised, she immediately obeys his strategic command. Facing a fire explosion, the group desperately calls for a magic barrier. The cleric confirms she understood and prepares to shield everyone from the rapidly approaching attack. Calum gives a direct order to attack as soon as the barrier rises. The Beastman, annoyed, retorts that, as a rookie, Calum shouldn't command him, as he already knows exactly what to do. Ignoring the previous tension, the Beastman warrior leaps through the air towards the giant spider. With eyes glowing blue, he prepares his attack, aiming directly at the monster glaring back. In a swift move, the warrior executes his leaping ambush skill. His blade cuts deep into the giant spider's leg, splattering the monster's dark blood and showcasing his combat prowess. A multi-eyed, monstrous spider roars, its abdomen glowing intensely. The adventurer group braces for the creature's imminent attack, looking tiny before its enormity. One of the dwarf adventurers notices the danger and panics. He yells for the cleric to prepare, warning that the spider's venom sac is about to burst. The cleric casts a constellation shield to protect the group. Seeing this, Calum realizes they know the monster's patterns and were already prepared for the explosion. Calum, however, has a better tactic. He decides freezing the venom is more effective than blocking it and conjures a powerful ice lance to strike the spider. Calum announces he froze the venom sac and orders the cleric to retreat while the dwarf attacks. The cleric, however, looks back, confused and hesitant at the sudden command. Impatient, Calum shouts for the dwarf to attack with full force. The dwarf, in turn, thinks the normal strategy would be to use a shield, questioning the mage's orders. Calum explodes in fury, yelling for them to just do as he says. He's frustrated he can't simply click on his companions like he did in the game. Commenting on Calum's temper, the dwarf finally advances. He raises his axe and delivers a crushing blow to the giant spider's frozen venom sac. With a battle cry, a dwarf warrior delivers a devastating blow with his glowing axe, splitting the gigantic arachnid creature in half. Calum observes a pulsating sac and fears the worst. Yurnal confirms his suspicion, pondering the small but real possibility of a second battle phase. The group celebrates, exclaiming they finally succeeded. Yurnal agrees, but warns they couldn't lower their guard, even if it was just the first floor's boss. Yurnal calls Calum, asking why he's still holding his wand. He gets annoyed as she uttered the magic words, "We did it," which always attract trouble. With a curious expression, Yurnal asks Calum to look up. She seems to have noticed something unusual in the darkness above them. Looking up, her eyes widen in pure terror. She lets out a scream, questioning what the terrifying thing hovering above the group is. The imminent threat provokes a reaction of shock and fury in one of the other slaves, whose eyes glow intensely in the cave's gloom. The group looks up in panic, discovering the ceiling covered in hundreds of spider eggs. An adventurer screams, "What is that?" signaling the start of unexpected and horrifying danger. The cleric and dwarf react with shock to the revelation. "What? Are you kidding me?" she exclaims. While he curses the situation, frustrated he's never seen a second phase like this before, the dwarf positions himself with his axe over the explosive barrel, prepared to attack. With a simple yes, he confirms he's ready to execute his part of the risky plan to deal with the threat. Calum quickly commands the cleric to enchant Yurnal's arrow with weapon light. The cleric, though surprised, understands the order, preparing to support the group's coordinated attack. Calum casts a light spell on Yurnal's arrow, instructing it to shine even in the darkest shadows to reveal what's hidden in the gloom. Following the order, Yurnal fires the enchanted arrow skyward. The luminous projectile ascends rapidly, cutting through the darkness of the Great Hall towards the ceiling. The arrow illuminates the target, a cluster of eggs on the ceiling. Seizing the opportunity, a barrel is forcefully hurled towards the newly revealed nest. Calum watches the barrel fly through the air, feeling that now is the time. His red eyes gleam with determination, indicating the plan is in motion. Calum's companions watch, surprised by his silent and swift spell. They wonder if battle has always been this easy. One of the party members observes Calum, thinking his talent is terrifying. He questions the true identity behind that slave. Exhausted, Calum reflects on the victory. He admits fighting with a skilled group is easier, but feels frustrated not having control like in a game. The Beastman warrior glares at Calum with suspicion, interrupting the moment's relief. He confronts him directly, demanding to know his true identity. The warrior's suspicion turns into a smile of admiration. He confesses he thought Calum would lead them to their deaths, but praises him for being incredible. Impressed, the dwarf asks Calum about his past, giving him a glimpse of his old life as a gaming addict before returning to reality. The dwarf expresses his shock at having defeated the boss without a scratch, deeming them lucky. Behind him, Calum agrees, admitting he honestly didn't have high expectations for the fight's outcome either. With a smug smile, Calum justifies the fee he paid, stating it was worth it. Beside him, Yurnal reacts with an expression of pure irritation, clearly bothered by his attitude. Observing the interaction between Calum and Yurnal, the dwarf agrees with his assessment. With a serious look, he confirms there's no doubt the outcome justified the cost. Calum smirks, revealing a crucial condition. The reckoning must occur in the village. The news leaves Yurnal completely shocked and speechless. An official explains that, by the contract's terms, the party must pass through the exit gate to fulfill the agreement. Desperate, Yurnal questions why they can't simply cross it. With a pointed finger, the official emphasizes that a contract sworn before the goddess of justice must be honored to the letter, with no room for deviation. Yurnal panics upon learning that she and Calum also need to cross the gate. She fears the consequences if they fail to meet this requirement. Yurnal is horrified to learn that if the party is decimated, the contract will be voided. The panicked expression on her face reveals her fear of the terrible consequences. While Yurnal grows dizzy, Calum coldly explains the system's trap. It was designed to punish those who don't survive, as no one would bring so much gold into a dungeon. A beastman understands why the offer was lower, irritating the dwarf. The dwarf defends himself, stating he's merely managing the group's finances responsibly. With a wicked grin, the beastman suggests they steal the dwarf's wallet. A companion corrects him, reminding him the wallet belongs to the entire group. The revelation that the backpack belongs to Avison causes immediate shock in the group. The dwarf, incredulous and irritated, demands they repeat what they just said, processing the information. The dwarf recognizes the item and desperately asks about the body. It's revealed the backpack was looted from another slave team with no sign of the original owner. The dwarf's companions are astonished by the unbelievable coincidence of events. They comment among themselves on the remote chances of the backpack reaching them this way. Suspicion overtakes the dwarf, who eyes the group with a skeptical look. He assumes they expect a reward for its return, questioning their true intentions. Calum surprises the adventurer by asking only for the deceased's backpack, without personal belongings. Shocked, the dwarf questions why he doesn't want the money, finding the proposal very strange. The dwarf accepts the trade, offering all his food supplies for Avison's belongings. He justifies that the food is just dead weight for them now, facilitating the agreement. It's revealed that Avison had already died once, using a resurrection scroll. Calum, with a serious expression, thinks the adventurer should have retired from dungeon exploration. Facing his defeated companions, an adventurer admits that Calum is 100 times more competent than Avison. He regrets not having recruited the slave from the start. As an adventurer provokes her, Yurnal holds her bow firmly. She thinks to herself that despite the idle talk, she'll be watching closely. Yurnal then makes an unexpected request that silences everyone. With her head down, she asks if the adventurers could take Callum back with them. Yrniel's proposal causes immediate shock to everyone present. Callum, in particular, reacts with utter disbelief, shouting, "What?" upon hearing her words. Yrniel details her plan, explaining that Callum can claim the gold to buy his freedom. She adds that he can officially join their party and properly equip himself with the remaining money. Concerned, one of the adventurers questions what will happen to Yrniel, as not even Callum would survive alone. He fears that under these conditions, she wouldn't last a single day in the labyrinth. With a desolate look, Yrniel confesses she doesn't believe they'll find the exit. She pleads for Callum not to stay in the labyrinth because of her, believing he'll die if he continues there. As she speaks, visions of goblins and the slave leader emerge in a dark thought. The internal voice reflects that, either way, death would have arrived long ago if he were alone. With tears in her eyes, Yrniel bids farewell to Callum, asking him to live for her too. She seems to have lost all hope of them surviving together in the labyrinth. A dwarf and his party find the two fallen on the ground. He comments that recruiting members from another party is rude, while Yrniel recalls what happened in the exit room. With a serious expression, the dwarf admits he acted without thinking of the consequences. He formally apologizes, suggesting his previous actions were a mistake. An adventurer makes a tempting offer to Callum and Yrniel. He offers 9,500 gold and 25% of the profits if they officially join his adventurer party. As Callum considers the generous offer, Yrniel interrupts him. Distraught, she holds his arm, insisting that he doesn't need to worry, as she'll find her own way. Callum understands the expansion of his ability. Now Yrniel will act under his command, which instantly changes the combat strategy. Callum tests his power, ordering Yrniel to fire at the spider. He ponders the value of a single action point in the middle of the fight. Under pressure, Callum activates the hourglass to think. With time halted, he seeks the option that will bring the greatest benefit to the party. Yrniel prepares herself, thinking the hourglass has given her another chance. Meanwhile, the dwarf and the beastman believe they can escape if Callum helps them, becoming members of a famous family. With glowing red eyes, Callum stares at his companions decisively. The time has come to announce his choice, which will seal all their fates in the labyrinth. Callum grabs a surprised Yrniel's wrist and declares they will escape together. He rejects the other's offer, staying true to his original plan with the elf. Callum reflects on the burden of having to kill, but is interrupted by a new group of adventurers who question him about his feat. A cleric from the group interrupts the moment, pragmatically questioning how Callum and Yrniel intend to defeat the labyrinth's next exit boss. Callum ignores the emotion of the moment to negotiate for the spider's corpse, making the dwarf warrior explode with rage at his coldness. While the group discusses, Callum focuses on the practical side and negotiates the purchase of the giant spider's corpse, offering to deduct the value from the reward. Yrniel reacts with irritation when the dwarf mispronounces her name. "What? It's Yrniel!" she shouts, indignant at the confusion, as he calls her Pretty Day. The dwarf praises her with a wink, ignoring the correction. He says her demonstrated sincerity was more impressive than a powerful fireball. As a gesture of support, the dwarf offers Yrniel potions. "This is my small aid for you," he says, leaving her surprised and very grateful. The priestess, Emma, smiles and instructs them to seek her at Nathaniel's temple when they arrive in the city. She promises to be there to personally pay the rescue reward. With her hand glowing with divine power, Emma bestows the blessing of Nathaniel upon them. She says she will pray to the goddess to ensure Callum and Yrniel have a safe return. As he enters the portal, the adventurer Zekal bids farewell, asking them to remember his name and wishing them good luck. A dwarf observes their departure, holding an item in his hand. With a determined gaze, the dwarf introduces himself as Virtanen. He states he knows they will return alive and, for that reason, will wait for them in the city. Callum approaches Yrniel, who is desperate on the ground, questioning how they can win. He reassures her, thinking he has already calculated everything and that the poisoned book is the key to victory. With an intense gaze, Callum comforts Yrniel and reveals the first step of the plan, extracting the spider's fang. Despite her fear, she agrees, placing her faith in him to survive. As Yrniel uses a dagger to extract a monster's fang, she reaffirms her complete loyalty to Callum, declaring she is ready to do anything he asks. She questions if it wouldn't be faster to collect the materials together, but Callum, firmly, interrupts her doubt and simply asks her to trust him. Callum explains there's a reason for his method and orders her to focus. Intimidated by his seriousness, Yrniel obeys and returns to work. Callum ponders, holding his chin. He wants to help with item extraction, but remembers that the skill's success rate is proportional to the dexterity attribute. He compares his 0 dexterity with Urinal's 2 points. Although both have a buff, he admits she has a better chance. Standing with his arms crossed, Kellum decides he needs to review the skill expansion system and create a strategy for future battles. Following an order to attack, Urinal lands a powerful kick on the dwarf. Annoyed, she frustrates over the target's slowness, mentally cursing him to move faster. Kellum reflects on the limitations of the commands he can give, realizing he'll need to test what Urinal can truly obey. He regrets discovering this after a crucial decision. Urinal finally manages to remove her padlock and shouts victoriously to Callum. Observing her, he reinforces to himself the need to test the limits of his orders over her. With the padlock removed, Callum takes his bag and prepares to leave. He instructs that they will proceed to the next step of the plan, crafting poisoned arrows along the way. With a wide smile, Urinal holds a goblin tooth, happy to have survived. Callum is pleased to see her smile, even if death stalks them at every moment in the dangerous labyrinth. Holding the newly crafted arrow, Urinal expresses her uncertainty about the weapon's usefulness. Callum then begins to explain the real reason she couldn't inflict damage previously. Callum explains that an archer's equipment is crucial. Without a new bow, he insists they must, at least, focus on crafting high-quality arrows to compensate for their disadvantage. Callum hands the materials to Urinal, saying he counts on her. In his thoughts, he remembers that dexterity is key to successful item creation, an attribute he believes Urinal lacks. To Callum's surprise, Urinal instantly creates the poisonous arrow. He is shocked, as he didn't expect her to succeed with her low dexterity, completely underestimating the elf's skill. Callum approaches Urinal, shocked that she created a poisonous arrow. She explains she merely pricked the poison pouch carefully, to his disbelief. Walking through a long stone corridor, Callum ponders testing the new extension function of his hourglass skill. Callum activates his hourglass, but frustrated, it doesn't affect the point system. He asks Urinal for water, ending his turn to devise a new tactic. Callum approaches and gives water to a confused Caleb, making up the excuse it's hot. Urinal watches, not understanding her companion's sudden kindness. Spotting a perfect chance, Callum reactivates the hourglass, seeing goblins ahead. With time frozen, he prepares to cast a powerful fireball. He casts fireball at the first target, then immediately yells for Urinal to shoot the rear goblin's leg, coordinating a precise surprise attack during his turn. As Callum incinerates a goblin, he questions Urinal for hitting its leg instead of the head. She apologizes, admitting it was an easier target. Watching Urinal apologize, Callum grasps a crucial mechanic. She executes orders during his turn based on her own will and judgment, not as an automaton. Callum reflects this autonomy could be useful for tasks he can't do. He recalls a game rule. Difficult orders or those against her disposition might fail. Callum reactivates his skill, Curious. He gives a generic order. Urinal should perform any dance to see the outcome of the new command. The effect ends abruptly. Urinal stops mid-step, shocked and confused by her actions. Callum watches intently, analyzing her reaction to his power. Callum seems to understand. Beside him, Urinal apologizes for her strange behavior, but he simply suggests they keep walking for now. Walking the long corridor, Callum decides to break the tension. He turns, ready to ask Urinal an important question to change the mood. In a slave ship flashback, Urinal reveals a rumor to Callum. She discovered why he was enslaved. Callum spits out his drink, utterly shocked by Urinal's question. She confronts him directly, asking if he was enslaved for murder. As Callum coughs, claiming to be fine, Urinal feels relieved. She confesses she found him scary and is glad he isn't. Callum reacts in panic to Urinal's comment, realizing the situation is a disaster. He can barely hide his distress over the misunderstanding. Urinal confronts him, saying he killed a female foxkin companion. Callum reflects on game knowledge, remembering they were clever. Urinal reacts vehemently, defending Caleb's actions. She shouts he'd never do something like that without reason, presuming the victim deserved to die. As they walk through an immense structure, Urinal recalls Callum's claim of being a maze adventurer, connecting dots about his past. Urinal has an epiphany, realizing the university places an experienced person in each slave group. She feels immensely grateful to have Callum on her team. Callum finds a glowing exit door. Though he expected one, finding it so soon seems too lucky, leaving him anxious and suspicious. From a dizzying perspective, Urinal excitedly points to the exit at the corridor's end. She calls Callum, marveling at the discovery promising freedom. Looking at Avacyn's body, Calum wonders if it's soul preservation magic. From the pale, neat appearance, he speculates it's a rich young master. Yrnil and Calum are shocked. Such magic is too expensive for slaves to even dream of. Calum admits it's his first time seeing it personally too. With a focused gaze, Calum already thinks of Avacyn's family's reward. However, he knows something more important must be considered first. Yrnil flinches, disturbed by an unpleasant sound only she can hear. Calum suggests it might be flapping wings, but she doesn't recognize the noise, deepening the mystery in the dark corridor. Calum analyzes the situation, recalling what the dwarf said about a black wasp. He realizes the story makes no sense, as the creature wouldn't abandon its prey to hunt again. With the black wasp in mind, Calum deduces that, having already secured prey, the monster wouldn't move from its spot. His logic points to something different from what they expected. Finally, they find the source of the danger. Calum identifies the creature emerging from a giant cocoon as the culprit, a black wasp larva, explaining the monster's strange behavior. Observing the newborn larva, Calum deduces the parent monster disappeared. He finds the absence of battle signs odd, questioning how such a thing could have happened without a trace. With a focused gaze, Calum reflects on the strangeness of the situation. He knows it's highly unusual for a larva to be left alone and unprotected like that, making him suspicious. Calum considers a grim hypothesis. The monster encountered a stronger entity. He knows the most powerful creature on the first floor wouldn't have simply fled willingly. Having a sudden realization, Calum turns to Yrnil and asks if any adventurer has recently disappeared. He begins to connect the dots of the strange events in the labyrinth. Calum sits tense, realizing the truth about Caleb. He concludes that facing a rogue is the worst-case scenario, fearing what's to come. Yrnil approaches, concerned by Calum's behavior. He stares at her seriously and asks if she's ever heard of a possessed adventurer. Confused, Yrnil denies any knowledge of the matter. Calum explains it's an extremely rare occurrence within the labyrinth, heightening the tension. Yrnil stares at Caleb's menacing shadow, realizing that finding the exit so quickly was a trap. She laments the situation has become a headache, stuttering his name in fear. With tear-filled eyes, Yrnil despairs, believing it's the end of the line for them. In a panic, she wonders if they're finished now, feeling utterly hopeless. Calum reprimands himself for faltering, but decides he cannot show weakness. He focuses, determined to maintain composure to avoid worrying Yrnil and to face the enemy. With a confident smile, Calum holds a wand and assures his companion that his presence is enough for success, stating, "You have me after all." In a tavern, a dwarf adventurer laughs in disbelief, finding the existence of an ultra-fast conjurer without enchantment impossible and asking them to be realistic. The tavern owner, Virtanen, intervenes with a smile, trying to calm tempers. He says the important thing is that they returned alive, downplaying the discussion. A man slams a giant mug of beer onto the table, surprising the dwarf. Confused, he asks what it is, as he hadn't ordered anything yet. The man laughs, joking he used a spell to order the drink. He challenges him to drink it all at ultra speed without hesitation. Accepting the challenge, the dwarf chugs the enormous wooden mug in one go, drinking the beer in quick, noisy gulps. In a tavern, a dwarf and the tavern owner converse somberly. They lament that such a talented adventurer was defeated by a labyrinth master, deeming it a great shame. The dwarf turns to confirm the sad news. He explains that while searching for the exit, the young man went ahead alone and was caught. With her face contorted in pure horror and disbelief, the victim's mother reacts to the news. She can barely process the information, stuttering a "Woo, what?" The matriarch of the Burton family collapses in grief, but her son supports her. He insists there's still hope, as Avacyn's soul might be intact. Virtanen intervenes, asking for calm so everyone can hear what he has to say. He assures the group that Avacyn's death is no one's fault. With eyes shining blue, young Burton presses Virtanen. He believes a plan to rescue Avacyn has already been set, as the family wouldn't accept such a loss. A dwarf at the bar confirms rescue is possible. He explains soul preservation magic lasts a week, making it possible to revive Avacyn without issue. A dark-haired youth reacts with surprise and distrust upon hearing a supposed genius mage found the item they sought. Clarence, a silver-haired noble, deems the situation too serious for jokes, pondering how such a rare talent could be a slave. Ignoring his companion's pleas, Clarence dismisses the story, finding it impossible for a two-person slave group to be so capable. In a tavern, a noblewoman offers a reward for a body's recovery. Stirred by the offer, a mysterious hooded lizard man abruptly stands, interested in the job. The lizard adventurer offers his service but is immediately silenced by a young man's intimidating aura, who warns him to be quiet. The young noble defends his decision, stating that despite the risks of using money, he must do everything to find his younger brother. With eyes shining blue, he reinforces it's his duty to rescue his brother and admits the genius mage also intrigues him. Meanwhile, Calum looks at Urinal with a tense expression, deciding the current plan won't work and they must abandon it. An insectoid monster hatches, its aura an intimidating purple. Calum explains the creature's scent is keeping other monsters away, giving them a brief safe moment to plan their next move. With a determined look, Calum rejects waiting. He states their best chance is to confront and defeat the back attack directly, even if it's a difficult task. Sitting by the fire, Urinal expresses her doubt. She asks Calum if they truly have the power needed to win against the back attack in a direct confrontation. With a subtle, confident smile, Calum confirms there's a path to victory. However, he warns Urinal the strategy he has in mind will be extremely difficult. Around the campfire, Urinal stands and promises Calum she'll do anything he says. Intrigued by her resolve, Calum questions her to confirm her determination. Calum reveals his brutal plan: hunt 100 goblins for their training. Terrified by the idea, Urinal is speechless, shocked by the scale of the task he proposes. Calum analyzes their progress after the last victory. He knows level 5 is the floor's limit and calculates that with 2 more days of intense training, they'll level up. As Urinal prepares a magic arrow, Calum explains why reaching level 5 is crucial. He knows this milestone is key to acquiring a new special ability. As Calum watches her, Urinal bends over, completely exhausted and panting after the long run. The fatigue of constant pursuit begins to weigh on the duo. A goblin shaman emerges from the shadows, holding a magic scroll. He declares he needs to hunt the group to find the most useful scrolls. Calum runs ahead through the dark corridor, shouting not to lose the trail. Urinal, panting, agrees and tries to keep pace. Sitting by the fire, Calum holds a scroll and confidently declares they are ready. His determined expression indicates the plan, however risky, is about to begin. Urinal reacts with dread upon hearing Calum describe the larva's faint breath. He concludes the creature will die by the next day, having not eaten for days, leaving her in shock. As Calum works by the fire, he mentions damaging a soul-preserved body is a serious crime. Urinal, apprehensive, questions him about his actions, worried about what's to come. Urinal hovers over Calum with a menacing aura, questioning his decision to sleep first. He thinks rest is essential to level up and strategize for their survival. After Calum offers to stand guard for another 30 minutes, Urinal's mood shifts drastically. She beams at the offer, thanking him and reaffirming her trust in him as expected. Facing a door with a glowing exit sign, Calum declares they will enter the room. Urinal, hesitant, begins to question his decision, showing her concern for what awaits them. With a panicked expression, Urinal questions Calum directly, not understanding how he intends to face the boss in their current state. Her face reveals the deep fear she feels for the imminent danger. Calum reassures her with surprising calm, asking her not to doubt him. He states that appearances can be deceiving, hinting at a secret plan Urinal is not yet privy to. Urinal, with an expression of disgust, questions Calum, doubting if his bizarre idea would truly be a good solution to the problem. Calum reveals he swallowed a black hobbit's egg, stating its shell is incredibly hard, while Urinal complains about the stench. Meanwhile, across the chasm, a mysterious red-haired figure appears to be in trouble, cornered against the rocks. Calum assumes a combat stance, challenging his opponent with a shout, "Come on, you bastard!" The red-haired enemy responds with a sinister smile, emanating a threatening aura. In a blur of motion, Calum advances and dodges the enemy's strike. The clash of weapons echoes through the area, commencing a high-speed battle against his adversary. Calum reveals he anticipated the attack, finding the perfect opening in his plan. He grabs his opponent, calling her by name, Urinal, and prepares to use his special ability. A flash of blue energy explodes as Calum delivers a decisive blow to Urinal. The powerful impact is the climax of his calculated counterattack to subdue her. A powerful electrical discharge strikes the red-haired adversary, who writhes with the impact. In the background, Calum and Urinal observe their strategy unfolding. The enemy screams in pain and rage, his face contorted as blue electricity courses through his body, showcasing the effectiveness of the surprise attack. The adversary is thrown into the water by the ability's impact. Calum and Urinal watch from above, seeing their plan to drench him work perfectly. Calum observes the opponent use a shadow jump to reposition. He understands it was a tactic to reset his skill cooldowns, preparing a new attack. An ally prepares the next move, shouting to Urnil. He warns that he will lift the oak barrel, creating an opportunity for her to destroy it with her arrow. A red-haired opponent freezes the entire wall, creating a massive ice barrier. High above, Calum and Urnil are trapped on the slippery surface, observing the threat below. The red-haired man glares at his targets with hatred, his eyes glowing red. He grinds his teeth in silent fury, preparing for the imminent attack. Other slaves lose their balance on the ice and are hit by a surprise attack. Amidst the chaos, a woman desperately screams Calum's name as she falls wounded. Urnil rushes to check if Calum is all right after the attack. He reassures her, revealing he was saved by a protective item that shattered upon impact. Calum can barely hide his surprise at the attack. He wonders how the enemy could use a magic throw from such a great distance. Realizing the unexpected threat, anticipating the next move will be invisibility, Calum quickly orders Urnil to pinpoint the enemy's exact position. She readily agrees, preparing to act. Without hesitation, Urnil activates her invisibility skill, her body fading into the air. She moves swiftly to execute Calum's plan and surprise the adversary. The enemy's attack hits empty ground, catching him by surprise. Struck from behind, he can only think of the impressive speed of the now invisible Urnil. The red-haired adversary lunges with a furious strike, his blade glowing with blue energy. His eyes convey pure murderous intent as he tries to crush his opponents once and for all. Suddenly, the foe is hurled back by a magic arrow embedded in the cave wall. Below, Calum and Urnil watch the unexpected strike that halted the fight. Calum smiles confidently, unfazed by danger. He thinks it matters not, for this was the very moment he awaited, revealing the situation as part of his grand design. Calum confronts a small creature using his ice pick skill to strike the monster, which screeches at the imminent attack. With a determined gaze, Calum prepares, thinking all his leveling effort was for this very crucial moment. Calum points at his target, activating his special skill Impeto do Massacre, with a focused, intense expression. With a confident smile, Calum reveals his plan. He painstakingly shared his food to lure the larva here, setting the stage for his decisive move. 10 meters away, Calum prepares for a crucial throw. He knows the ricochet is unpredictable, yet he focuses everything and unleashes his electrical attack, hoping to strike true. Calum and Urnil's combined attack explodes in a devastating bolt. Electricity courses through the ice wall, striking the target with full force in an impressive display of power. Calum's attack results in a massive explosion, illuminating the cave. He and Urnil watch the impact from afar, awaiting the enemy's defeat. Calum celebrates euphorically, shouting his success and revealing he was an army sniper. Urnil, beside him, is shocked by his pinpoint accuracy. A powerful ice pick spell is conjured, launching a massive ice projectile. The attack rapidly advances, impaling the red-haired adversary, piercing their chest with brutal impact. The red-haired adversary stumbles back, gasping in pain. The ice lodged in their chest leaves them vulnerable as the freezing effect spreads through their body. Calum realizes the freeze status worked perfectly. He shouts for his ally Hernan to shoot, as the enemy is completely immobilized and cannot dodge the next attack. Answering the call, Hernan fires a massive arrow. The projectile squarely hits the ice-vulnerable target, ending the coordinated attack with a decisive, powerful blow. Calum watches the poisonous gas fill the pit, calculating the continuous damage. He's confident the poison exposure will ensure his opponent's death in seconds. As he prepares for the final blow, Calum senses something amiss. His expression shifts from confidence to shock, feeling an imminent twist in the seemingly won battle. A violent energy explosion erupts from the pit, unraveling Calum's strategy. The impact's force hurls him and Urnil backward, revealing the enemy's hidden power. Calum realizes luck is no longer an option and furiously shouts for Urnil. Wand in hand, he announces it's time for Plan B, showing his frustration. Urnil responds startled to her companion's call. Calum braces for the worst, thinking he hoped not to reach this critical battle point. With a tense face, Calum confronts the imminent danger. Despite the situation, he stands firm, revealing in thought that, fortunately, he had already anticipated this grim turn. By the campfire, Calum proposes a cautious strategy. Use only one poison arrow. Urnil, surprised, questions if they shouldn't use both to secure victory. Urnil looks at Calum, incredulous at his unconventional tactic. She questions him directly, asking if he's truly suggesting a back attack can cure poison. Near the campfire, Kalem elaborates on the strategy. He states the priority is to confirm if the adversary possesses any means of detoxification, thus suggesting poison. Urnil panics upon hearing the risky plan. With tear-filled eyes, she fears that if something goes wrong, they too will be doomed. In stark contrast to Urnil's fear, Kalem displays a cunning, confident smile. He seems to have an ace up his sleeve, indicating he has foreseen everything. Kalem panics, realizing his time-stop ability still has a 3-second cooldown. He needs to think fast to survive without his main trump card. Urnil aims her bow, desperately asking if she should shoot. Kalem stops her, yelling to wait for the right moment, as a shot now would be useless. Knowing the enemy will dodge any attack, Kalem decides he needs to execute Plan B. For this, he must move away from Urnil and create distance. Kalem braces himself on the ice, channeling a crackling energy aura. With daggers in hand, he prepares to unleash a powerful ability against his opponent. Kalem's electric attack hits the adversary directly, who resists with an energy shield. The red-haired enemy advances, ready to retaliate. Kalem screams in pain as a mysterious force crushes his hand. He finds himself completely immobilized and in agony, unable to react. The red-haired enemy subdues Kalem on the frozen ground, preparing for the final blow with their dagger. Kalem gasps, utterly helpless. Caught by surprise, Kalem is stabbed and immediately thinks of a plan B. In the distance, Urnil watches the horrifying scene and screams her companion's name in despair. Clasping his wound, Kalem curses the infernal pain he feels. He knows the blow was serious and he needs to act quickly to have any chance of survival. Kalem tries to use a poison he acquired, but the enemy attacks again, knocking the vial away. He gets annoyed, realizing his opponent's habits haven't changed. With his plan thwarted, Kalem looks up, defenseless. The masked assailant advances with a maniacal grin, ready to deliver what seems to be the final blow. Kalem is about to finish his opponent, who begs for his life and mentions an escape plan. Kalem ignores him, remembering he didn't hesitate to attack him. As he consumes a potion, Kalem advances for the final blow. However, his blade is suddenly stopped by a bluish energy barrier, to his surprise. The enemy boasts, revealing they activated a magic armor scroll. They mock Kalem for not knowing an item that nullifies weak physical attacks. Even on the ground, Kalem's adversary smiles confidently, stating they know the time-stop ability has ended and Kalem is the one who is lost. Kalem lands a powerful blow on his enemy, creating an opening. He yells to his ally, Urnil, warning that now is the perfect time to attack with everything. The enemy mocks Kalem, asking what it's like to be hit by poisoned arrows twice. With a menacing look, they declare the true battle is just beginning. Watching the explosions dust from a distance, Urnil screams desperately. Worried for her companion, she asks if Kalem is okay after the devastating attack he suffered. Kalem feels his lungs being torn by pain and coughs blood. He realizes that to avoid dying, he needs to quickly drink all his healing potions. The red-haired opponent grabs Kalem with surprising strength, letting out a roar of fury. Caught off guard, Kalem struggles to free himself from his enemy's crushing grip. In disbelief at the enemy's remaining strength, Kalem attempts a swift counterattack with his daggers. The adversary deftly dodges, leaving Kalem shocked by his own failure to land the blow. After the enemy finally falls, Kalem gasps, clutching his wounded neck. He looks at the lifeless body, thinking with relief that the stubborn bastard is finally dead. Clinging to an ice cliff and gravely wounded, Kalem begs for a potion. Amidst the fall, Urnil screams in despair, pleading for her companion not to die. Urnil manages to give Kalem a potion, insisting they won and must cross the gate together. Despite the medicine, Kalem still suffers excruciating pain. Finally standing with Urnil's help, Kalem expresses his relief at having survived the poison. He takes the opportunity to praise his companion's precise aim in battle. Urnil cries out in shock, explaining she couldn't see the target due to the terrain blocking her view. She believed the attack would be a complete failure. With a confident smile, Kalem reveals he anticipated the disadvantage of the low ground. He used it to his advantage to plan an effective surprise attack. Kalem suddenly turns serious, telling Urnil they still have something to do before leaving. His change in demeanor leaves the elf confused and apprehensive. He then reminds her that the exit gate still has 2 slots available. Urnil, still recovering, doesn't grasp the implication of his words. In a tavern, a man holds his mug as he's questioned about his presence. A voice asks, "You don't even drink, what brings you here at this hour?" A beastman approaches, speculating on the reason for the visit. He questions if the newcomer came to check on the resurrection scroll. Arms crossed, an imposing uniformed man confirms his intentions, declaring, "My younger brother's life is at stake, so I must confirm." In a tavern, a dwarf confirms to a beastman that the requested scroll will be ready today, allowing them to finally enter the dungeon. Observing from the shadows, a man reflects on the mission's urgency. The soul preservation magic is fading, and resurrection will be impossible if they fail. A priestess suddenly arrives, holding the resurrection scroll and shouting that they need to head to the dungeon office immediately. The news that the first floor exit gate has opened shocks everyone. A noble questions the information, with a serious and suspicious expression. In the underground control room of the dungeon union, a uniformed employee is seen falling towards a large glowing blue portal on an urgent and mysterious mission. After the dizzying fall, the employee gasps, exhausted. Her expression reveals the stress and frustration of having to deal with an unexpected and seemingly problematic situation. Suddenly, the portal opens, and a group of adventurers bursts out. In a panic, the employee can barely believe her eyes and questions if the gate really opened. An instructor finds Clarence in a hallway, mentioning she heard about the situation. He confirms he came to see if Avison made it out, but he doesn't have much hope. Suddenly, a dazzling sphere of light explodes in the middle of the hallway, interrupting the conversation. The energy blast sends a shockwave that surprises everyone. Enveloped in a blue aura, the instructor smiles with an air of superiority. She tells Clarence not to worry, hoping things went well for his brother. An adventurer uses a magic item to identify the enemy, determined to at least see his face. The projected image reveals a blue-haired youth, to everyone's surprise. Suddenly, a yellow portal opens in the ceiling, and several unconscious adventurers fall from it. They land abruptly on the floor in a chaotic and unexpected arrival. The adventurers on the ground are shocked to recognize the newcomer. A woman calls him Lord Backstab, revealing his reputation precedes him. An adventurer watches the portal in shock, realizing that half of those emerging are corpses. He wonders what could have happened. A white-haired man is stunned by the news, unable to believe a duo defeated such a strong enemy using ultra-fast magic. Amidst the confusion, a dwarf looks hopefully at the glowing portal and shouts, recognizing that Callum is about to emerge. The spectators are ecstatic to see the duo's return. A dwarf celebrates, saying he always had faith they would succeed, while others cry tears of relief that they are safe and sound. An academy mage recognizes them, shocked, and asks if they aren't the slave team. Yurnil, with an innocent expression, questions if something is wrong, adding to the woman's confusion. In shock, the mage reflects that such a feat would be newsworthy even for a skilled attacker. She can't believe how a newly formed slave duo with poor weapons achieved such a feat. Calum's hand pierces a turbulent red portal, marking his dramatic return. He emerges victorious, yet exhausted, after completing a dangerous and unexpected mission. A cleric and her wolfman companion react with astonishment. She asks, incredulously, if the rookies truly defeated the gang and recovered Abyssin's belongings. Finding the reception noisy, Cullum interrupts them with a dry thought. He addresses the cleric, ready to get straight to the point and discuss his reward. Calum coldly announces the price of his mission, 8,000 gold. The declaration shocks everyone, including Yurnil, who didn't expect such a high reward. The priestess informs Callum that he passed out from an overdose of healing potions. He reflects that he needed to survive no matter what, even without an antidote. With a smile, the priestess points to the desk, revealing the antidote is there. She then asks Callum if he would like to check for himself. Callum counts his gold, surprised and annoyed to find the amount incorrect. He wonders aloud why there are only 750 gold coins. The cleric explains with a smile that it was Yurnil who asked to treat him. Internally, Callum seethes at his companion's meddling. Shifting to a serious tone, the cleric reveals a crucial detail about the body. She explains that no soul preservation magic had been cast upon it. A grim vision illustrates the consequence: a spectral soul chained to its lifeless body, forever trapped due to the lack of necessary magic. With an intense and determined gaze, Callum ponders a crucial strategy. He realizes that, in the case of the backstab ability, there's a loophole that can be exploited to his advantage. Yurnil excitedly runs to meet Callum at a grand city staircase, asking with a smile if he feels better yet. The expectation of good news hangs in the air. With a determined look, Callum raises a money bag and declares his plan. He states they will finally use their earnings to buy freedom and rid themselves of their collars. Yurnil's joy turns to pure horror upon hearing a shocking announcement. A voice informs her that, after calculations, she cannot be freed from her slave status, leaving her paralyzed. Kalem is perplexed and questions how this is possible as they had more than enough money. Beside him, Urnil collapses, utterly devastated by the terrible and unexpected news. Before an official, Callum and Urnil discover that free citizen status costs 3,000 gold. Tension rises as they await the calculation of Urnil's contribution. With a grim expression, the official reveals Urnil's share, a paltry 2 gold. The insignificant amount hangs in the air, cruelly sealing her fate. Urnil collapses in tears upon hearing the official's inevitable conclusion. With such a low contribution, she cannot become a free citizen, and her hope is shattered. Incredulous and enraged by the injustice, Cullum immediately confronts the official. He demands to know the standard for such an absurd calculation and distribution. An official presents the Scales of Justice, an artifact that measures one's contribution to an adventure. He activates it to assess Callum and Urnil's performance, preparing to reveal the result. The scales reveal a shocking disparity based on the Virtanen group's testimony. Callum's contribution is immense, while Urnil's in the exit room battle was only 2 gold. Callum is perplexed, recognizing this is magic he's never seen in the game. As he stares at the results, someone openly questions how low Urnil's contribution was. Standing before the official, the question is raised about how this assessment connects to the Virtanen group's contract. The situation becomes more complex, suggesting there's more at stake. Callum explains to a shocked Urnil that the plan only worked because of her dexterity. He would never have proposed the contract if he hadn't trusted her ability to process the poison fang. The labyrinth official observes the slave's interaction with a sneer. He seems amused by the situation, knowing exactly what is about to unfold between them. Before a gleaming scale, the official announces the full adventure calculation will begin. However, he pauses, indicating a preliminary step must be taken first. The official reveals a glowing magic item in his hand, declaring it a lie prevention spell. This ensures honesty will be enforced during the ensuing transaction. In shock, Callum and Urnil are suddenly affected by a lie prevention spell, amplifying physiological reactions to deceit. An official explains this is standard procedure for evaluating a slave's contribution, warning their tongues will go numb. Callum prepares for testimony, placing his pouch on the table. He thinks with determination that this time they must escape slavery. With a tense gaze, Callum begins to ponder the spoils division, feeling the interrogation's pressure as he calculates Urnil's share. Urnil looks at her earnings with teary eyes, incredulous at the meager sum. In shock, she barely processes the amount, stammering, questioning if it's merely 2,925 gold. The official stares down at her with disdain, asking if she's disappointed with the result. His condescending posture heightens the moment's tension. With a dismissive gesture, the official scratches his head and coldly explains the harsh reality. He informs her the average income for slaves in the labyrinth is only 500 gold. A court official observes with a tired gaze, commenting that Callum and Urnil simply being alive is already a problem, suggesting their survival was unwanted. Callum's face contorts in silent fury, his red eyes blazing with suppressed rage. The situation's injustice leaves him speechless, only with an expression of pure hatred. The judge's eyes glow with a sinister light as he uses an ability to force them to protest. His order echoes with a menacing energy, demanding an immediate reaction. Callum glances aside, annoyed, questioning in thought if his assistant needed to be so direct. He wonders if her tone was just to make herself feel better. After the evaluation, Callum receives a massive gold reward, far greater than Urnil's, who is visibly disappointed. However, joy is cut short as his slave collar electrocutes him, emitting a blue light and catching him by surprise. But the shock transforms into triumph. Callum smiles confidently as the collar shatters, finally breaking the seal of his slavery. Oblivious to everything, the evaluator declares the process's end. Unaware, Callum has just unexpectedly gained his freedom. Suddenly, Urnil is seized by guards, her eyes widening in pure terror and shock. She barely manages a gasp of fear as she's immobilized. As Urnil is led away, Callum hears she'll be sold to the Adventurers Guild and decides he'll have to look for her there later. A man approaches Callum and surprises him with a direct question. He asks if Callum has any intention of enrolling in the Magic University. The man insists, stating they cannot lose a mage with Callum's rapid casting talent and promises full support if he simply enrolls. Callum observes the change in treatment, realizing he is finally seen as a free man. The hand extended before him symbolizes his new status and the respect he has earned. With a red glow in his eyes, Callum focuses on his primary dark objective. He is determined to eliminate all other world possessors he encounters on his path. A professor reveals the situation's gravity, explaining that the labyrinth's eruption has caused damage for a long time. His worried expression indicates the threat is ancient and continuous. A sinister vision of silhouettes with glowing eyes represents the growing threat of possessors. The atmosphere of distrust and danger intensifies, foreshadowing Callum's impending interrogation. An older, official-looking man begins his questioning with an accusatory tone and a pointing finger. He prepares to expose Callum's dark past and the reasons that led him to slavery. The official confronts Callum, recalling his trial. He asks if Callum became a slave after murdering a colleague, claiming the motive was her being an otherworld possessor. Facing his interrogator, Callum remains silent. The man provokes him with a smug smile, questioning why he has nothing to say in his defense. Trapped by the lie prevention spell, Callum panics internally. He struggles to find an answer that isn't a lie, but also doesn't reveal his true nature. Suddenly, the man has a shocking epiphany about Callum's true identity. He begins to question if Callum is something he never imagined, leaving the question hanging. A young man in uniform greets the professor, but internally questions the rush to recruit Caleb. His serious expression reveals his doubt about the strategic decision. In an opulent hall, professors discuss the widespread interest in the new talent. They confirm that no one at the university, not even Professor Isilov, is indifferent to him. The white-haired youth ponders the talent for rapid conjuration. He believes this ability is better suited for exploring labyrinths than for combating the possessed. Callum listens to the conversation with a nervous expression. In the background, one of the professors grows irritated by the youth's audacity, thinking how impertinent he is. A white-haired man extends his hand, offering Callum an opportunity. He suggests that, as a free man, Callum also hear the Labyrinth Exploration Club's proposal before deciding. As Callum walks away down an ornate corridor, he reflects on his escape. A dark thought strikes him. He was a step away from dying the exact moment he exited the labyrinth. With a weary expression, Callum tries to console himself with the relief of survival. He considers himself lucky to have escaped with such perfect timing, narrowly avoiding a fatal destiny. Callum's relief quickly turns into pure rage. He clenches his teeth, thinking that the more he analyzes the events, the angrier he gets about the situation he was put in. Callum chastises himself for being careless, realizing the lie prevention spell was undone. Now, an honest conversation with the stranger is possible, for better or worse. The silver-haired man formally apologizes for the late introduction. He introduces himself as Abysson's elder brother, the adventurer whose body Callum found. With a calculating gaze, Callum listens to the man's thanks. This interaction with Abysson's brother introduces a new and unexpected variable into his survival plans. Questioned about the spell, Callum confirms that most people consider it rude. He gauges the man's reaction, trying to understand his true intentions. The silver-haired official explains, hand on his chin, that a certain spell is illegal. He reveals its use is now restricted only to slave team evaluations, imposing a new limitation. Irritated, Callum realizes there was a restriction from the start. He curses the old professor in his thoughts, understanding the trap was carefully planned for this exact moment. The official apologizes on behalf of Professor Meldini, assuring not everyone there is hostile. He reveals there are people who don't ostracize otherworld possessors, offering rare solace. An elven scholar introduces Professor Dahlstream's faction. With a serene countenance, he explains this group believes otherworld possessed should be revered. A light-haired youth in a military uniform reacts with disdain. He openly questions the idea of revering such beings, demonstrating his utter disapproval and skepticism on the matter. On a table with an ancient scroll, the narration reveals a shocking truth. Research indicates the possessed are, in fact, at war against the labyrinth itself. It's explained that the labyrinth master captures human souls to drive them to madness. A terrifying image shows an insignificant human figure before a dark, gigantic entity. Chin in hand, a silver-haired noble reveals his theory. He tells Callum that Professor Dahlstream believes the mage is among the otherworldly possessed. As an hourglass trickles, the noble ponders the mage's power to stop the world. He wonders what the term turn-based truly means. Ascending a grand staircase, Callum's guide scoffs at the group, questioning if it can even be called a faction, as it only exists due to a professor's insistence. Stopping before an imposing door, the silver-haired youth announces his professor awaits. He prepares to usher them into the room. Seated in his office, Professor Isilov explains his club investigates labyrinth phenomena. He reveals their current research focuses on possessed adventurers, piquing Callum's interest. The professor continues, theorizing certain beings are neither alive nor dead. He hypothesizes their souls haven't departed but were captured and are trapped somewhere. Hearing the theory, Kellum reacts with restrained surprise. He realizes not even an expert like the professor knows the truth about the Sanctuary of Souls, a secret only he holds. A distinguished-looking man invites Callum to his club. Find the soul of the back attack, praising his exceptional talent and deeming him a great asset. Callum cautiously weighs his options, concluding that avoiding Meldini is his best move and distrusting the Dollstream faction's fanaticism regarding the possessed. Deeming the proposal the best option available, Callum surprises the man by asking if he could form his own group for the club's activities. Intrigued, the man remarks that Callum is the first to make such a request, but agrees in principle, allowing him to proceed as he wishes. An assistant leads Callum to his dorm room. Advised to rest after a long day, Callum formally thanks him, ready to settle into his new school abode. The moment he opens the door, Callum's red eyes widen in absolute shock. The sight that greets him is so unexpected he's left speechless, paralyzed by surprise. Callum marvels at the opulence of his new room. He questions how a dorm could be so luxurious, admitting it's far grander than anywhere he's lived before. Ready for his journey, Callum asks the assistant if he can house future party members there. He's already planning the next steps of his adventure. In a rare moment of tranquility, Callum relaxes in a warm bath, feeling his weariness dissipate. He expresses his relief, feeling himself melt into the water. Suddenly, the image of a being with a demonic grin and glowing eyes appears. The sight of a formidable foe shatters the peace, hinting at an imminent threat. While relaxing in his bath, Callum plans his next steps. He decides he'll first go to the library for information before stopping by the admissions office to find Urinal. Leaning back in the water, Callum reflects that the tutorial finally seems over. Yet he knows a long and arduous path still lies ahead. Despite the long journey awaiting him, Callum decides to focus on the present. For a brief moment, he allows himself to simply rest and regain his strength. Exhausted after an all-night library research session, Callum remains vigilant. He's determined not to be caught off guard again, as with the lie detection spell. An elderly elf approaches and introduces himself as Dollstream, the Magic University's recluse. He stares at Callum, the new student everyone talks about, with an enigmatic smile. Dollstream offers a mysterious contract, promising Callum a memory book. The condition is simple: sign the document and forge a pact with the God of Wisdom. A mysterious voice gives the command memorize, and a wand glows with intense magical energy. Callum's first lesson is about to begin, demanding full focus to master the new spell. The instructor demonstrates the spell's power, holding a glowing magic book. He orders students to summon their memory books to check how many magic slots they possess. Callum executes the command, repeating memorize with full concentration. His red eyes are fixed on the golden light emanating from his wand as he tries to master the new ability. The protagonist analyzes his spellbook, reflecting on his progress. At level 5, he only has 3 available slots to learn first-class spells, limiting his initial options. An elf professor explains the rules of the magic system to the class. He reveals that while the number of spells is limited by slots, it's possible to combine them to create entirely new magic. The assistant, Scarlet, already exhausted by the professor's intensity, sighs. She internally laments how difficult the class is before instructing everyone to follow her to the training ground. In a training yard, an instructor begins her lesson for a row of students, explaining the fundamental concept that, with 2 slots, they will be able to combine spells. Standing before her apprentices, the mage names the process of creating higher-level spells Grimoire Binding, introducing a new and complex field of study for the students. Channeling immense power, the instructor demonstrates Triple Binding, warning that while possible, the technique is extremely difficult and has a dangerously low success rate. A powerful mage points forward, unleashing a torrent of magical energy with a shout. Her impressive display of power makes clear the level of skill she possesses. The force of the magical explosion leaves all spectators, including Callum, completely stunned. They stare in shock at the destruction, barely believing what they've just witnessed. With a proud smile, the instructor asks what they thought of her demonstration. In his thoughts, Callum is speechless, shocked by the power he just witnessed. The mage then presents a scroll with a list of first-class spells. She explains that by purchasing a spellbook, they will be able to learn any magic they desire. The instructor looks at Callum's sheet, shocked. She can't believe he already has 3 magic slots and questions the viability of the combination he plans to use. With a serious gaze, Callum stares back, as if asking if his choice is truly forbidden. He seems determined to proceed with his plan despite the objections. Enraged, the instructor comically catches fire as she reprimands Calum. She cannot understand why he would choose to learn such an unusual and seemingly useless type of magic. The heated discussion is interrupted by the arrival of a professor who asks about all the noise. The instructor is startled, caught off guard in the middle of her tantrum. A student is shocked by the proposal, while the professor reminds her that research is the most important virtue for a mage, encouraging her to investigate. With a determined look, Calum states that the Magic University always welcomes new binding methods, confident in his approach. The system confirms Calum's first combination, Bullet Shot and Hot Wind, unite to create Dust Explosion. The new second-class spell is immediately recorded in his memory book. With a mischievous smile, Calum assesses the power of his new magic. He realizes that Dust Explosion is dozens of times more powerful than a common spell like Fireball. Calum continues his combinations, creating 2 more second-class spells. He records Scalding Heat and the powerful Cumulonimbus, significantly expanding his magical arsenal for future battles. Calum smiles as he reads about the Cumulonimbus magic, remembering an ancient high-difficulty build. He prepares to conjure a storm cloud that summons lightning. With wand in hand, Calum decides he needs a lightning rod and plans to use both hands. He is eager to test the combination with his hourglass. Satisfied, Calum stretches and outlines his next steps. He will go to the temple and the shop in the morning to get the essential items for his action plan. A guard turns to Urinal, announcing that a client wishes to purchase her to explore the labyrinth. He curtly orders her to follow him, initiating her transfer to a new owner. As she is led away, Urinal reflects on her fate as a slave being sold. She fears her new masters will treat her as a disposable object, as most people would. Climbing the stairs to meet her buyer, a thread of despair consumes her. Urinal wonders if she will ever have the chance to find good people in her life again. With her head bowed, Urinal ponders if there's any chance of escaping the labyrinth alive. Despite her fear, she makes a firm decision, declaring she will enter, accepting her fate. Suddenly, Urinal throws herself into Caleb's arms, whispering how much she missed him. Taken by surprise by the embrace, he is completely shocked and speechless. Pulling away, Urinal stares at Caleb in astonishment, questioning his presence. Concerned, she asks if something happened at the Magic University to warrant his arrival. With a confident smile, Calum extends his hand and declares he will make Urinal a free citizen. He is determined to begin the journey to secure her freedom. As they walk through the city, Calum explains the situation to Urinal. He reveals there are 2 ways for her to become a free citizen, and they must choose a path. Calum turns in surprise, questioning if the matter wasn't settled. He discovers that only an initial payment of 100 gold was made, revealing an unexpected obstacle. Urinal is shocked by Calum's proposal. He explains she can join the labyrinth expedition to clear her debt and become a free citizen. Calum extends a bow, thinking that having Urinal in his group is the best-case scenario. He senses her fear, but she accepts the weapon, appearing determined. With a determined expression, Urinal tears her slave tunic. She declares with conviction that she wants to become a true companion to Calum. Calum formalizes the partnership, proposing they give their best. Surprisingly, Urinal announces she has already found the last group member. Urinal shows off, radiant with her new elf equipment and clothes. She can barely contain her joy, even knowing she'll have to pay for everything later. Before the door of her new room, Urinal dreams of the future. She longs to sleep in a comfortable dormitory and explore labyrinths with Calum like a pro. With eyes sparkling with pure happiness, Urinal thinks of the small joys awaiting her, like a warm bath and a shower, luxuries she hadn't had in a long time. As the creature attacks, Urinal screams in terror, questioning why it's there. Calum, with a smile, tries to calm the chaotic situation. A man with a satisfied smile appears, revealing himself as the one responsible for the creature. He confesses to having used a necromancy scroll. He explains the magic scroll was a gift from Professor Isilov, while the summoned monster remains still, awaiting orders. Calum mocks Urinal, saying, "Mr. Surprise Attack is happy to see her." The elf realizes, shocked, that he is behind everything. With her face contorted in terror, Urinal feels she needs to flee. However, a sinister and powerful voice responds with a resounding and non-negotiable no. The pages reveal a catastrophe, a great eruption that caused countless deaths and released about 3,000 monsters directly from the abyss. The narrative focuses on a new character, a transmigrator named Henry. He is hiding in the southern slums of Sohan, shrouded in mystery. Calum analyzes a bloodstained note left by Henry. The message warns all possessed, whom he understands to be transmigrators, to beware of the magic university, leaving a mystery in the air. Sitting with a book, Calum reflects on the message's purpose. He wonders why Henry would leave a warning that only other transmigrators like him could decipher, increasing his distrust. His mind takes him to the image of the magic university in flames. He questions if the institution was attacked for being on the front lines of battle or for some other hidden reason. Calum imagines a horde of furious monsters. He speculates if, after eliminating Henry, the creatures might have turned their attention to the magic university, making it the next target. Calum places a crucial item on the table, an artifact that might be the key to his next moves. His action is precise, signaling the beginning of a new strategic plan. Seated in his chambers, Calum concludes that the university is full of transmigrators. He realizes he'll need to act with more caution than against Meldini to survive. Urnil is startled and grabbed by one of Calum's necromancy creatures, screaming in terror. Watching the scene, Calum coldly denies her desperate plea to use her head. Still recovering from the fright, Urnil stares at Calum, surprised to hear there's a condition for her to stay. She questions him, still clutching her pillow. A stack of scrolls falls to the floor, startling Urnil, who stares at them with fear and surprise. She doesn't understand where they came from or what they mean for her immediate future. Calum reveals he bought the scrolls on the black market that morning. Urnil gasps, shocked by his audacity and the danger these items could pose to both of them. With a sinister smile, Calum declares he has much to test and asks for Urnil's help. His expression makes it clear this isn't a request but an intimidating order. Far away, a man named Professor Isekai is questioned about his new project. He listens with a serious expression as the topic turns to tracking the souls of transmigrated adventurers. In his office, an officer confirms the identity of who accepted the mission, saying, "Yes, that's the one." The other person is surprised, questioning who would finally take on such a specific and dangerous job. The document reveals the Possessed Adventurer Soul Tracking Project, assigned to Calum. The mysterious figure comments that the university's star freshman is forming his own group for the task. A stern-looking professor expresses his distrust of the boy. He questions whether the word genius truly explains all his actions and abilities, finding it all too suspicious to be true. The conversation recalls Calum's feats in the labyrinth, mentioning how he and another slave faced its challenges. The scene highlights his ability to overcome enemies with decisive blows in extreme situations. An elf professor vehemently argues that the only explanation is a transmigrator. He reminds Professor Isekai that it is his duty to identify them and act. Professor Isekai, more cautious, questions whether they should discard a talented mage based on mere suspicion. He seems reluctant to act hastily. With his back turned, the elf professor walks away, reflecting aloud. He questions why the university is short on mages. Remembering a past mistake that cost him everything, he decides to watch the suspect. With a determined look, he asserts he will not fail again. Calum observes the candidates, surprised by the number. He reflects that being a slave mage, it's strange so many want to join his group. Urnil, nervous, gestures for the first candidate to approach. An awkward and strange figure begins to walk towards her. Urnil screams in annoyance as the necromancer pulls her hair, scolding him for ignoring her warnings. In the background, Calum watches the chaotic interaction between his companions with an expression of disapproval. Despite the confusion, the necromancer reveals the true objective of the expedition. He explains their mission is to find the location where Mr. Bakatak's soul is preserved to revive him. To test the candidates, they need to verify their warrior skills. Applicants must demonstrate their combat abilities, using techniques like a shield charge to prove their worth. Calum positions himself before the candidates and, with a serious gaze, challenges them. He asks who will be the first to attempt the test, establishing his authority and beginning recruitment for his team. Observing the crowd's reaction, Calum notes that many are already disheartened. He realizes that the mere requirement of possessing a skill is enough to make some give up before even trying. The narration explains that skills are obtained from sources in the labyrinth. Therefore, possessing one is proof that the candidate has survived the place before, an essential filter for Calum. A dwarf adventurer rages, questioning who gave Calum authority. He accuses him of arrogance for having survived the labyrinth only once, but is abruptly pushed aside. An imposing armored lizard man named Bernard intervenes with authority. He coldly orders the dwarf out of the way, leaving spectators surprised by his sudden dominant appearance. The surrounding crowd watches the scene with shock and nervousness. Bernard's sudden, authoritative intervention leaves everyone apprehensive, unsure what to expect. Suddenly, Bernard's composure breaks into tears. He cries out to Nathaniel, exclaiming how deeply that poor soul moves him, revealing an unexpected emotional side. An angry lizard man confronts the newcomer, reminding him the goal is resurrection, not purification. He demands to know the identity of the mysterious swordsman who suddenly appeared. Calum observes the swordsman, who hopes to find a missing friend by helping them. He ponders how a third-floor adventurer would be a powerful, strategic addition to the group's front line. Tension explodes as the lizard man accuses the swordsman of blasphemy. He responds with contempt, calling him a useless, noisy lizard, igniting a conflict within the team. As Calum ponders a candidate, a bald monk is abruptly thrown forward. Desperate, the man begs for a moment, determined not to miss his chance to present himself. Sweating and full of determination, the man shouts that he wants to be interviewed. His intense expression makes it clear he won't take no for an answer to join the group. Other adventurers confront him, questioning if he intends to compete. Ignoring them, the monk thinks with conviction that he needs to join this group no matter what. Cullum observes the scene, surprised by the man's appearance. He identifies him as a monk, a class he considers even rarer than a paladin, piquing his interest. Caleb screams in despair, his face contorted with pain as he mourns his comrade's loss. The anguish of loss consumes him completely, echoing through the corridor. In silence, a tear rolls down Caleb's face, showing the deep sorrow behind his strong demeanor. The loss of his friend has shaken him profoundly. With his back to others, Caleb retreats into his grief. The solitude of the dark corridor reflects the void left by his battle companion's death. The red-haired adventurer insists they not waste his talent because of them. He assures that even if they're no longer together, they'll always root for him on the second floor. With a wide smile and a nod, the companion bids a bittersweet farewell. He admits everyone will miss him dearly, wishing him luck on his journey. Beneath a sinister red portal, a mage desperately crawls on the ground, begging for help. Her plea echoes amid the chaos, reaching out as a last effort to be saved. Without looking back, a warrior rushes towards a bright blue light portal. He plunges into the unknown passage, leaving the stone corridor behind in search of what awaits him. Caleb, wounded, looks up in shock and dread. Before him, an immense door shines intensely, announcing the arrival of an unexpected presence that leaves him paralyzed with fear. Behind the door, a new enemy with glowing red eyes reveals his face with a maniacal grin. His sinister laugh echoes through the hall, promising a new wave of destruction and danger. A wounded man approaches Callum, explaining that wandering bosses normally only appear on deeper floors, making the current situation a dangerous anomaly. Callum ponders the information with distrust. Even with his vast game knowledge, he'd never heard of a wandering boss appearing in that specific location. The burly man holds the red-haired boy, expressing his remorse. He questions if the boy truly thought he would abandon him to flee alone. In an act of desperation, the man falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness. He asks not to be forgiven, while others watch the scene in shock. The lizard man rages at the scene, shouting about emotional manipulation. He insists that despite the touching story, the evaluation must be fair and impartial. Caleb points to a barrel and challenges the monk to prove his worth. He promises to recognize him as an ally if the monk can break the object, establishing a clear test of strength. As the monk approaches, Caleb assesses the situation. He believes monks are usually agile warriors with little strength, doubting he can pass the test. The monk pulverizes the barrel with a single blow, shocking Caleb. He realizes this is a rare strength monk, exactly the type of tank his party desperately needs. The display of power leaves onlookers in shock. A lizard man gapes speechless, barely reacting to a shard bouncing off his head. In front of an inn, Callum declares the party complete. He turns to the new member, Imus, and instructs him to prepare thoroughly before they depart. With a serious gaze, Calum explains his plan. He needs to pass Magic University to take care of something important before they finally enter the labyrinth. As he walks alone towards a large gate, Calum ponders the danger. He considers a cartel of transmigrators to be the greatest threat he currently faces. The monk Imus, the party's new member, flexes his muscles with a confident smile. He exudes pure confidence, asking the others to trust his strength. Professor Meldony advances in shock, confronting Calum with an expression of pure disbelief. He demands to know if the rumors are true and if Callum truly managed to perform the magical fusion of grimoires. Ignoring the professor's fury, Callum remains impassive and coldly confirms he successfully fused a grimoire. He then challenges authority, asking if his feet poses any problem. A professor shocked questions if the boy was blessed by the god of wisdom. In the background, Professor Meldony merely smiles, aware of the commotion he caused. Holding an instrument firmly, the professor challenges him directly. He demands proof, here and now, that the boy is not a transmigrator. With a furious gaze, the professor makes a deadly promise. He swears that if the boy is a transmigrator, he will be killed right there, without hesitation. An anti-lie spell is activated, forcing the truth. Calum stares at his opponent, realizing he only wants to hear the confession directly from his mouth. Before everyone in the room, Calum decides to reveal his greatest secret. He declares loudly and with conviction that he is a transmigrator from another world. With gleaming eyes, Calum faces the inevitable confrontation. He realizes that the transmigrator identification magic is his perfect chance to act. As Professor Enver watches with great anticipation, Calum prepares for his turn. The system announces he has only 3 seconds to act. An energy blast repels one of the mages, who screams the test result. Amidst the chaos, he declares that Calum is not a transmigrator. A noble-looking man is shocked and sweating cold, stammering his disbelief as he wonders if Calum truly isn't who he thought. A week later, Yurnal approaches Calum with a worried expression. She asks if he is finally feeling better after the incident. The announcer apologizes to Calum, offering him a small box. Calum accepts, relieved to have dispelled suspicions of him being a transmigrator, which was his main goal. Holding the item, Calum smiles in satisfaction. He doesn't yet know the artifact's full potential, but he knows obtaining a legendary item like this is an immense victory for his labyrinth journey. During what appears to be training, Yrnil and Imus respond to the call. A third companion, however, is caught off guard by a back attack and screams in panic. Observing from above, Calum finds the movement strange and asks Yrnil if she can hear the group's conversation. He feels something is wrong with those adventurers. The suspicious group, composed of a human, a dwarf, and a wolfman, whispers among themselves. The girl at the center of the conversation seems surprised by what she's hearing. With a fake smile, a woman from the group approaches to intercept them. She greets them and asks if they have a minute before they enter the gate. Calum immediately identifies them as looters disguised as rookies. He laments having to deal with this problem just as the labyrinth gate opened. An adventurer approaches the group with a fake smile, claiming to merely be concerned for the rookies. Her condescending expression, however, suggests ulterior motives in offering help. With a greedy gaze, the woman reveals her plan, warning of looters in the labyrinth. She offers to safeguard any valuable items they possess, attempting to trick them into being robbed. Suddenly, Caleb appears behind the woman and grabs her shoulder, interrupting her scheme. With a firm voice, he dismisses her, saying, "There's no need for that, young miss." The woman pales with fear, realizing she's been found out. Caleb confronts her, stating their leader is smart enough to turn the tables on petty looters like her. Caleb observes the other groups with a cold, calculating gaze. He silently assesses the situation, aware that each person in the labyrinth represents both potential aid and a mortal threat. One of the adventurer groups decides to separate from Calum's party. With disdain, they declare they will press on alone, leaving Calum and his companions behind at the dungeon entrance. Calum leads his new allies down the stone corridor, trying to calm Yrnil. He warns her not to be afraid, but acknowledges they cannot face the dungeon's dangers recklessly. A woman kneels desperately, extending her hand and pleading for help. Her face shows panic as she supplicates the group. The group stares at her suspiciously, questioning why they should help. The woman explains she was ambushed while running through the labyrinth. She admits to being rude earlier, but insists the ambush was unexpected, trying to justify her desperate plea for help. Yrnil and her companion look shocked by the intensity of the appeal. The woman continues to plead, leaving the group at an impasse. Cullum observes the woman with suspicion. He thinks that, while she might be telling the truth, blindly trusting anyone within the labyrinth is tantamount to suicide. Pointing his wand, Calum threatens them to retreat or die, beginning a countdown. The woman desperately pleads, claiming that if she turns back, she will surely be killed. Calum's countdown begins with a cold 1, terrifying the woman. She panics and begs for mercy, but he remains unyielding in his decision. Calum proceeds to 2, pressing the wand to the woman's chin. Overcome by fear, she trembles and finally agrees to retreat, yielding to his relentless threat. Yrnil's elven ears suddenly twitch, catching a distant sound in the dark corridor. Her instant reaction puts her on high alert, signaling an imminent danger rapidly approaching them in the dungeon. Yrnil shouts to Callum, warning that someone is running towards them. In the distance, two desperate figures race down the corridor, their panicked screams echoing through the stone walls as they flee an unseen threat. A terrified woman appears, screaming that they are coming. Remaining calm, Callum asks Urinal how many enemies she senses, and she responds, terrified, that there are a total of 4 pursuers approaching. An energy arrow strikes one of the fugitives, who screams in pain. Observing the attack, Callum confirms to himself that Urinal was right about the number of enemies, understanding the gravity of the threat they now face. The enemy reveals their act was a trick, using a scroll of disruption. As Urinal screams his name, Callum insists she keep her focus on the opposing mage. Callum activates the hourglass, narrowly escaping. He understands the enemy's strategy. Instead of attacking Caleb, the target was him, the mastermind of the operation. The mage attempts to cast electric shock, but only harmless flowers appear. He realizes, shocked, that Caleb predicted his plan to incapacitate him first. Caleb realizes the enemy's tactic to paralyze Urinal and isolate his allies. They exploited the weakness of his fire attack, leaving him furious with the situation. Grabbing his staff, Caleb regrets having hesitated. He knows there's no time for lamentation, as one mistake could cost the lives of the entire group. Fortunately, Callum prepared for this situation. He pulls out a status effect reduction scroll, revealing he had a contingency plan all along. Amidst a burst of blue lightning, a group of adventurers is at the climax of a fierce battle against a colossal enemy, delivering coordinated attacks. Suddenly, the swordsman and his werewolf companion stare at the scene in pure shock. They can't believe what just happened mid-fight. The black-haired wizard stands over his fallen ally, saying she helped him clear his mind. Confused and on the ground, she questions what the hell is happening. With a cold gaze and glowing eyes, the wizard declares his method was always right. He sentences that for wretches like her, death is the only answer. Ignoring the plea for mercy, Callum conjures a dust explosion against his opponent. After the attack, a system notification confirms he acquired a temporary hourglass. The wolf-faced opponent is shocked by Callum's enchanted spell. He cries out, confused, wondering why his magic disruption ability completely failed. Callum activates his special ability, stopping time to analyze the battlefield. He quickly deduces the dwarf is a puppeteer, and there are more enemies than appear. With time frozen, Callum gives a direct order to Urinal, shoot the dwarf. He then casts another dust explosion, exhausting all his action points to end the turn. An unexpected blue lightning bolt strikes one opponent, leaving the werewolf in complete shock. He doesn't understand what's happening, loudly questioning the source of the sudden, devastating magic attack. Caleb watches the scene with a serious expression, sweating cold as he realizes the battle's turning point. His opponent's display of power leaves him visibly apprehensive and cautious about the next move. Fallen and wounded, the old adventurer desperately begs for his life, pleading to be spared. His arrogance completely crumbles, revealing only fear in the face of defeat and imminent death. The monster recoils in shock from Caleb's precise attack. The creature is visibly stunned, unable to react to the unexpected blow. With a determined look, Callum decides to hesitate no more. He activates his lightning shock ability, channeling energy for a decisive attack against the monster. Urinal rushes to Callum, worried, but he reassures her he's fine. However, he notices her distress and wonders why she's acting that way. Callum ponders the invader's spoils. With a weight limit in mind, he decides to focus on taking only the most essential equipment and consumables for his survival. He selects healing potions and a cooldown reduction elixir. Caleb is surprised to find a rare and powerful item, a scroll to raise dead bodies. Next, he picks up a runic wand and senses its latent power. Caleb suspects it's a psychokinesis tool, even before needing to formally appraise it. Testing the wand, Caleb uses its power to make a scroll levitate. He finds it somewhat ridiculous that the former owner bothered to give the weapon a nickname. As they prepare to leave, Urinal, with a keen gaze, abruptly interrupts Caleb. She tells him to wait, sensing something is wrong and focusing her attention on an unexpected detail. Caleb turns, confused, as Urinal explains she heard a sound coming from his waist pocket. He seems surprised by the observation, unaware of the noise's origin. Investigating the sound, Caleb pulls out an intensely glowing object. Urinal exclaims that was the noise, confirming her suspicion upon seeing the newly discovered magic compass. Caleb explains to Urinal and Caleb that the compass has the ability to locate treasure chests. Intrigued, Caleb asks if the item works for the labyrinth's treasures. Caleb decides to postpone what he was doing to talk to Urinal, putting away a small chest and turning to her. Urinal feels useless, saying listening is her only skill, but Callum comforts her, stating she already does enough. Continuing their conversation, Callum laughs and tells Yurnal she doesn't need to report every tiny detail, like the sound of water. The group gathers before the newly discovered Fountain of Blessing. One of the adventurers congratulates Yurnal, acknowledging that it was thanks to her they found this rare and hopeful place. With an excited smile, Callum offers the opportunity to two of his companions. He asks if they would like to try receiving the fountain's skill blessing, showing his generosity and leadership. With a confident smile, Callum explains that to acquire a skill, the system assesses not only one's stats, but also their weapon proficiency. Callum encourages the skeptical Caleb to trust him and try what he suggests, despite the man's clear distrust. Finally yielding to Callum's insistence, Caleb presses his hand firmly against the stone and reluctantly agrees, "Fine, if you insist." Caleb plunges into the mysterious fountain, his face contorted in effort and expectation. He submits to the ritual, hoping to acquire a new and powerful skill. Callum explains with a smile that Caleb obtained the skill Gaia's Crush. He then turns to Yurnal, indicating it's her turn to try her luck. As Yurnal enters the water, Callum mentally calculates. He believes her level and attributes are sufficient for her to also acquire a skill. Yurnal emerges from the water, exultant, announcing she acquired the skill Triple Shot. Seeing her success, Callum suggests Caleb try once more. With an excited look, Yurnal insists Callum try his luck, exclaiming that you never know what might happen. Her enthusiasm encourages him to take a chance at the mysterious fountain. Callum reflects that since this is no longer a game, his curiosity speaks louder. He decides to use the fountain, admitting to himself he has no idea what lies within it. After using the fountain, Callum is presented with a new skill. The first option, Direction Manipulator, would allow him to move his wand without expending action points. Callum encounters the skill Time Trader, which allows him to sacrifice seconds of his idle time to reduce cooldowns or remove negative effects. Gasping and exhausted, Callum sees a system notification appear before him. He has successfully acquired the coveted skill Direction Manipulator. His companions gather, relieved, thinking he was drowning. Callum reassures them he's fine, without revealing the truth about his new skill. With a confident smile, Callum turns to his team and announces it's time to move on. He's ready to put his new power into practice in the labyrinth. The group walks through a stone corridor, with one member thinking that following Mr. Backstab is the best way to avoid the dungeon's traps, trusting his experience. Yurnal notices an amulet in Amos's hand and asks what it is. He, a little nervous, reveals it was a gift from his wife, worried about him returning to a dungeon after so long. Excited by the revelation, Yurnal learns Amos's wife is a nun. He recounts they met at the Adventurers Guild, and she introduced him to Mr. Backstab's group. One of the adventurers declares his determination to survive, but Callum is internally terrified, recognizing the phrase as a classic death flag that presages disaster. Suddenly, one of the group members stops and groans. His face turns pale and his eyes become completely white, as if possessed by something. Letting out a terrifying scream, the red-haired man bolts down the corridor. He runs uncontrollably, leaving the rest of the group behind in a state of shock. As a man screams in pain on the floor, Callum realizes they've finally found the right place. He feels the location is instinctively resonating with their objective. Caleb reacts with surprise, remembering ancient rumors about the place. He can hardly believe the legend he heard in his adventuring days is, in fact, real. The group arrives at a new location, met with the sight of a ruined city. Yurnal's eyes widen in shock and surprise at the desolate landscape. Yurnal expresses her astonishment at the village's antiquity, but Callum immediately recognizes it, thinking the scenery is exactly as he saw it in the game. Yurnal notices a disturbing silence around her, sweating coldly with the tension in the air. The complete absence of sound puts her on alert, sensing that something is very wrong with their surroundings. With a serious face, Callum warns Yurnal that they need to move in silence to avoid alerting the sentinels. The elf is shocked by the mention of the dangerous creatures, covering her mouth in awe. A horde of hooded, armed figures appears, revealing the monsters from floor 1-5. They are known to attack in packs, representing a deadly danger that can easily lead to a game over. As the group advances through a ruined city, Callum reinforces the plan. He insists a battle would be disastrous, and that the goal is to retrieve the reliquary with Mr. Backattack's soul and leave discreetly. Callum's group stops before an imposing Gothic cathedral, observing its grandeur. One of his companions announces they have finally reached their destination, the Sanctuary of Souls. With attentive red eyes, Callum peeks through a crack in the door. He scans the interior, relieved to think that, for now, there are no signs of danger. The group enters a colossal, silent hall, encountering endless rows of cylindrical containers stretching as far as the eye can see, causing astonishment. As they approach, they identify the objects as reliquaries. Perplexity grows when one of Callum's companions realizes they are all empty. Callum expresses his frustration with the impossible task ahead, questioning how they could find the soul they seek among so many reliquaries. After Callum points to a gleaming reliquary, a companion skeptically questions if he is sure that is the correct vessel. Callum details his plan, explaining that upon removing the reliquary, monsters will attack. He intends to take the artifact to the first floor to resurrect an ally and counterattack. As Callum speaks, Urinal suddenly interrupts him, asking Caleb to wait. Her unexpected intervention leaves Callum and the other man surprised and confused by the pause. The sudden revelation leaves everyone in a panic. Caleb shouts, shocked, questioning how something could appear out of nowhere, while Callum stares at him, completely stunned by the situation. With a face sweaty from panic, Caleb confronts Callum. He fears the Mestre du Labirinto has captured another adventurer's soul, expressing his disbelief and fear. Callum, in shock, dismisses the idea as he considers himself the best rookie on the first floor. However, he begins to ponder that there must be another possibility for what happened. With a grim expression, Callum realizes the terrible truth behind the commotion. He concludes that an adventurer has just died on the newly discovered 1.5th floor of the labyrinth. In a burst of movement, Callum smashes open the heavy cathedral doors, storming into the sanctuary in search of refuge. The sound of his abrupt entry shatters the silence of the sacred place. Inside, Callum is shocked to come face to face with a lizard man. The creature immediately recognizes him, shouting, "Caleb!" revealing an unexpected and dangerous connection between them. The lizard man furiously scolds them for leaving the door open in such a dangerous place. Ironically, the group thinks the real danger only appeared with his arrival. A reptilian guard points outside, shouting that monsters are attacking and everyone needs to prepare. Annoyed, Callum mentally accuses them of being the lunatics who brought the danger upon them. Callum questions the reason for the group's presence, trying to understand the situation. The man explains they were sent by the church to explore the labyrinth and arrived there following orders. The conversation is interrupted by violent banging on the gate, which a man struggles to hold. The reptilian leader shouts, urging his companion to conjure the protective barrier immediately. The lizard warrior shouts for support for his group. Annoyed, Callum laments the mission's complication but fills with determination to survive the labyrinth. The lizard man admits his guilt and surprisingly agrees to follow Callum's commands, who is pleased with his new ally's cooperation. With a serious gaze, Callum concludes there's no other way to escape. He prepares to use the Undead's Rest Scroll he obtained from Iseloff to deal with the threat. The scroll unleashes dark energy, forcing the undead to return to eternal rest. Callum warns they must protect Mr. Backattack while he uses necromancy. After neutralizing the immediate threat, Callum uses his magic to move a bucket. He coordinates the next action with Urinal, showcasing their teamwork to advance through the area. A bespectacled adventurer scoffs at the idea of taking orders from Callum's group, declaring his team is experienced and won't follow improvised leadership. Annoyed, one of the opposing group's members reaffirms his loyalty, stating he only obeys the orders of his leader, Bernard. Bernard, the lizard man leader, reveals his grand strategy was simply advance with courage, while Callum stares at him, ready to question the outcome. With a penetrating gaze, Callum confronts them directly with the consequence of their plan, asking if they hadn't lost a team member because of it. The adventurer group is shocked by Callum's proposition. He promises that if they follow his instructions, he will revive their fallen comrade and ensure mission success. With a serious look, Callum states he will prove his words first. He instructs them to look behind, preparing to reveal his irrefutable proof. The group's elf turns and finds the proof Callum promised. Surprised, she notices a new glowing urn has just appeared next to the one belonging to their deceased companion. The group reacts with shock and disbelief to Callum's proposition. He confirms he will resurrect their comrade Aston, right there in the space between floors. To prove his worth, the archer details his skills, piercing shot and ricochet shot, and also presents his barbarian friend's capabilities. With a desperate look, the adventurer pleads for Callum to bring his comrade back. Seeing his sincerity, Callum agrees with a confident smile. A group of adventurers prepares for battle, looking ahead with determination. Their leader, a dark-haired man, announces with a confident smile that it's time to begin the mission. In a flashback within a cathedral, a bishop on his throne entrusts a mission of extreme importance to a knight. The task is crucial for the order, and he expects total obedience. The knight, revealed to be a lizardman, kneels and accepts the order without hesitation. He promises to guard the bishop's words in his heart, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to the mission. Suddenly, the lizard man's composure shatters in an instant of shock. He begins to sweat coldly as he remembers a name, Nathaniel, which clearly deeply disturbs him. Realizing they are outnumbered, Callum concludes a frontal attack is impossible. Their only hope is to resist until that thing arrives to help them in battle. Callum points to a tall structure, shouting for his companions to stack objects. He devises an improvised escape plan, ordering them to create a path to climb. Callum's companions act quickly, confirming everything was moved according to orders. They position themselves, ready for the next stage of the escape plan. With everything ready, Callum shouts with determination for everyone to step back. He declares he will break through the ceiling alone, ready to create the escape route for his team. After the explosion blows a hole in the ceiling, Callum panics and points upwards. He desperately shouts for everyone to run to the roof, urging them to hurry to the escape route. One of the allied slaves positions himself to fight and shouts for Caleb to go ahead. He declares they will hold off the enemies as long as they can, creating a chance for the others to escape. Observing the battle from above with Urinal, Callum realizes, apprehensive, that his group won't be able to resist much longer against the enemy horde. High on a throne, a figure shouts for allies not to advance too far and to retreat, catching fighters off guard with the sudden order. Callum understands the warning, breaking into a cold sweat. He knows they must retreat because that thing is about to appear. The battle atop the tower rages. A hooded sentinel is hurled from the window as a luminous dagger slices the air, showing the ferocity of the fight against the Guardians. Suddenly, defeated sentinels are enveloped by a purple aura and energy crosses. An adventurer screams in panic, realizing the monsters are fully healing. Callum grasps the situation's gravity with a worried look. The problem isn't the caretaker, but its ability to heal undead and restore all sentinels. Taking the lead, Callum shouts orders for the barbarian to descend and help. He insists they only need to buy time, revealing his desperate strategy against the healing. With a determined look, Urinal sharply turns, announcing her departure for the mission. Her expression reveals the moment's tension and importance for all. Callum watches her seriously, warning her to be careful outside. His concern is evident as she departs alone for the dangerous mission. With a focused gaze, Callum internally reaffirms his decision. He places all his trust in Urinal. The mission's success depends entirely on her. Urinal leaps nimbly across city rooftops as a voice warns her the mission's weight rests entirely on her, increasing the pressure on the elf. Callum listens intently to the explanation of their surrounding dangers. His serious, concentrated expression shows he fully comprehends the situation's gravity. Dizzy and overwhelmed, a companion regrets not heeding Caleb's warning, admitting the battle is far harder than it seemed. Amidst combat, a warrior is struck, screaming in despair, questioning how many more foes they must kill to finally win. A skeletal warrior advances, raising his sword to strike the lizard man, who, dizzy and paralyzed, screams in panic at the imminent blow. The warrior reprimands his companion, demanding focus, as the battle is far from over. The lizard man apologizes, admitting the undead's stench distracted him. Callum realizes his frontal assault's recklessness, questioning his tactics while worrying about Urinal's absence. An allied monk enters the fray with a devastating blow, sweeping enemies aside and leaving a companion shocked. What in the hells is that? Amidst battle, the impressed lizard warrior asks the monk how he withstands the overwhelming stench permeating the area. With a concentrated expression, the monk reveals his training taught him to be free of all distractions, explaining his resilience. A hooded figure channels sinister energy. Callum desperately shouts, warning his companion Amos to beware the caretaker. Suddenly, a flare is fired over the city, catching a surprised observer's attention, who perceives the sign of imminent danger. A man panics, seeing the light in the sky, shouting to Caleb about the flare. Callum watches impassively as imminent chaos unfolds. Urinal tries to snap a man from his trance, shouting for him to wake. Confused and sweating, he only wonders who she is, not recognizing her. Taking control amidst the panic, Callum urgently shouts for everyone to move away. His determined expression shows he is ready for what's next. Callum prepares to act, aware it's his turn to buy time. He assesses his dust burst ability, pondering its limited range for his plan. With time running out, Callum uses all his action points on the only remaining option. He activates Dust Explosion, unleashing a massive detonation to obstruct his enemies. The explosion echoes through the hall, fulfilling Callum's plan. He intended to bring down debris on the guards and the caretaker, creating an obstacle to prevent them from advancing and gaining precious time. The masked caretaker looks up as the structure's ceiling shatters. Caleb's strategy works, causing the construction to collapse on his pursuers, creating the planned chaos. A masked phantom unleashes its dark power, shattering the ground and levitating rocks around it. An oppressive aura emanates from the creature, setting the stage for an intense confrontation with the adventurers. With a deafening crash, stone debris plummets violently. The impact raises a huge dust cloud, creating confusion and obstructing vision amidst the unfolding combat. The lizard man watches the scene in shock, barely processing the destruction. Perplexed by the scale of the attack, he can only exclaim, "What the hell?" completely stunned by the enemy's power. As the monk attacks the enemy, the lizard man yells for him to advance without hesitation. He turns to the rear, declaring he will hold off the pursuers to ensure his companions escape. Caleb stares at his opponent, tension evident on his sweaty face. He prepares for the confrontation, visibly shaken by the presence before him and the memories it brings. A memory surfaces, showing a red-haired young man with a radiant, friendly smile. He waves with a warm expression, a moment of peace amidst the chaos. The vision distorts, revealing a demonic form with glowing red eyes and a malevolent smile. The dark aura and the mark on its forehead reveal its true, terrifying nature. Caleb confronts his adversary, anger in his voice as he accuses him of cowardice. He refuses to be a victim again, declaring, "Abandon a comrade and run away again." Caleb's group faces hooded enemies in a large hall, fighting with the determination that they will not be defeated again. The battle is intense and coordinated from all sides. Caleb takes the front line, striking the ground forcefully. He orders the others to advance, ensuring he will hold the defense alone so the group can proceed. Trusting Caleb, the lizard warrior leaps to attack the enemies. However, the combat is brutal, and one of the skeletons on the battlefield is struck violently. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt descends from the heavens, electrocuting one of the combatants in a blinding flash. Magic on the battlefield reaches a new level of danger. With a determined look, Caleb shouts for Amos to ascend immediately, assuring that they will provide cover. The urgency of the situation is clear in his expression as he prepares for combat. To everyone's horror, the monstrous caretaker rises again amidst the rubble, ready to attack. His guards also stand, signaling that the battle is far from over. Yrneel runs desperately, while the man behind her pleads for her to slow down. She yells back that there's no time to waste, showing the urgency of the situation. The older man falls behind, completely breathless and sweating from exhaustion. His agonizing expression shows he cannot keep up with Yrneel's frantic pace. With a radiant smile, Yrneel pours 2 potions over the man, declaring that resurrection and healing are complete. He can only groan at the sudden and exaggerated treatment. Yrneel is confused by the reaction, insisting she healed him. Furious, the man retorts, questioning if she truly believes that fixed all the problems she caused. A mage on the throne conjures a lightning shock, electrocuting surrounding enemies. Simultaneously, an archer warns everyone to retreat from the area attack. The lightning shock spell spreads, hitting multiple adversaries. Caleb also uses a similar attack, electrocuting another enemy approaching him with surprise. As the battle unfolds, Caleb is suddenly grabbed by a sturdy lizard man. The warrior immobilizes him forcefully, catching him by surprise amidst the chaos. Completely shocked and not understanding the situation, Caleb can barely process what happened, muttering, "What?" as he is restrained by his unexpected enemy. Caleb feels a sudden chill as his ankle is grabbed by a hooded, smiling figure. The creature laughs sinisterly, holding him firmly as it emerges from the labyrinth's shadows. The creature's face is revealed, a white mask with a wide grin and sharp teeth, exuding an aura of pure malice. Its empty gaze and disturbing expression promise imminent danger. Frustrated by their proximity, one of Caleb's companions fires a magic arrow. He yells for the monster to take the hit and disappear, hoping the attack is enough to ward it off. The arrow strikes the monster's head, but to everyone's surprise, it seems to have no effect. Shocked, the archer cries out in disbelief, realizing the monster is far more resilient than expected. A lizard warrior struggles to hold Caleb, urging him to hold on tight. He promises they're almost there, showing fierce determination amidst the imminent danger they face. Caleb, exhausted and sweating, feels his strength draining away. He thinks he can't hold on any longer, his arms about to give out under the tension of the desperate situation. Losing hope, Caleb looks down and resigns himself to his fate. He says it's too late and asks his savior to flee and save himself. Suddenly, a blue light strikes Caleb and a small, masked, ghostly figure appears. The surprise attack catches him off guard, changing the course of the rescue attempt. A devastating attack from above smashes Caleb to the ground. A mysterious voice yells for the others to seize the chance and climb up. Caleb lies defeated on the ground as his attacker praises him, calling him by an unexpected name, Amos. The new red-haired character reveals himself with a confident smile, while the others realize, shocked, that it was a back attack. A red-haired youth emerges with a smile, announcing a surprise attack. Below, the group of slaves is startled by the unexpected ambush from above. Suddenly, Caleb grabs the red-haired youth from behind in a crushing embrace. The boy is completely shocked, not understanding the slave's reaction. As Caleb cries in relief, the red-haired youth struggles to breathe, thinking he's being suffocated by the unexpectedly strong and affectionate hug. A burly man gives his companion a crushing hug, who screams in pain, fearing his bones will break. Callum watches the scene, surprised by the violent and affectionate reception. Upon spotting Caleb, Caleb goes on alert. Meanwhile, Yurnal and another adventurer celebrate their arrival in the city, announcing they've finally reached their destination. A group of adventurers reacts with shock upon seeing the newcomer. One of them shouts Aston's name. Incredulous and relieved he returned safe and sound. Overwhelmed with emotion, one of the men cries in relief upon seeing his friend. With tears in his eyes, he affectionately curses him, "You came back alive, you idiot!" Kalim interrupts his reunited group's celebration, firmly reminding everyone that the mission isn't over yet. He emphasizes that despite the joy of reunion, danger is still imminent. With a stern gaze over the city, Kalim silences Yurnal, warning that the noise will attract guards. The elf, caught off guard, immediately apologizes for her lack of caution. Kalim begins detailing his strategy from a vantage point. He delegates to Yurnal the task of relaying the plan to Aston, and she promptly accepts the responsibility. Kalim analyzes the situation and discards the idea of jumping, explaining it would be suicide for the less agile. Yurnil and the others react with concern to the harsh reality. The group listens intently as Caleb details the strategy. He states they must first subdue the guards and the caretaker before running to the gate. With a serious look, Kalim reveals his crucial part in the plan. He explains that for everything to work, he will need time to conjure a large-scale spell. Suddenly, a sharp cry interrupts the discussion. A mysterious hooded figure is seen on the rooftop, suggesting the group might not be alone in their escape attempt. With a fierce gaze, one of the warriors decides they have no choice but to act. He prepares for the charge, accepting the imminent challenge. He begins to give orders, telling a comrade to handle the approaching enemies. He claims to have other plans, but his strategy is interrupted. Kalim intervenes and takes command, delegating the surprise attack to Bernard and the Lizard Man. His audacity leaves the other group members astonished. A red-haired comrade, confused, questions Callum's sudden leadership. He awkwardly reminds him, "Excuse me, but you're not the leader of our group." A red-haired adventurer tries to convince his shocked group, pleading for them to just listen and follow the plan without questioning. One of the visibly concerned comrades questions the new plan, asking if there's truly a way to deal with all the enemies. Yurnil reacts with surprise and disbelief to the situation, turning abruptly and questioning what's happening with a shocked, "Yes?" As Yurnil listens in astonishment, Callum reveals his plan. He proposes using earth wall magic to surround the cathedral the moment he summons his own cloud. Determined, Callum springs into action, thinking it's time to begin. He advances with resolve as a purple magic circle manifests beneath his feet, signaling the start of his attack. Callum watches the earth walls rise, recognizing the enemy's cunning in surrounding the cathedral. He realizes the plan is to trap them, but anticipates something much greater is coming. With his red eyes glowing intensely, Callum raises his wand to the sky. He invokes his powerful spell with a single command, shouting, "Thundercloud." Callum observes his skill cooldowns. He feels relieved thinking that all his spells, including Thundercloud, are finally ready for use. Without hesitation, Callum points his wand to the sky and conjures Thundercloud. The system announces he used all his points, ending his turn. With a determined gaze, Callum doesn't accept the end of his turn. He decides to immediately flip the temporal hourglass to ensure a new turn of action. Callum activates the temporal hourglass, freezing time. He plans to use all his points to conjure Thundering Cloud 7 times, preparing a massive attack and ending his turn. As rain begins to fall over the battlefield, a masked figure observes the sky. The sudden change in weather portends the chaos to come, catching everyone by surprise. The soldiers question the sudden rain, unaware of its origin. At Callum's command, a devastating electric shock descends from the heavens, illuminating the night with pure destruction. An enemy commander observes the enormous cloud mass in disbelief, questioning if such power is possible. The devastation of Callum's attack is witnessed by allies and enemies. A man yells at Yrnil in a panic for her to use the Earth Wall spell. Surprised by the sudden order, the elf quickly agrees to conjure the defensive magic. The mage is shocked by the spell's magnitude, realizing that rumors about a genius mage capable of casting without incantations are true. He is impressed by her power. An immense circular earth wall rises, completely encircling the property under a stormy sky. The magic barrier isolates the area from the impending danger. With the barrier raised, the man asks Yrnil what the next step is. The elf reveals, worried, that she heard the barbarian would be the first to arrive at the location. A guard watches in shock, not understanding what's happening. "It's over? What does that mean?" he wonders, sweating nervously. A warrior uses the barbarian's long jump skill to cross the cliff. Below, an ally yells for Aston to get out of the way immediately. The barbarian lands with a violent impact, startling Yrnil and her companion. They react with surprise and fear to his abrupt arrival. Calum watches the scene from afar, relieved. He confirms in thought that his ally landed safely, as planned. A lizard man casts an enhancement spell on Caleb, declaring he's bestowing radiant power for the upcoming battle. With a +3 strength bonus, Caleb feels energy surge through him. He prepares to attack, announcing with determination, "I'll begin." Using his newfound strength, Caleb hurls his opponent from atop the wall, shouting, "Here I go!" as the enemy plummets into the abyss. A man screams in panic as he's thrown from above, falling towards another who watches, helpless, from the ground. The sudden drop creates a moment of imminent danger for both. At the last second, the falling man is intercepted and saved by a muscular ally. Relieved, the rescuer shouts, "Got him!" confirming the successful save amidst the frantic action. Nearby, a lizard man turns to his companion and expresses confidence, stating, "I'm counting on you too, monk." The scene shows coordination and trust among team members. On a distant rooftop, another team member confirms the target's capture. He then orders them to retrieve the prepared luggage, indicating the plan is progressing as expected. The red-haired companion stares in shock at the display of power. He questions why such strong magic wasn't used earlier to defeat the monsters. The black-haired mage ignores the question, sensing a new threat. He warns that the administrator wouldn't be stopped and asks them to listen carefully. He points to the sound of distant thuds. The administrator is trying to break through the earth wall to escape and continue their relentless attack. The young strategist urgently watches his magical barriers crumble. He warns that the earth wall and storm cloud spells are about to expire, and there's no more time to lose. He turns to his companions, a bald man and a red-haired youth, and gives the order. They must follow him immediately with the Shadow Leap skill once he crosses. As the bald man carries him during the leap, the strategist clings to him. Despite his plan, he admits to himself that the experience is far more terrifying than he imagined. Amidst the action, a character's face contorts in panic. He desperately shouts a warning to someone named Amos, but his alert is abruptly cut short, suggesting imminent danger. A massive man laughs and offers to cushion Callum's fall. The offer, however, only leaves the youth even more terrified by the situation. Oblivious to her companion's panic, Yrnil celebrates with a victorious smile. To her, the maneuver's outcome was a truly perfect plan. As Callum recovers from the painful fall, Yrnil encourages him. She's confident that, thanks to the plan, they'll soon escape. Watching from a rooftop, two men comment on the group's appearance. One is impressed, asking where they found such a skilled mage. Caleb seriously confronts the red-haired man, whom he calls Back Attack, and insists he must join Callum's group when they exit the labyrinth. A demonic presence manifests in the man, revealing with a sinister smile that the cursed seal of the Labyrinth Master is still marked on his forehead. Confused, the man touches his own forehead, not understanding the mark. Caleb tries to convince him, saying Callum is different and will accept him regardless. Losing patience, Caleb shouts that this is exactly why he's speaking now. He reinforces the order that Back Attack must join their group. One of the men stares at his bald leader, suspicious of his strange behavior and wondering if age is affecting him. The tension between them is palpable just before chaos erupts. A surprise attack with dark energy strikes the two men, as a voice announces the return of Amos and Back Attack. Calum's group watches the scene unfold from a distance. Far from the fight, Callum smiles in satisfaction, confirming all his companions are safe. With his red eyes glowing, he mentally declares the escape a complete success. Calum notices his earth wall has crumbled, but he's unfazed by the spell's end. He turns and yells for everyone to rush to the gate, urging the final stage of their escape. Through a glowing blue portal, the entire group is transported away from danger. They fall together into a stone corridor, finally safe from the ordeal they faced. Yrnil celebrates euphorically, shouting that they made it. Beside him, a companion reflects in disbelief that everyone truly escaped that hell alive. Relief spreads through the group as an adventurer smiles, celebrating their success in bringing Aston back to life, a feat that seemed impossible. Carrying an ally, another group member acknowledges Calem's crucial role. He exclaims that the escape and mission's success would have been impossible without the protagonist. The lizard man becomes nervous yet awestruck by Calem's mind. He can barely believe that, just by hearing about their abilities, Calem devised such an incredible escape plan. His expression darkens as he realizes his group didn't complete the mission. He questions what his true contribution was throughout the entire adventure. A memory of Calem's group surfaces in his mind, reinforcing his insecurity. He has the painful certainty that, without their intervention, all his companions would have died. Lost in thought, he's startled by his companion, who asks what's wrong. The intensity of his internal crisis has left him visibly shaken and paralyzed. A companion points, shocked, at Amos's leg, where a dark necrocid wound has formed. The curse spreads with purple veins, showing the situation's gravity. Calem's young companion freezes in horror, seeing the wound up close. His panicked and shocked expression reveals how deadly the curse appears to everyone. Calem wonders how he didn't notice the spell. A system window reveals the curse, Decomposition Ray, a necromancy that rots the victim's heart to death. Caleb confronts Amos, the dying warrior, questioning why he hid his wound. Resigned, Amos asks if revealing the truth earlier would have truly made any difference to his fate. The companions react with disbelief, recalling he was fine moments before. Amos explains with a faint smile that at that time his body could still move, but the curse was already consuming him. In despair, the group turns to Bernard, the paladin, begging for a cure. He, however, regretfully admits the curse is too powerful and beyond his capacity for purification. In his final moments, Amos thinks of the promise he made his wife that he would return. With his last breath, he asks them to tell her he's sorry he couldn't keep it. Caleb's hand hits the ground with a dull thud, dropping his medallion. The blow was decisive, and his life now hangs by a thread, shocking onlookers. With his red eyes glowing, Calem intensely observes the scene. Beside him, Yrnil screams in panic, warning that Caleb's heartbeats are growing weaker and weaker. One of the reptile slaves begins praying for Caleb's soul, asking Nathaniel to care for him. Death seems imminent, and the group merely watches the end approach. In his mind, Calem races against time, recalling crucial information. He realizes he cannot let Caleb die, as it will trigger a dangerous emergency for everyone. Amidst the chaos, Calem has an epiphany, a new plan forming in his mind. Wait, that's it, perhaps, he thinks, as his eyes glow with sudden understanding. With determination, Calem grabs Caleb's unconscious body. His hand glows with a blue aura as he prepares to rescue him, veins bulging from the effort. Calem leaps from a platform carrying Caleb, enveloped in blue energy. A shocked onlooker screams, questioning what he's doing amidst the confusion. Calem leans over Caleb and sighs in relief seeing him breathe. "Thank God we weren't too late," he murmurs, grateful his rescue plan worked. As he approaches the gate, Calem finds a long line of guards. He wonders, surprised, if they were positioned there in advance to stop him. A bright green light catches his eye in the distance. Calem identifies his target, realizing that must be the reliquary holding Amos's soul. As the group advances toward their objective, Yrnil offers to cover Caleb. Their panicked companion questions Calem, asking if he truly has a plan for the dangerous situation. With his Hourglass of Turns ability on cooldown for 13 seconds, Calem focuses on surviving the imminent attack. He shouts that the priority is to stop the enemies advancing upon them. Two hooded, menacing figures advance rapidly, emitting a shrill battle cry. Wielding their swords, they prepare to attack Calem's group without hesitation. Pinned by a beam on the side of a building, Calem helplessly watches his abilities cool down. Only 9 seconds separate him from the chance to turn the tide in this intense battle. Feeling time drag, Calem wonders if they can hold on. His anguish is interrupted by a shout for Caleb, adding more tension to the critical moment. Hearing an ally's voice, Calem feels a surprising relief. He thinks it's the first time he's been happy to hear the blabbering lizard, signaling that help has finally arrived. As the countdown continues, Calem fiercely battles winged adversaries. Amidst the chaos, he reflects on how insane and desperate the situation has become for everyone. Calem instructs his companion on the attack plan. He details that at his signal they must use ambush leap to approach the admin, steal the staff with plunder, and retreat. With a worried expression, his ally questions the strategy's viability. He's apprehensive, pondering the low success rate of the plunder ability against that specific opponent. The hourglass activates, initiating Callum's turn. With the wand glowing, he prepares to move the reliquary, declaring he will use his telekinetic ability to execute the plan. Determined not to lose again, Callum uses his turn to prepare the attack. He shouts for Yurnil and his other ally to attack the cardinal immediately. Following Callum's order, Yurnil channels powerful electrical energy into her weapon. With a fierce gaze, she prepares for a devastating attack. Callum orders a surprise attack from behind. His companion, though caught off guard, prepares a special arrow he had saved for an emergency. The masked lich is paralyzed with shock, his empty eyes widening as an unexpected force hits him. The surprise leaves him completely vulnerable to the imminent attack. As the red-haired warrior advances at high speed, the lich is engulfed in electricity, screaming in pain. The attack hits him squarely, opening a breach for the adversary. With a shout of determination, the warrior extends his hand and activates his ability, Plunder! He prepares to steal the lich's power and use it against him. The ability releases a wave of dark energy that hurls the other adventurers away. The warrior now faces the lich alone, ready for the final confrontation. The group desperately runs toward the exit portal, fleeing the room's imminent danger as the blue light shines intensely, marking their only escape route. Now, on the other side, Callum worries and asks if anyone else suffers from a curse or fatal injury. His relieved companions confirm they are all fine. Without the resurrection scroll, Callum realizes a fatal problem. The reliquary containing the soul will break the moment it leaves the labyrinth, making rescue impossible. Callum approaches a treasure chest with a hopeful expression. He thinks to himself that, this time, perhaps the contents are exactly what he needs to turn the tide. The lizard man watches in shock as Callum finds a resurrection scroll. Satisfied, Callum holds the item and declares that everything is now ready for his next step. A soul resurrection scroll is used in an undead restoration ritual. The spell aims to purify Amos's body, which had become a zombie, and bring him back. Amos stares at his own hands, confused to be alive again after the ritual. Callum and his group observe the outcome of their mission, seeing the man completely restored. With a look of immense gratitude, one of the adventurers promises Callum he will repay the debt of having his life saved, even if it means risking his own. As the other adventurers bid farewell and leave ahead, Callum watches them. He reflects that, while annoyed by the chaos they caused, there's more to consider about the situation. Holding a newly acquired purple orb, Callum feels grateful for the help he received. He decides to forgive them, for thanks to them, he obtained a valuable item in exchange for all the trouble. Yurnil, with an excited smile and bright eyes, turns to Callum. Optimistically, she suggests they too should move on and leave this place as quickly as possible. Callum surprises her by saying he's not done searching the treasure chests. Yurnil is confused, recalling she'd already checked and found only trash and worthless items. Callum inspects his spoils, finding a blank scroll for creating spells and a decent-looking dagger. He considers appraising the weapon for possible future use in sneak attacks. Among the items, Callum finds an ancient coin. He's initially not surprised, as coins often appear among junk items, but this specific object catches his attention. As he observes the coin more closely, Callum feels an odd familiarity with the image engraved on it. He has a strong impression he's seen that symbol somewhere before. The coin's image reflects in his eye and Callum has an epiphany. He finally remembers where he saw the symbol, the secret village between floors, located on floor 1.5. Observing the ruins of a village in the distance, Callum recognizes the design of a torn flag. He realizes it's the same symbol he saw in a drawing, confirming his suspicions about the item's origin. Callum holds a golden coin with an eagle emblem, comparing it to the flag. He reflects that in the game it was just a small icon, but now he can see all the details clearly. In a surprising gesture, Callum offers Yurnil a gift. She is shocked to see it's a hair tie, an unexpected moment of kindness amidst the labyrinth's constant danger. With a confident smile, Callum faces another slave, who reacts with complete astonishment and disbelief. The man's reaction suggests Callum did something entirely unexpected, leaving everyone around stunned. The red-haired man reacts with disgust at the idea of biting Yurnil's hair. Indignant, she retorts that his saliva is far dirtier, starting a heated argument. He shouts that he has more right to be disgusted, leaving Yurnil shocked and speechless. Observing, Callum thinks that's why she's always being tricked. With a confident smile and a glint in his eyes, the red-haired man leans in and dramatically reveals his name. "My name is Backattack." Backattack gets annoyed by Urnal's reaction, shouting that he legally changed his name. She can barely contain her laughter, sputtering that the name is incredible. The group carefully descends into the abyss, following the scout's instructions. Callum reflects he no longer needs to strain his eyes to find traps, which makes exploration much easier. Urnal, now full of confidence, urges Callum to proceed quickly. He is surprised by the sudden change, wondering what happened to the trembling girl he knew. Hearing a sound, Urnal excitedly runs, believing the labyrinth's exit has opened. Seeing everyone perform their roles, Callum begins to feel obsolete and unnecessary. In the vast city of Sohan, the bells of a great temple begin to toll. The sound echoes throughout the place, announcing that an important event is about to occur. A hooded figure, a member of the adventurer group, approaches the temple's entrance. The guards observe their arrival in silence, maintaining a solemn posture. Surprised by the announcement, the lizard man expresses his disbelief. He questions how the gate could have opened so quickly, given his group just left. Confirming the echoing words, the imposing golden gates slowly open. The path to the first floor is once again accessible to new challengers. Callum's group returns from the dungeon and is greeted by a guard. He's surprised by their swift return and expresses relief upon seeing Caleb and the others safe. With a focused gaze, Callum lies, claiming they were lucky to find the exit. He keeps the use of his abilities to ensure the mission's success and quick return a secret. Callum reminds Caleb of his promise to return personally. Visibly moved, the burly man sheds a tear as he prepares for the reunion Callum made possible. In the long-awaited embrace, the woman reveals she knew the pendant was fake. For her, Caleb's return is nothing short of a miracle, and she welcomes him with immense relief. With tears in her eyes, Urnal finally receives her free citizen identification. The emotion of being recognized as free, no longer a slave, overwhelms her. Urnal celebrates euphorically, shouting that she's finally free for Caleb. However, her celebration is abruptly cut short by a voice saying, "It's not over yet." With a mischievous smile, Callum reminds Urnal she still has a debt to pay. He details having paid for everything, from her clothes to her food. Urnal enthusiastically reacts to Callum's joke, saying she wouldn't mind being Caleb's slave. Callum feels awkward, thinking his comment made him seem like a horrible person. The conversation shifts as Urnal, furious, shouts at the red-haired man. With sharp teeth bared, she boasts that her value as a slave was once 3,000 gold coins. The red-haired man scoffs at Urnal but is interrupted by Callum, who appears behind him with a menacing look. Callum coldly questions him. "Do you consider yourself a free citizen?" While Urnal reacts in shock, finding the situation bizarre, the red-haired adventurer explodes in rage. He shouts. Furious, his attack wasn't deemed valid since the target wasn't technically alive. The red-haired companion demands they correct the death record at the city hall immediately. Urnal, however, interrupts him, reminding him Caleb first needs to report the mission to the Magic Academy. Walking through the city streets, Callum's group encounters an unexpected crowd. He observes the large number of people gathered, surprised by the commotion and hubbub around them. An agitated samurai demands to know the location of the soul preservation site, creating immediate tension. His aggressive question echoes among the adventurers, who watch him cautiously. Callum arrives at the village between floors, confirming it was the expected location. He thinks to himself, foreseeing the difficulties that lie ahead in this place already known to him. A dwarf and a beastman approach Caleb, the samurai, with enthusiasm. The dwarf shouts he heard from Emma about his heroic deeds, surprising the warrior. With eyes gleaming in admiration, the dwarf recounts the legend of Caleb's escape. He describes how the adventurer annihilated the boss and hundreds of enemies with a lightning storm. A man examines the staff with astonishment, questioning if it belongs to the village chief. The energy emanating from the item is palpable, suggesting immense and unknown power. He reveals the staff contains the magic Undead Restoration, to Callum's shock, who recognizes the power of a third-level necromancy. Callum processes the information, understanding that an item with such advanced magic is a rare treasure. He comprehends the other's surprise at such an artifact. Sitting in his chair, the official admits to Callum he expected the mission to take months to complete. He holds a serpent staff, visibly surprised by the swift outcome. Shocked, the official rubs his forehead, expressing his disbelief. He points out that Callum not only went to floor 1.5 but also defeated the boss, an A-rank mission. Recognizing the remarkable feat for a novice, the official presents him with a magic staff. He instructs him to use it well, praising his exceptional performance. With a confident smile, Kellum accepts the staff and promises to use it well. The official also instructs him to consider what mission reward he would like to receive. A professor rushes in, congratulating Caleb with enthusiasm. He shouts that he ran there as soon as he heard the news, as he always knew Caleb would accomplish the feat. With a proud smile, the professor praises Caleb's achievement. He emphasizes how extraordinary it is for a student from their academy to have accomplished something so grand. The professor grabs Caleb's hands with an insistent smile, demanding to know all the details. Caught off guard by the intensity, Caleb merely lets out a cry of discomfort. In a candlelit room, a priest confirms shocking news to a cardinal. He insists, "It's exactly as I said," heightening the tension in the room. The conversation evokes the image of a sinister armored lizardman. The grim vision represents the formidable threat being discussed among the clerics. Cardinal Servon is shocked by the news of a resurrection. Incredulous, he wonders to himself if such a feat would truly be possible. One of the clerics breaks into a cold sweat, incredulous at what a first-year mage was capable of. The plan's complexity and audacity leave him visibly shocked. Bishop Azello from Nathaniel Temple reflects on the situation, admitting he doubts he himself would have conceived such a brilliant and ingenious treatment method. A senior priest acknowledges that the use of necromancy is unsettling for their faith. However, he ponders that it's a treatment only possible for a mage. With a serious expression, he reveals the reason for supporting Iselov's project. The adventurers endured the undead in exchange for a valuable resurrection scroll. In an ornate room, a high cleric contemplates the consequences of a recent event. He murmurs to himself that, due to this incident, the temple's policies and work methods may undergo a major change. A priest reports to a superior that Bernard is deeply depressed. To illustrate his state, he mentions Bernard even recorded his own contribution to the mission as null in the final report. Asked why, the priest explains that a mage resurrected a dead party member. He states that, without this miraculous intervention, Bernard's group would not have escaped the mission alive. With a downcast gaze, the priest concludes that Bernard felt utterly useless. Driven by this sentiment, he not only devalued himself but also handed over the entire mission reward to the other group. A bishop laments the devastation someone must be feeling, heartbroken by the situation. He is instructed to offer comfort, maintaining a facade of compassion and concern. With a cunning smile, the bishop reveals his true interest by asking the mage's name. He expresses a desire to follow Callum's future achievements, hinting at hidden plans. From an elevated vantage point, Yrneel watches Callum walking alone through the courtyard. The distance between them creates a silent scene, yet full of meaning and keen observation. Yrneel approaches an exhausted Callum, asking if he's all right. He continues walking and replies yes, though his appearance shows the weight of his burdens. At the gate, a noble awaits Callum's group, revealing he's been waiting for their arrival. They approach cautiously, unsure what to expect. The man, named Clarence, announces that his brother Abison has recovered. As a token of gratitude, he invites them to a party that evening. Callum thanks Clarence and makes a request. He asks if his companion, who was also crucial in saving Abison, can join the celebration. Clarence promptly agrees to Callum's request. He states it would be an honor to have more guests and insists everyone attend together. Cullum and Yrneel look around, surprised to notice a companion's absence. Confused, Callum asks her where Back Attack is. An adventurer explains their friend left. He gestures, recounting that a group of mages staring at him made him uncomfortable. Yrneel excitedly celebrates, happy it's her first time at a party. Callum watches, pleased to see her so thrilled by the invitation. A guard stops them at the entrance, questioning how they arrived. One of the companions calmly replies they were invited to the party, trying to avoid any suspicion about their presence. The guard apologizes for the misunderstanding, explaining that many students seek sponsors. He admits his error, lowering his guard. With a radiant smile, Yrneel promptly presents her ID to the guard. Callum watches, surprised by his elf companion's enthusiasm and swift resolution. After checking the document, the guard notes their names, confirming Mr. Caleb and Ms. Yrneel are admitted. Their disguise worked perfectly, granting access. After a magical verification, Callum is granted entry. The guard informs him he can proceed, opening the way to the grand party hall. Inside the opulent hall, Callum observes the nobility and reflects. He came for two crucial reasons, vital to his plans. Descending the staircase, Callum sets his first goal: observe high society mages and collect Abyssin's promised recovery reward. With a determined gaze, Callum focuses on his second, most vital mission. He must investigate a specific mage, keeping the target secret for now. A man points to the crowd, contemptuously identifying Professor Enver of the University of Magic. The unexpected revelation heightens the hall's tension. Calum recalls Enver's arrogant face, mocking him. The memory of being ridiculed for declaring himself a possessor fuels his rancor. With a hateful gaze, Calum stares at his old adversary. He vows he clearly remembers that moment and that scoundrel. Calum's attention is diverted upon hearing his rival's name. He realizes Caleb is also present, further complicating the situation. Calum and Yurnil approach the new group. Calum mentions a message spell, but the noble dismisses it, suggesting message delivery accidents occur. The silver-haired man smiles confidently, introducing Calum. He describes him as his brother's savior and university colleague, forging an unexpected connection. The young man in the wheelchair lights up with joy and gratitude. He thanks him effusively, calling Calum Caleb and expressing his desire to meet his savior. Avison, in his wheelchair, reveals he's receiving regenerative healing at the temple, subtly explaining his fragile health. With a cunning smile, Caleb asks to explore the property, disguising his true interest as simple curiosity about the impressive mansion. The hostess asks her son Avison to guide Caleb on a tour. The boy accepts with contagious enthusiasm. Pushing the enthusiastic Avison's wheelchair, Caleb reinforces his objective. Understanding the property's layout is the first step to his plan. While Yurnil is impressed by the mansion, Calum pushes Avison's wheelchair. He believes the tour was sufficient to memorize the layout, as Yurnil must have. The doors open to a luxurious hall where two men await. Calum announces their arrival, preparing to meet the professors. Calum formally greets Professors Meldini and Enver. One enthusiastically welcomes them, calling them the shining stars of our university. Avison, embarrassed, deflects the compliment to Caleb, claiming he's the true star. The professor laughs, encouraging him not to lose confidence so easily. An instructor questions Calum's status, incredulously asking if he's merely a freshman. His expression is utterly suspicious, openly doubting the young student's recent achievements. He turns to Professor Enver for confirmation, but Enver, with an enigmatic smile, merely agrees vaguely. His evasive answer heightens the tension and mystery around Calum. The professor intensely reflects on Calum's luck, questioning how he found a resurrection scroll at the exact moment. He doubts this is effort, suspecting another source. Calum anticipates the questions, recalling that Bernard and the temple kept the compass a secret. He knows discretion about legendary artifacts is crucial to avoid becoming a target. Calum conceals the truth about his unique knowledge of the spell. To others, he simply smiles and attributes his victory to a stroke of luck. The elder mage smiles proudly, taking credit for Calum's success. He nods, convinced it was all thanks to him. One of the mages grows annoyed by the lack of answers, but the elder calms him. Laughing, he states that every mage has the right to keep a secret. Ignoring the excuses, the long-haired mage presses Calum with a serious gaze. He demands to know how the cumulonimbus spell was created. The antagonist observes Calum, who remains calm and indifferent. He reflects that the boy's success is not something achievable with simple logic, leaving him perplexed by the situation. Two professors watch in shock, confirming that Grimoire combination is a technique unknown even to experts. They wonder how Calum managed such a feat. In deep thought, the antagonist bites his thumb. He remembers confirming with his own eyes that Calum is not a possessor, which makes his knowledge even more mysterious. As an image of an attack flashes in his mind, he wonders if Calum could have inherited the knowledge from a possessor, seeking an explanation for the impossible. With his face contorted in anger, the noble clenches his fist. He concludes that the most likely source of the problem is the otherworldly possessor from the demonic tribe he killed. The noble turns to Calum with a sneer, asking if he plans to keep relying solely on luck. Calum glares back, visibly irritated by the provocation. Stating he has something to resolve, the noble hastily withdraws, to his assistant's surprise. Calum watches him, satisfied that he took the bait so easily. Calum reflects on his superior knowledge, having unlocked difficulties other possessors can only dream of. With a new challenge released, he wonders what his adversary's next move will be. Calum activates his ability and, with a shrewd look, instructs Yurnil to follow Professor Enver. He wants to know whom he meets and what they discuss. Following his target, Calum notices a change of route. He concludes that the professor is not going to the terrace, but rather to the first floor, and quickens his pace to not lose him. As Yurnil, somewhat flustered, apologizes for her behavior, her thoughts are fixed on Caleb. Calum observes her with a subtle smile. analyzing the new and dangerous information he just obtained. With a serious expression, Cullum ponders the Black Dog, a criminal organization. He questions why they would seek him out and why Enver is so visibly disturbed by the whole situation. From atop a balcony, the head of the Verton family thanks everyone for their presence, announcing that the party celebrates the safe return of his son Avison. Edward Verton's gaze finds Callum and Urnil in the crowd, publicly introducing them as the adventurers who rescued his son. The party host smiles, announcing he has prepared a special reward. He invites someone for a private conversation before the celebration ends, sparking curiosity. From an ornate balcony, the host addresses the crowd. He announces that, for that night's party, they have prepared a small event game to entertain the guests. The game is revealed as Lost Message in a Labyrinth, requiring both magic and brains. In the crowd, guests are excited by the idea, finding the proposal amusing. The host demonstrates the game, using a wand to conjure magic onto a transparent board. He appears confident and satisfied, ready to begin the event he planned. The labyrinth announcer smiles with an air of superiority, observing the participants as he prepares the next deadly challenge, clearly enjoying the situation. To make things more interesting, he reveals that participants can bet money as an entry fee, adding an element of financial risk to the challenge. An announcer declares that the registration fees will be donated to the Magic University Scholarship Fund. He then confidently addresses the crowd, asking if anyone has questions about the event. Calum reacts with an expression of pure shock, mouth agape and eyes wide. The announced decision caught him completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before the crowd. The official at the counter announces that Urnil will have priority in choosing teammates. Callum listens intently, processing the advantage this unexpected rule grants them for the upcoming challenge. Callum looks at the counter and declares he will choose Urnil first, without hesitation. The official seems amused by the choice, questioning if he's just looking out for the partner he brought himself. Urnil reacts with surprise and excitement to the decision. She animatedly asks if they truly agree to form a team, barely containing her eagerness at the possibility. The announcer questions the choice, reminding them there are more capable people around. He directly asks Callum if he is sure he won't regret this decision. Impressed by Callum's confidence, the announcer laughs. He admits Callum is special, and there must be a good reason they received the first pick. One of the organizers explains with a sly smile that the rule only applies to mages, making the elf an exception. He's amused by the cunning of the plan. A silver-haired woman is identified as Isel Vierten. Her expression remains calm and unreadable as she stares at whoever called her, revealing her identity in a tense moment. Isel reacts with silent surprise upon being recognized. The revelation of her name catches her off guard, suggesting her presence there should have been a secret or that she didn't expect to be approached. Observing the situation from afar, a sinister-looking man sees an opportunity. He plans to find out why Isel allied with Enver, revealing a plot and a hidden interest in the mage. Amidst an aura of jealousy and menacing glares, a young man despairs. He laments another's luck for allying with his beloved Isel, attracting dangerous and unwanted attention. The game announcer reveals there is only one escape scroll as a prize for competitors. With a smile, he wishes everyone good luck and officially declares the start of the perilous challenge. The Elven Scout worries she can't hear other teams. Calum deduces sound suppression magic was used to hide their positions. Feeling useless, the elf laments that her keen hearing cannot penetrate the magical silence, leaving her unable to help locate enemies. The cleric reveals she also used a suppression spell and prepares the scribe magic, a method to transcribe voice and communicate. The silver-haired mage disagrees with the plan, deeming it too risky. Watching her, Callum internally frets, lamenting how mages are always stubborn and overly cautious. To resolve the impasse, Callum suggests a vote and throws the responsibility to Urnil. Caught off guard, the elf is completely shocked and unsure what to do with the decision in her hands. After Urnil's decision, the mage sighs, defeated, and gives up the argument. She says she no longer cares about winning or losing the game, just wants them to move on already. An observer questions Callum's fame, thinking rumors about his intelligence might have just been an exaggeration from others. Amidst the tension, Callum faces the crowd and declares his intention to use a message note, surprising everyone with his unexpected action. A woman confronts him in shock, yelling about what he's doing, as the main event hasn't even begun yet. Analyzing the bodies, Callum notes they were stripped of their armor and clothes. He concludes neither kobolds nor looters would have acted in such a strange manner. Putting the clues together, Callum identifies the culprits as banshees, monsters that clean clothes. He warns they must disguise themselves immediately to survive the imminent danger. The group runs through the snow, following Callum's plan. The strategy relies on a crucial fact for their survival. Banshees do not attack children. A system notification startles the girl, announcing success in the Banshee area and an item acquisition. Confused, she wonders what's happening as she examines the unexpected reward. Arriving in a new volcanic landscape, Callum reacts nervously. His shocked expression reveals his apprehension towards the unknown dangers awaiting them in the next challenge. As a companion suggests a fire giant's presence, Callum examines the ground. He disagrees, explaining the space is too small for such a creature, leaving Yurnal surprised. A close-up on the ground reveals a puddle with glistening fragments of chewed metal. Callum identifies this as a trail left by dangerous steel eaters, revealing the true threat. With Yurnal and his companion in shock, Callum reveals part of his daring plan. He sent a message instructing them to throw explosives without lighting the fuse, a risky and confusing tactic. Callum receives a success notification for defeating the monster with explosives. His bold strategy earns him a new weapon as a reward, the Knight's Greatsword. As they run through a corridor, Callum urges the group not to stop. One of his companions, watching him, wonders how he manages to be so relentless and persistent. In a moment of reflection, one of the women recalls a closed door. She thought Callum was possessed, but now realizes the situation is far more complex. After escaping danger, Callum suggests the group stop to catch their breath. Izel, the white-haired woman, reluctantly agrees to the pause. Callum then questions Izel about the other world possessed, leaving her visibly shocked and confused by the sudden inquiry. With a sinister look, Callum specifies his suspicion, mentioning Professor Enver as an example of one of the possessed. In a stone corridor, Callum directly questions them about the other world possessed, citing Professor Enver as an example. The blue-haired woman watches the conversation, visibly tense at the mention of the name. In a panic, the woman wonders if Callum overheard her conversation with Enver before the game. She fears he used a sound spell to spy on her, realizing her secret might have been discovered. With a cunning smile, Callum asks for calm and assures he has no intention of harming the possessed. His confident expression, while holding the wand, suggests he has full control of the situation. With a serious and penetrating gaze, Callum begins his interrogation. He demands to know all details about the secret meeting taking place within the Magic University. The blue-haired woman seems nervous explaining the club's operations. She reveals members use disguise magic to hide their identities, but admits she's an exception. Callum presses her, questioning why a fifth circle mage would still participate in the club. Embarrassed, she looks away and refuses to discuss the matter. With a confident smile, Callum approaches the mage and mentions being from the east, revealing he knows about her activities in the region, establishing a connection. Callum decides it's time to lighten the mood and sweeten the deal. In his thoughts, he plans his next move to convince his potential new ally. The mage is utterly shocked when Callum reveals he knows her goal of reaching the labyrinth's depths. She stammers, unable to comprehend how he could have such information. Extending his hand, Callum proposes they join forces. He tempts her with the promise of sharing secret knowledge that even Enver's club doesn't possess. With a confident smile, Callum brings a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He makes it clear that while he doesn't want to pressure her, their conversation must be kept in absolute secrecy. The silver-haired woman reacts with silent apprehension to Callum's condition. A bead of sweat on her face reveals the weight of the decision and the danger of the secret proposal. With a comical expression, Yurnal shows she understood nothing of the tense conversation. Callum notices her utter confusion and comforts her in thought, telling her not to worry. As Izel prepares for her forced performance, Yurnal watches with curiosity. Callum, with a mischievous smile, comments to Yurnal that it will be quite a spectacle. Desperate, Izel confronts Callum, asking if she truly has to do it. Amused by the situation, he reminds her there's a penalty if she refuses. Completely mortified, Izel finally begins to sing with a trembling, hesitant voice. She starts the hymn by invoking the blessings of the Holy Spirit as her face flushes. Resigned to her fate, Izel strikes a dramatic pose and continues the hymn. She sings for the blessings to descend upon her pure body and soul. Callum watches, shocked by the talentless performance, thinking it's not a children's show. As Yurnal tries to stifle a laugh, the embarrassed performer screams for them to stop. Callum tries to console the woman, saying it wasn't so bad. Totally mortified, she only thinks about how to ask him to keep it a secret. Elsewhere, firm footsteps echo through a stone corridor, announcing the arrival of a new figure. The silent approach suggests an important and imminent encounter. The figure reveals herself as a woman with long, light hair, who kneels in a deep, respectful bow, demonstrating submission or loyalty to someone. Callum and Yurnal arrive at an underground chamber approaching a glowing altar. The place seems to be their final destination, where the mission's objective awaits them amid the dungeon's darkness. Yurnal identifies the altar where the scroll will be invoked in minutes. The other companion confirms they now only need to send an escape message to the scroll, finalizing the plan. As Callum's group watches, 3 hooded figures approach through a corridor. Surprised by the unexpected arrival, they wonder who these new individuals in the dungeon could be. Callum turns to Yurnal, questioning her directly with a serious tone. He asks if, instead of having fun, she was actually following their group the whole time. Enver approaches, offering help with a serious air. He claims to have intervened because he thought the freshman would struggle, but his expression suggests other motives. In his thoughts, Callum curses Enver's cunning. He understands that the man was only observing him to assess his knowledge of the possessed, not to genuinely help. The trio of officers faces the group with arrogant, smug smiles. Their leader gestures, making it clear they are in control of the situation and enjoying it. Callum positions himself with his team, explaining the rules of the magical confrontation. He emphasizes that it will be a battle of intellect, fought only through message transmissions and without direct attacks. With the opposing teacher successfully silenced, the elder teacher smirks maliciously. He seizes the opening and immediately orders his scribe to use the Heavy Burden spell. To defend against Heavy Burden, an ally of Callum conjures a guardian shield. The magical barrier expands, absorbing the impact of the ensuing energy explosion. Izel's shield shatters and a system notification confirms the failure. Stunned and unable to move for 10 seconds, she faces the situation with an expression of dismay and surprise. As Izel falls to the ground, paralyzed, a man approaches her. He coldly comments on the 10-second stun, recognizing the opportunity that has opened with her vulnerability. An older man observes the scene with a smug smile. He addresses Caleb, challenging him to decide his next move, asking what he will do now that the situation has changed. With a keen eye, Callum analyzes the enemy formation. He deduces that, by not attacking, Enver must be the support cleric protecting his allies. The opposing mage panics upon witnessing the silent, ultra-fast magic. He realizes that the rumors about Callum's speed were true. As Callum tries to inscribe the Phoenix Rebirth magic, he is caught off guard. Caleb throws a vial of Banshee's Tears to interrupt him at the critical moment. The item explodes with a deafening sonic scream, hitting Callum squarely. The impact throws him backward, forcibly interrupting his enchantment and causing him pain. A notification confirms Callum is stunned for 20 seconds. Caleb mocks him, satisfied to have left him paralyzed and defenseless by the item's effect. While Callum is incapacitated, Yurnal shouts to Caleb, warning that the scroll has finally appeared on the pedestal in the center of the room, shifting the fight's focus. In a beam of blue energy, Haley manages to use her summoning magic, pulling the floating scroll into her hand. A system notification confirms her spell's great success, securing the item. The scribe is shocked as the scroll transforms into a gleaming sword. A notification reveals she was tricked by Caleb's illusion magic, which disguised a weapon as the escape item. With eyes wide in dread, the scribe processes the terrible truth. The item she fought so hard for wasn't the real escape scroll, putting her plan and safety in imminent danger. With a confident smile, Callum reveals the true scroll hasn't been summoned yet. He then orders Yurnal to finish the game once and for all. Yurnal grabs the gleaming scroll and, with a shout of triumph, sends the message that concludes the match, confirming Callum's plan worked perfectly. Surrounded by applause in a grand hall, Callum accepts congratulations for his victory. With a satisfied smile, he thanks everyone for their warm greetings. As a young man enthusiastically praises Caleb, calling him incredible, Callum observes the scene with a serious, impassive expression, analyzing the situation. The boy in the wheelchair, excited, asks if they'll continue playing once his leg heals, revealing his admiration for his companion. Upon discovering Callum also knows the game, the boy gets excited. Callum smiles enigmatically while Yurnal observes the conversation, surprised. Under the torrential rain, a grieving crowd gathered in the cemetery. It was a scene of deep sorrow, a grim ritual constantly repeating for the narrator. He recalls how, during funerals, everyone plunged into deep sadness. It was a shared burden, a pain that enveloped all present. Reflecting on his past, he admits the pain of loss never truly left him. Now he feels exhausted, tired of losing his family and friends. Amidst the darkness, a tender childhood memory emerges. An older figure caresses his head, bringing a rare moment of peace. A noble addresses Caleb, suggesting they move to another location so he can deliver the thank you gifts and victory prizes. Now, in a private room, the noble explains that giving grand gifts to a group still in the labyrinth's lower levels might be more harmful than helpful. He then presents 2 small boxes, stating he carefully prepared items that would be appropriate and truly useful for Callum and Urnil. Caleb observes with a satisfied smile Urnil's reaction, as she marvels at the item he acquired. Her surprise and joy are evident as he reveals his gift. He reflects on the item's quality, thinking that, as expected from the Virton family, all their products received appraisal ratings from the Magic University, ensuring their excellence and power. Caleb analyzes the transcription ring, which allows copying magic. He realizes that scroll duplication is now possible and already plans to test the new ability. Urnil beams upon receiving a new item, a magic-grade crossbow wrist guard. The equipment grants reallocation ability and the capacity to fire magical bolts, a significant boost for her. Kalem places a stack of documents on the table, stating they will make good use of them. The transaction concludes with the mention of a 200,000 gold payment, showing the success of their wager. Urnil is shocked to hear the received amount is 5 times the appraisal of the items they wagered. Her astonished expression shows how monumental and unexpected the sum is for her. A noble-looking man extends his hand to Callum, offering a handshake. He claims his handshake is the most expensive in Sohan, suggesting a new proposal or alliance. With a subtle smile, Caleb offers his future help, saying not to hesitate to seek him out if they face any difficulties. He positions himself as a powerful and reliable ally. The agreement is sealed with a firm handshake, formalizing the new alliance. A simple thank you is exchanged, solidifying the promise of mutual cooperation between the parties. After the conversation, Caleb and his companion walk through a luxurious golden corridor. The grand setting hints at the importance of the location and the alliance they just formed. As Caleb is leaving, a white-haired woman intercepts him with a serious expression. She calls him by name and asks for a moment, indicating a new matter needs to be discussed. In an opulent room, a woman explains her alliance with the Magic University's Possessor Club, stating there's a specific reason for their cooperation. The woman in the red dress deduces the plan, questioning if the alliance's goal is to obtain information from deep layers, showing she understands the strategy. With a sinister gaze, she reveals her true, shocking objective. Her goal isn't just information, but to reach the deep layers to kill the Labyrinth Master. In a library, the white-haired woman appears serene, holding books with a subtle smile. The image starkly contrasts with the murderous intent she just revealed. It's revealed that a shadowy organization, the Possessor Club, approached her in the past. They taught her the secret method of grimoire binding, powerful and rare knowledge. With a confident smile, the blue-haired woman recalls how it all began. Her expression denotes the power and knowledge she gained from the secret club. The tranquil memory is interrupted by the vision of a hell 12 years ago. Amidst the fire consuming the city, a desperate scream echoes the name Izel. Amidst a fire, an older man holds his granddaughter by the shoulders with a sinister smile. He seems to be declaring something terrible to the girl, who stares at him with pure dread in her eyes. The grandfather's expression shifts to total shock, and the granddaughter screams for him in despair. Both look horrified at a sudden threat, the surrounding scene transforming into a cosmic void. Amidst a burning courtyard, a fire creature attacks violently. A wizard raises a blue energy barrier to protect himself and a noble, resisting the devastating assault. An imposing shadow knight emerges from behind the injured noble. Terrified, the man screams for everyone to flee immediately, warning of the lethal threat approaching him. In a cry of pure despair, the commander reveals the terrible truth behind the chaos. He bellows that the labyrinth itself is erupting, announcing an unprecedented catastrophe. With fury etched on his face, an older man grinds his teeth, his contained wrath on the verge of exploding in a moment of great tension. Amidst a blue energy portal, Abyssine bids farewell, shouting that he entrusts Izel with the safety of her siblings in a final plea. Desperate, Izel cries upon hearing Abyssine's last command, who begs her to survive at all costs, sealing her fate. Distraught, the woman hugs herself, questioning if it's all her fault. The responsibility feels overwhelming as she tightly grips her wand, sensing the weight of the situation. In despair, she cries that the labyrinth is too profitable to be abandoned. She laments that no one can give it up because of the money involved in the system. A noble reveals his father prioritizes the labyrinth's profits above all else. He warns him not to ruin the city's plans because of personal feelings. With a determined gaze, A mysterious figure reveals his objective is something unwanted by everyone in Sohan, adding a layer of intrigue to his hidden motives. Calum, pensive, questions why the Enver Club continues to provide information. He suspects they are profiting somehow from this collaboration. He realizes with disgust that they are manipulating someone's guilt for their experiments. Calum considers them scum for exploiting a family's revenge. Calum distrusts the plan, questioning why they would send a valuable piece like Izel to a certain death in the labyrinth's deepest levels. In an imposing hall, a woman questions the club's strategy, suggesting that supporting the Verton family would be more profitable. The other character muses that they intend to use her to achieve their own goals. With a focused gaze, the character reveals the crucial condition for everyone's freedom, a shocking truth. She states that if the Labyrinth Master is killed, something significant will occur. Before a colossal monument on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, Professor Dahlstream's discovery is mentioned. The inscription carved into the stone holds the key to the fate of all possessors. The woman confirms the inscription promises the possessors return to their worlds. Calum grasps the cruel truth. They are sending Izel to die, treating her as a disposable pawn in their scheme. A shocked elf warns Caleb that the Enver Club will try to use him. She explains they will do so because of his considerable knowledge of the labyrinth, putting him on alert. Before Caleb, a silver-haired woman reveals the gravity of the situation. She confesses she is sharing this information, risking everything she possesses. With a smile, Caleb extends his hand to seal the alliance, saying he looks forward to working with her. The woman accepts the handshake, formalizing the new team. With eyes glowing blue, Yurnil concentrates intensely, unleashing her power with precision. Every movement is calculated, showing the result of her arduous training. Yurnil lands confidently after her attack, her mana aura still vibrating. Looking at her, Calum asks how she feels about her enhanced abilities. Caleb reflects on the new teleportation ability, Sentinel Relocation. He smiles, thinking it's the perfect gift for Yurnil, a tool she desperately needed for her survival. With determination, Caleb states that if defeating the Labyrinth Master is the way home, he will do it. He knows this is not his world and is focused on his ultimate goal. As a portal materializes, Caleb's concern turns to the 2-week rule. He questions if the other players, the possessors, are also limited by this rule. With a tense expression, Caleb considers an alarming possibility. Perhaps the other players are not only aware of the rule, but have already found a way to circumvent it for advantage. Yurnil, with a shocked expression, asks Caleb if he truly plans to attack the Labyrinth Master. The audacity of the idea leaves her visibly concerned about her companion's next steps. With a serious gaze, Calum explains it's not the time yet, as there's little information. He states his priority is to investigate the monument Izel mentioned in the next labyrinth. Izel turns to Caleb with a serious expression to tell him something important. He watches her, thinking he might not understand everything she said, but he is focused on her words. With a radiant smile, Izel declares her complete trust in Caleb to defeat the Labyrinth Master. She praises him, calling him the wisest person she's ever known, filling him with encouragement. Visibly moved, Caleb thanks Izel and confesses that meeting her was the greatest luck of his life. The mutual confession strengthens the bond between them amidst the labyrinth's darkness. As Izel thanks him for not abandoning her, Caleb reflects in silence. He thinks he only bought the dress so she wouldn't stand out, revealing his pragmatic and careful nature. Yurnil grabs Calum, pleading for him to take her along. He is shocked by the intensity of her desperate plea. Leaning on him, Yurnil justifies herself, saying she's trying her hardest not to be a burden on the journey. Suddenly, a startled young man shouts, asking what's happening, visibly flushed and panicked by the situation. Yurnil appears at the door, visibly distressed. She asks Calum for help, explaining that her dress zipper broke and she can't take it off herself. Turning her back to Calum, Yurnil awkwardly asks if he could help her take off the dress. Her expression reveals her complete embarrassment with the situation. Trying to open the dress, Calum realizes the zipper is truly stuck. He warns Yurnil he'll need to pull harder to free it. While trying to support Yurnil, Calum accidentally holds her in an awkward way, internally yelling, "Damn it!" The elf reacts with a scream of pure shock and surprise at the unexpected touch. Relieved, Calum thinks that luckily no one saw the scene, as it would be a terrible misunderstanding. However, his tranquility is suddenly interrupted when someone abruptly enters the room. The newcomer is shocked, asking what's happening. Calum panics upon recognizing him and shouts, questioning why back attack is there. In the hallway, under the light of a lantern, the red-haired young man tries to calm the situation. He assures Calum that it was all just a misunderstanding and that he should rest peacefully. He then confronts Calum directly, pointing out his vulnerability. The young man reminds him that Calum has no home or money, leaving the protagonist surprised by the direct observation. With a determined smile, he makes his proposal. The young man suggests calling Calum Big Bro, and, in return, asks to be accepted back into the adventurer group. With a confident smile, Calum elaborates his plan and decides it's time to gather his allies. He mentions that he also needs to contact Amos. Given the uncertainty about Amos's participation, Calum ponders with a serious expression. He concludes that the only way is to go speak with her personally. The adventurer's wife confronts him, declaring that she will not allow her husband to return to a labyrinth, not even for thousands of gold coins. While observing, Calum mentally calculates the proposal. He considers that the 1,000 gold coin fee is a guaranteed minimum profit, even if the expedition fails. Despite the woman's protests, a huge bag of money is thrown onto the table, leaving the couple stunned by the amount offered. The man is astonished by Calum's proposal, questioning if the amount is indeed 10 times the normal sign-on bonus for the job. A woman reacts with panic and trembling, indignant at Calum's attempt to simply buy the man's services with an absurd amount of money. She then realizes the truth behind the generous offer, deducing that their destination is certainly not the first floor, which Calum confirms. One of Calum's companions smiles arrogantly, boasting about his own strength and how he went through the second floor without difficulty. A companion boasts that they can easily handle the second floor, but Calum interrupts him with a serious look. He announces that, instead, the group will go straight to the third floor, surprising everyone. As they walk through the city, an older group member expresses his concern about the decision. He says he barely got his wife's permission and that they'll need good equipment for the labyrinth. With an expression of deep anxiety, the bald adventurer continues to list his concerns. He ponders aloud if the common equipment they possess will be sufficient for the dangers awaiting them. Calum hears the concerns about the auction being closed, but remains confident. He thinks the others would be surprised if they knew he and Yurnal already possess a powerful item each. As the group looks for a place to stay, a companion suggests they rent a room in the city's back alleys, a common option. Calum rejects the idea, finding the rent too expensive. Surprised by the refusal, Yurnal asks what his alternative plan is. Calum enters Nathaniel Temple, where a priest greets him, commenting that he has completed practically all of Bernard's quests. The cleric informs Calum with a forced smile that they cannot provide equipment as compensation for his help. He asks the young man to understand the delicate situation. With a sly smile, Calum had already expected this answer. He counters by asking about the reward originally intended for another adventurer, Bernard, putting the cleric on the defensive. Pressured, the cleric stutters. Calum invokes the god of contracts and fair trade, stating that the deity would certainly wish for him to receive due compensation. Visibly defeated, the cleric rubs his head, realizing he's cornered. He understands there's no escaping Calum's flawless logic and divine pressure. Upon seeing the pile of equipment, Calum's companions gape, wondering aloud what it all is. Surprise and shock are evident on their faces. Calum displays his acquired items, a magic rank bow, helmet, armor, and dagger, and even a treasure rank wand. The high-quality gear represents the fruit of his victories. Yurnal enthusiastically admires her new bow, as Calum explains that 3 pieces were direct rewards from the temple, university, and guild for his feats. One of Calum's companions shows off the dagger they acquired, rated magic rank. The weapon can ignite targets upon piercing them, making it a valuable item for their journey. Impressed with the items, Caleb wonders aloud about the third floor's rewards. The quality of the first floor's prizes surpassed their expectations, fueling the group's ambition. Caleb observes his companions with a confident smile. He's pleased with the new equipment and the team's high morale, feeling his plan is progressing perfectly. Calum reveals his Thunder Wand, a treasure rank item, and announces the next step. He instructs everyone to prepare, as they will head to the third floor in a few days. The group advances through a dark corridor, and Calum reflects on the labyrinth's horrible sensation. He wonders if he'll ever get used to the stench and grim environment. A close-up reveals the intensity in Calum's gaze. Despite the oppressive environment and discomfort, his determination to survive and advance remains unwavering, focused on the path ahead. Yurnal awkwardly explains she keeps her item because it's too expensive to use over gloves. Calum seems confused by her excessive caution amidst the dangerous dungeon. The team finally finds their objective, a large glowing blue portal. One adventurer points, confirming it's the passage to the labyrinth's second floor. A man explains the gate's rule, only one person can pass every 3 seconds. The information leaves Urnal visibly shocked by the dangerous limitation they'll face. Calum, on the other hand, remains calm and focused. He considers the situation quite plausible, already analyzing the tactical implications of that rule for the group. Before the glowing portal, a nervous Urnil verbalizes everyone's concern. She stutters, asking who among them should be the first to risk the crossing. Calum quickly takes control and proposes a strategy. He suggests the burly man go first to prepare a defense with the steel parasol ability. Caleb questions the strategy, reminding that mages usually go last. Ignoring the warning, Caleb offers to go first, determined to initiate the confrontation against the invaders. As the countdown begins, Urnal and her companion prepare. They know it's crucial to attack before the enemy can organize, justifying the plan's urgency. In the final second, Caleb reviews the tactic. Focus on the second target first. He prepares for the unexpected, aware that anything can happen on the battlefield. Caleb charges into battle, shouting that he's going. He advances confidently, reminding himself he possesses the Hourglass, his secret game-changing ability. Caleb's eye widens in an instant, paralyzed by the scene before him. Surprise and shock take over his expression upon seeing the result of his actions. Observing the fallen bodies, Caleb reflects on the task's difficulty. He acknowledges that, for anyone, dealing with 4 people in 3 seconds would be considered impossible. Caleb analyzes the fallen adventurers' bodies, noting that 2 deaths were caused by common stabs, which strikes him as oddly messy and inconsistent. He identifies another victim's cause of death as erosive tumor, a level 2 necromancy, observing the grotesque deformation the magic caused on the body. Examining the last body, a beast man, Caleb notes his misaligned eyes aren't congenital, but rather the result of a magical attack that affected him. Caleb tenses, realizing the culprit uses 3rd-grade necromancy, potent enough for the 4th floor, and questions their presence here. Urnil grows apprehensive, realizing the previous attack reached them. Caleb, however, decides they must keep moving to survive. Stepping into the murky water, Caleb's gaze sharpens. He begins to understand the situation is far more serious than he imagined. They find dead Bodianoi monsters. Caleb analyzes the scene, concluding they were victims of stabbing or necromancy, just like the previous group. While Urnil cowers in fear, Caleb observes the scene ahead, shocked by what's unfolding. Tension rises in the group at the gruesome sight, leaving everyone apprehensive about what's to come. Urnil trembles in terror at the unfolding massacre. Caleb senses the group's rising tension, recognizing that widespread fear is not a good sign for the approaching battle. Corpses litter the path to the 3rd floor gate, a trail of destruction left by a necromancer. Caleb questions the purpose behind such a massive slaughter, trying to understand the enemy's motivation. Caleb takes the lead, handing a helmet to a companion and instructing them to use it from the 3rd floor. His strategic preparation is crucial to face the danger ahead. The guard thanks Caleb, a bit awkwardly, and says he'll wait ahead. He's warned to be cautious, as danger might be near. The guard rushes off, worried about encountering the mad necromancer waiting at the gate. The thought fills him with dread and quickens his steps. With an expression of utter perplexity, Caleb is speechless. He tries to question what's happening, stammering a confused, "What, you?" The beastman Zekal and the dwarf Emma react with great surprise upon seeing Urnil. The joy of the unexpected reunion in the middle of the labyrinth is evident in their shocked expressions. Radiant, Urnil calls out her old companions' names. She can barely believe she found Vertanen, Zekal, and Emma in such a place, happiness etched on her face. Emma asks Vertanen, the hooded adventurer, if he knows the man next to Urnil. Seeing they are strangers, she decides it's time for formal introductions. With an intense, calculating gaze, Caleb is introduced to Caleb as the team's new mage. He remains silent, merely observing the situation unfold. Caleb confronts Emma with suspicion, questioning why she's with a necromancer. He accuses the mage of turning corpses into undead, showing his disapproval and shock at the situation. Emma, in a panic, tries to calm the situation, denying the accusations. She explains that Antonelli doesn't use undead magic and merely replaced an old group member, Avison. The mage, Antonelli, smiles calmly and confirms Emma's story. He claims not to know how to use undead magic, trying to dispel Caleb's suspicions and assure him there's no problem. With a searing glare, Caleb is utterly unconvinced by the denials. In his thoughts, he scoffs at their attempt to deceive him, certain they are lying about the magic. With red eyes glowing in anger, the mage confronts his companion. He demands to know why a 4th-level mage would hide his power just to join Virtanen's group, questioning his true motives. The dwarf tries to calm the situation, explaining how he met the mage. He reveals that despite being powerful, Antonelli struggled to find a new group, which led them to unite. Kalem confronts his companion, questioning the decision to accept the new member. He insists there's no reason for him to join the group, as the situation is too suspicious. With a serious and suspicious gaze, Kalem reflects on the dangers of the labyrinth. He warns that one must be careful of those who approach with excessive kindness, as it could be a trap. Turning to the newcomer, Kalem calls him Antonelli and confronts him directly. He questions why a second-floor group would risk coming to the third, exposing the inconsistency. Kalem analyzes the situation and realizes the trap. He deduces that since third-floor groups refuse the mission, their captors tricked a weaker group to easily control them. He recalls a warning from the adventurer Hijikata, who told him about a friend dragged away by the labyrinth master on the 3rd floor. An adventurer confronts Kalem, warning that his plan could cause a monster surge. He presses him, questioning if he has guild permission to put everyone on the 3rd floor in imminent danger. With a condescending smirk, the adventurer continues his questioning, doubting Kalem's authority. He insists on knowing if the Adventurers Guild approved such a dangerous action, increasing pressure on the group. Tension mounts as a mage warns his team to watch a man named Caleb. Another adventurer also prepares, resolved to subdue Caleb if he attacks, deeming him a real threat. Amidst the looming confrontation, a dwarf adventurer desperately tries to calm tensions. He directly addresses Caleb, pleading for him to settle down before the situation spirals completely out of control. Amidst the tension, a dwarf desperately shouts at Yurnil, pleading for her to lower her bow and not attack. Yurnil is visibly shocked and hesitant at the request. She holds her arrow, unsure whether to shoot or obey. The dwarf defends Caleb, stating that necromancy isn't inherently evil and that he is a verified guild-praised mage. Despite the defense, distrust lingers in Kalem's gaze. Someone questions if he truly has no ulterior motives. A malicious grin forms on the guide's face, about to reveal his treacherous plan. He seems utterly confident, knowing he successfully deceived everyone around him. Antonelli reveals he planned to lead the group to the 3.5th floor, an unexpected location. The dwarf, shocked by the revelation, shouts Antonelli's name in utter surprise and disbelief. The woman and beast man react with horror to Antonelli's confession. He admits he relied on their naivety, leaving the woman indignant, questioning how he could do this. With a reassuring gesture, Antonelli claims he can protect everyone and that no one will be harmed. He reveals his true intention was merely to get help finding the reliquary. The beast man snarls, furious at Kalem's suggestion. He accuses him of underestimating them, questioning why they would blindly follow someone to the mysterious, unknown 3.5th floor. With an intense, calculating gaze, Kalem begins to explain the treacherous nature of the place. He warns that, being their first time there, they don't know the true danger awaiting them. Kalem concludes his sinister explanation, revealing that the floor itself clouds the judgment of those who traverse it. Before they realize, they will have already been led into the 3.5th floor's trap without even noticing. An adventurer clutches his helmet, sweating coldly as he recalls Caleb's warning. He realizes the item, with its magical protections, was essential for the dangerous plan they were executing. Furious, a dwarf accuses the necromancer of deceiving the group with a risky plan. The mage denies it, trying to calm the situation and claiming it's all just a misunderstanding. With a somber expression, the necromancer admits to having another reason for wanting the reliquary. His confession suggests a personal, deep motive behind his mysterious actions. With a melancholic expression, a man begins to tell his story. He reveals the adventurer in question was his friend, preparing to explain what happened to their old group. He continues his account, explaining with regret that he had to leave his companions. He was recruited by a new group from the 4th floor, forcing him to separate from his friends. He reveals a grim twist as the others listen intently. After his departure, something went terribly wrong, and Hijikata's group ended up losing the goblinoid warrior, Gildal. Kalem recalls one of the game's dark plot points, the labyrinth theory. The demon lures adventurers with treasures, only for their groups to break apart and be digested floor by floor. The terrifying image of the demon illustrates the theory's end. The labyrinth master waits to devour the strongest survivor, savoring the adventurer who made it to the end. With a grim expression, a man explains his digestion theory, a process where a series of misfortunes accumulates, accelerating the inevitable collapse of an adventurer group. He recalls with anguish that Hijikata's group began to be digested the moment they lost Gildal within the labyrinth, marking the beginning of their downfall. Despite the setback, Hijikata's group is seen marching through the labyrinth once more, as a recent incident proved there's still a way to save Gildal. Desperate, he pleads with Caleb, revealing that Hijikata is risking his own life in a final gamble, and his sole wish is to return an important reliquary. A horned helmeted dwarf intervenes with a serious expression. He suggests that instead of doubting, they should ask Kata directly when they see him in person. The Beastman, with a convinced expression, agrees and states he doesn't believe the story is a lie. His companions nearby seem to share the same trust in the account. One of the men begins to doubt his own suspicion, thinking he might have been overly sensitive. He's about to apologize for the misunderstanding, feeling they can't wait forever. Suddenly, a magical message card materializes in a blue glow, interrupting the conversation. Callum, with his red eyes, is visibly surprised by the spell's sudden appearance. The card reveals an alarming message from Hijikata, who denies knowing anyone named Antonelli. This revelation exposes the lie and completely changes the group's situation, confirming the betrayal. Shocked by the revelation, Calum realizes the deception. The other man laments that everyone almost fell into the trap, ironically noting that Orientals now master message magic. With an evil grin, Cullum's adversary grips his staff, activating a dark ability. He prepares for the confrontation, invoking the power of his skull armor with a menacing aura. In response to the threat, Calum's ability activates. The system announces that the hourglass has been triggered, freezing time and declaring it is now his turn to act. Calum sighs, visibly tense and sweating cold. The memory of what happened that day still haunts him, bringing forth the feeling of powerlessness before the tragedy that unfolded. In a flashback, Calum and Yurnal find themselves in a square, amidst a crowd. They face a hostile warrior, sensing the inevitable confrontation about to begin. From the shadows of the crowd, a hooded man observes the scene with a smug and evil smile. He seems to be the manipulator behind the conflict, satisfied with the imminent chaos. Revealing his true intention, the villain smiles with a red glint in his eyes. He holds a vial with a glowing green substance, the catalyst for the doom that was to come. Callum faces his opponent, aware of the items he possesses. He thinks that, being accustomed to games, he knows how to avoid being defeated in a single blow and plans his approach. Deciding to use the superconduct magic, Callum prepares the attack. Simultaneously, Yurnal gives a precise order to shoot the enemy's wrist, aiming for the wand to disarm him. Struck directly by electricity, the opposing mage screams in pain. The shock forces him to drop his wand, which falls to the ground, leaving him vulnerable. Fallen to the ground after an attack, one of the adventurers manages to reach his small tool. He wields it as an improvised weapon, determined not to give up the fight for his life. While a companion defends a magic attack with his shield, Yurnal prepares her bow to retaliate. Amidst the chaos, another ally is brutally struck, showing the combat's intensity. Calum wastes no time and attacks first, taking down multiple adversaries with impressive speed. His quick and precise offensive leaves enemies no chance to react. As the group watches, the last opponent is immobilized on the ground. The battle ends as quickly as it began, with Calum's team in full control of the situation. Callum approaches the subdued man and grabs him firmly. His gesture makes it clear that, although the fight is over, the conversation is just beginning. Callum holds the item, identifying it as a staircase scroll used for escapes. Yurnal, beside him, is shocked by the discovery, realizing it's a teleportation tool to the labyrinth's lower floor. Calum deduces that the scroll's previous owner planned to use it to escape. He intended to flee to the fourth floor, where his true group awaited, leaving the others behind in case of a monster attack. The scene shifts to the scroll's former owner, trembling in fear before his captor. Desperate and cornered, he pathetically pleads for his life, begging to be spared from the imminent death approaching him. On the ground, his hand wounded, the man admits he intended to illegally harvest souls. He tries to justify himself, claiming that since his plan failed before it began, he shouldn't be punished for what he didn't do. A wounded adventurer, an arrow in his arm, pleads for help. He desperately shouts, reminding everyone that they are in the same group and should stand by him. A guild employee coldly recalls the contract clauses. She states that causing severe damage to an entire floor of the labyrinth is a strictly prohibited offense. The consequence shocks the man. The rule allows offenders to be executed by other adventurers. His face pales as he comprehends the gravity of his situation. The helmeted warrior laments being a burden to Antonelli as he delivers a fatal blow with his axe. The attack is brutal and decisive, ending the man's life with a sharp, violent sound. Shocked, the warrior begins to sweat, admitting to himself he never imagined this outcome. He had always distrusted Antonelli's offer, as it seemed incompatible with his adventurer group's level. He recalls the story Antonelli fabricated about being cornered by Hijikata's group. The warrior now realizes the proposal and pretext were all part of a dangerous deception. The dwarf feels deeply ashamed, admitting he fell for a convincing story. He bows his head, sweating with guilt over his mistake. Kalim observes with a serious gaze, understanding their desire to protect a comrade. He then warns them that the location is too dangerous for their group. Caleb watches Kalim's group depart, reflecting on how he was surpassed in a month. He thanks them for the help but promises to return the favor in the city. Suddenly, a trail of blood appears on the ground. One adventurer comments that it's hard to believe someone so capable would attempt such a thing. With a mischievous grin, the red-haired adventurer expresses his disbelief at the situation, while his stout companion silently watches the scene unfold. Caleb rushes to Urnal, who has collapsed on the ground, and asks what's wrong. In the background, one of Caleb's men approaches, feigning concern. Urnal laughs confidently, declaring she was always right about Callum's suspicions. She expresses her complete trust in his leadership, to the surprise of their comrades. Kalem looks away, a little embarrassed. He thinks to himself that Urnal's readiness only existed because he ordered it, silently diminishing her merit. Holding a glass vial with blue liquid, Kalem recalls his past. He recognizes the object as an item he frequently used when he was just playing a game. The item is revealed, a mage's eye floating in the container. The description explains it can be used to scout dangerous areas and spy on enemies from a distance. Caleb smiles, satisfied, as he inspects the loot obtained from the mage. He considers him a true walking treasure vault, filled with magical items and valuable staves. Urnal trembles uncontrollably, her face pale and eyes wide with fear before the intense cold. The frigid environment of the third floor leaves her utterly terrified as the group advances. A little calmer, Urnal approaches Amos, but a strange sound catches her attention. Alarmed, she turns and asks Caleb about the noise, sensing something is wrong. With a serious expression, Caleb identifies the sound's origin and concludes what's happening. He warns the group that ice hunters must be nearby, anticipating a new confrontation. The warning of a possible ambush becomes reality when an ice creature leaps from a cliff. The group looks up, caught by surprise by the attack coming from above. The situation complicates further as a pack of ice wolves advances at high speed. With glowing blue eyes, the beasts rush to surround and attack the group. Amidst the chaos, a comrade shouts for Urnal to provide covering fire from the hilltop. The elf seems surprised by the sudden order, but the strategy is crucial for the battle. Urnal unleashes a special skill, the triple shot, with their bow. 3 energy arrows merge into a single beam that strikes a frost wolf head-on. The white beast attacks with full force in a move called Crushing Kaya. The blow seems to have hit its target, showcasing the monster's overwhelming power. Amidst the icy maelstrom, a warrior in blue robes wields his giant sword. He prepares for a decisive strike as another wolf leaps to attack. An adventurer from another team calmly observes the battlefield. He confidently states that his group already possesses a perfect strategy and composition to defeat the Frost Hunters. After an explosion, a red-haired adventurer screams, eyes wide with astonishment. He calls his companion's attention, urging everyone to see his incredible discovery. Kalem analyzes the downed prey, thinking to himself that a monster of that size is a rarity below the second floor. His calm expression demonstrates his superior knowledge of the labyrinth. An adventurer approaches the ice hound, suggesting they extract the magic stone immediately. However, upon drawing near, he is shocked by what he sees, paralyzed by surprise. One of the group's warriors becomes euphoric with the discovery, thinking he finally got the money for his first monthly payment. The reward means immediate financial relief for him. Seeing the warrior salivating with joy, Kalem sighs, noting how even he was overcome with excitement. Kalem remains the only one to maintain composure before the valuable treasure. As a group of adventurers runs through the snow, celebrating their newfound wealth, Kalem observes them. One shouts enthusiastically, "We're rich, bro," completely oblivious to his presence. Suddenly, a blue energy strike cuts through the air with impressive speed. The attack hits a monster squarely, which screams in pain as it's sliced by the magic blade. After the blow, one combatant's webbed foot steps on the hand of an enemy submerged in icy water. Victory is sealed with a gesture of dominance and brutality. The thief Kadosumi runs barefoot through the current, screaming in pain from the intense cold. "My feet are freezing, kapapa!" he complains, showing his discomfort with the situation. Soyul, the shaman of the Yoho tribe, leads the group through a frozen cave. She reminds her companion that he had frostbite on his feet last time, showing her concern for his well-being. The small goblin companion smiles confidently, touching his chin. He proudly exclaims that their unique qualities are what make them a godpa, a truly exceptional group. The group walks through an immense ice labyrinth, frustrated. They lament that after 3 days they still haven't found the stairs, as the terrain constantly shifts and hinders navigation. Suddenly, the goblin companion's face contorts in pure shock and horror. His eyes widen as he stares at something off-screen, incredulously questioning what he's seeing. They discover a familiar blue portal, realizing with despair that they've returned to the starting point. The goblin wonders if all their effort on the 3rd floor was in vain. Beside the wizard's body, an adventurer picks up a fallen note. The note seems to be the only clue about what happened in that dark, silent dungeon corridor. Hijikata examines the note and questions the identity of a certain Antonelli, confirming she's not part of their group. The message written in runes deepens the mystery. Hijikata's companion reveals, to his surprise, that it was the note she had sent to Caleb. The revelation directly connects the wizard's body to the rival group. Putting the pieces together, they reach a grim conclusion. Hijikata realizes that Caleb's group must have eliminated the 4th floor wizard to obtain the note. Upon arrival, a group of adventurers encounters a shocking scene. The fox girl screams disbelievingly, "No way, what happened here?" Before them, a pile of dead frost hunters stains the snow with blood, evidencing a fierce, one-sided battle that just occurred. The samurai recognizes the group as Caleb's, the 3rd floor rookies. He ponders, confused, how this could be possible. Kalem presses forward with determination across the ice, stating that following the hunt's tracks will reveal what transpired. The group moves with clear purpose through the desolate landscape. With a fixed and serious gaze, Kalem analyzes the situation ahead. His red eyes betray the intensity and focus he dedicates to this perilous investigation in the icy lands. The group encounters a gigantic glowing extermination stele. The ancient monument, covered in runes, emanates a powerful aura dominating the snowy, cold landscape. Faced with the discovery, one adventurer tosses their pack onto the snow, declaring they will camp there. The decision is made so they can rest and calmly investigate the stele. The transcription reveals bizarre content, with indecipherable runes glowing on the paper. Yurnil, looking over, is perplexed by the message's strangeness, unable to understand what is written. As a watchman stares in shock from atop the wall, Kalem connects the dots. He realizes the enigmatic text he transcribed must, in fact, be part of the stele's inscription. A guard questions Kalem, reminding him the stele had already been deciphered. Kalem confirms, explaining Professor Dahlstream's interpretation exists, but he seems to have found something new. Kalem reflects on the new bait, realizing it's unlike anything he's ever seen. He concludes he needs more information before contacting the Envy Club or the Black Dog, cautiously planning his next move. Seated by the campfire, Kalem examines an enigmatic card, pondering how to decipher the code. He considers different methods, like reading vertically or diagonally, searching for a clue to solve the mystery. An elf startles and screams, alerting Caleb to someone's arrival. Her shocked expression indicates the visit is unexpected and possibly dangerous for their group, who were camping peacefully. Caleb's group turns, alert, observing a new group of people walking towards them across the water. The campfire illuminates the scene, creating an atmosphere of tension as they await their approach. A new group approaches amicably, with a fox girl waving. She praises Caleb, calling him an incredible wizard and mentioning he defeated a 4th floor wizard, showing his reputation is known. The samurai from the newly arrived group explains how they learned of the feat. He reveals the information came from a message found beside a corpse that morning, explaining the mystery to Caleb. As a man reports the wizard's body remained intact, Caleb grows suspicious. He knows the ice hunters patrol the area, so the story doesn't add up. A companion questions why the hunters, even reappearing for 3 days, wouldn't have approached the body, deepening the confusion and mystery among the group. In a panic, the man reiterates that everyone saw the perfectly preserved body. The contradiction between what they saw and what should have happened leaves him terrified. Kalem weighs the situation, breaking into a cold sweat. The idea of someone guarding the body or wolves ignoring it can only mean something very sinister is afoot. Turning to the man, Kalem confronts him with a dark theory. He asks if the wizard's severed neck could have reconnected, in the manner of an undead. A man reacts with pure shock and a cold sweat to the news. He questions, incredulous, if it's true the wizard's head was really severed, unable to process the information. Kalem listens, pale, to his companion's revelation. Antonelli's soul, which everyone thought had been executed, somehow managed to enter the 3.5th floor's reliquary. As the explanation continues, the scene focuses on imminent danger. The narration warns that succumbing to madness is something that happens in a single, terrifying instant. In glimpses of the past, the wizard's transformation is shown. He resurfaces as a demonic figure, appearing behind Amos as an unexpected and dangerous exit boss. One of Kalem's companions expresses her disbelief and shock at the situation. She states she's never heard of two adventurers consumed by madness existing on the same floor, highlighting the abnormality of their challenge. As the group looks to Kalem for answers, the Fox Girl raises an alarming question about Gildal's identity. The possibility of him being the second mad boss leaves everyone apprehensive about what's to come. With a serious gaze, Kalem refutes his companion's theory, stating the abilities used were not those he knew. This revelation deepens the mystery, suggesting they face a completely new enemy. The red-haired adventurer awkwardly laughs when questioned about his skills. Visibly nervous, he tries to avoid explaining how he learned such an advanced technique as the back attack. Observing the reaction, Kalem becomes thoughtful. He reflects that he always found it strange for an adventurer of that level to possess so many skills, increasing his suspicion that there's something more behind it. A flashback reveals the adventurer's past. Wounded by an arrow and cornered, he screams in despair, in a life-or-death moment that forced him to seek any kind of power. The answer to his wish manifests darkly. The power he obtained was to become a lich, a powerful and terrifying transformation that saved him from death. Amidst the panic over the imminent monster wave, Hijikata refuses to flee. He yells at his companions, Kadosumi and Soyul, ordering everyone to head to the 3.5th floor. Kalem tries to stop Hijikata, insisting it's too late to act. The warrior, however, refuses to listen, shouting that they cannot surrender Gildal's reliquary to the enemy. Hijikata justifies his stubbornness, reminding him that Gildal is a friend he traveled with from the east. He accuses Kalem of not understanding the hardships his people face to survive. A villain smiles sinisterly, considering the worst-case scenario. The reliquary plundered and Gildal transformed into a deviant boss, drastically complicating the mission. With a tense face, Kalem processes the alarming information. He understands that the situation has escalated to a level of danger far beyond what they had foreseen. Kalem confirms the terrible truth to an astonished companion. He explains that now they have no choice but to face two deviant bosses at once. With eyes gleaming in fury, Kalem shouts Caleb's name. He reprimands him for acting recklessly and letting emotions overwhelm him. The ground shakes violently as a guard warns that enemies are approaching. Kalem is horrified to realize the terrible truth. A wave of monsters is coming their way. With imminent danger, Kalem clenches his teeth with a determined expression. He knows that escape is no longer an option and declares that it's too late to run. Kalem stares at the stele, tense, knowing that activating it can stop the monster wave. The problem is that he hasn't yet deciphered the ancient password to unleash its power. The artifact shines with immense energy, as each stele contains a 10th circle spell. It's an overwhelming magic, capable of annihilating everything around it. Taking the lead, Kalem shouts for everyone to spread out and stay near the steles. The group runs desperately through the frozen landscape, following his command. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes across the field. A monstrous wolf with glowing red eyes emerges, revealing the new and dangerous threat they must face. A mysterious conductor, cloaked in furs, advances relentlessly across a frozen plain. He leads a pack of wild ice wolves whose red eyes glow with overwhelming ferocity. Revealing himself, Kalem furiously strikes a massive war drum. Each beat resonates like thunder, a command for the mountain itself to collapse upon their adversaries. As a spectator declares the fight is over, Kalem ignores the situation and activates his hourglass. Consuming all his points, he orders Muzel to use the umbrella to defend against the imminent attack. Following the command, the umbrella activates, releasing a flaming energy. The weapon violently collides with the immense wave of blue power, creating a devastating impact that illuminates the battlefield. Realizing his wind magic wouldn't be enough, Kalem conjures a dust explosion. The daring maneuver grants him a temporary hourglass and more action points. A fox-eared spectator watches the scene, completely shocked. She wonders incredulously how many spells he can cast at once. In a panic, Kalem shouts that they cannot stand still like that. The urgency in his voice reveals the imminent danger they feel, trapped in that small refuge. Calum turns, his expression tense as he assesses the situation. Every second counts, and indecision could cost the lives of everyone present. Sweating nervously, Calum warns the group. He alerts them that their pursuer, Caleb, will soon climb the stairs, leaving them no time to escape. Hearing that Caleb is already there, Calum is shocked by his speed. He thinks, frustrated, "Damn it, he's already unbelievably fast." In a desolate, cold landscape, a solitary figure stands out in the distance. A sinister voice echoes, greeting an opponent with a casual, "Ah, good to see you again," suggesting an imminent confrontation. With an evil smile forming on his face, the villain revels in his newfound strength. He feels he has finally achieved the supreme necromancy he sought, a power that will take him to new heights. The fox-eared woman clutches her companion, Hijikata, in a panic, calling his name. He turns, confused and worried, asking what's wrong and why she's so distressed. A man furiously reveals that Gildal's soul is in the enemy's stomach. Calum observes and understands that soul tracking confirmed the terrible truth. Consumed by rage, the leader shouts he will kill the one responsible. His companions try to restrain him, begging him to calm down before he does something foolish. Believing Calum is finally isolated and vulnerable, the attacker's leader shouts to his men, declaring this is the perfect chance to kill him. As the swordsmen advance in formation, Calum unleashes a massive energy slash that descends upon them, intercepting their charge with overwhelming force. Calum's attack reveals itself as a shattering net of energy blades, engulfing the attackers and instantly breaking their formation. With his face frozen in shock and sweat pouring down, the leader can only shout in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Facing Calum's incomprehensible power. A lich reveals his necromantic power, raising an army of undead from the snow. He reanimates corpses into ferocious wolves, showing the terrible threat Calum and his group face on the icy mountain. As the group tries to hastily escape, the lich intercepts them with a sadistic smile. He conjures a femur barrier, determined to block their path and prevent them from escaping alive. Floating in the air, the lich mocks the cornered group, asking where they think they're running. Yrnil is terrified, while Calum stares at the enemy with an expression of fury and determination. The lich declares no one will leave alive and prepares his Symphony of Death. In response, Calum reveals the soul imprisonment jar, an item the lich himself will recognize, turning the tables. Calum smiles, aware of the soul-binding jar's value to a necromancer. He will use it as bait, knowing the item becomes useless and dangerous once its owner turns into a lich. Before the necromancer's shocked gaze, Calum hurls the valuable jar off the snowy cliff. It's a bold move to turn the tables and distract his powerful enemy. Calum watches as an enormous snow beast charges his enemies. The creature, summoned to protect them, attacks with overwhelming fury, causing panic and destruction. A hooded mage casts a powerful ice spike, striking opponents head-on. The spell freezes and hurls enemies, clearing a path for Calum's group. Facing an ice attack, Calum doesn't hesitate and counterattacks with his own magic. He shouts, "Lightning shock," disintegrating the ice crystals with a powerful electrical discharge. Surrounded by a pack of red-eyed white wolves, Calum channels a massive lightning bolt from the heavens, striking the ground amidst his enemies with devastating force. Watching the battle with a determined gaze, the fox-eared woman prepares her own ability. She raises a glowing blue orb, ready to join the fight. The fox girl unleashes a powerful attack, shouting, "Joyful foxfire!" A torrent of flames erupts from her mouth, engulfing the area in intense heat and surprising her opponents. The fox girl's fire attack creates a wall of flames, forcing Calum and the others back from the edge. The intensity of her power illuminates the night, creating a blazing barrier. While trying to escape amidst the chaos, Calum slips on an icy surface. He shouts to his companions, insisting that the priority is to get out of there before the situation worsens further. Caleb loses his balance and plummets down the snowy mountain, cursing his low agility. He realizes in a panic how useless his stats are for running on such dangerous terrain. With his red eye glowing in frustration, Calum grasps the gravity of the situation. He thinks to himself, "Of course this is crazy, damn it," as the pressure around him becomes unbearable. Fighting the overwhelming current, Calum grinds his teeth in desperation not to be swept away. As a voice warns him, all his concentration is on resisting the water's force. From the depths of the current, a spirit wolf with menacing red eyes leaps towards Calum. The creature, enveloped in a blue aura, prepares for an imminent attack against him. An electric wolf roars furiously as it's thrown from a cliff. From above, Calum watches the creature fall into the abyss, ending the dangerous confrontation. Clinging to the edge, Calum catches his breath after the fight. He looks down, relieved, and thinks to himself that was a close call. Yurnil rushes to help, extending her hand to her companion in danger. Concerned, she calls him Caleb and asks him to hold her hand. A white creature attacks by surprise, throwing Caleb and his ally off the cliff. Yurnil, in shock, screams his name as she sees him fall. As they plummet into the abyss, Caleb's screams of fury and despair echo. The fall seems endless in the deep darkness. Other slaves watch the scene, agape, while one of them shouts in alarm that Caleb and his companion have fallen to their deaths. As Calum and Yurnil plummet, he realizes the fall won't be fatal, but he worries about the severe injuries they might sustain upon impact, which would be a major problem. Calum's gaze fixes on the wolf that fell before them into the abyss. He has a sudden idea: to use the creature's fluffy fur as a cushion to soften the impact of the fall. The sand hourglass is activated, giving Calum his turn to act. He knows the pain of impact will be inevitable, but he's determined to use this time to avoid severe injuries. With time frozen, Calum propels himself into the air and shouts at the wolf to get out of the way. As soon as the creature obeys, his action points are depleted, ending his turn. Yurnil complains with an ouch from the rough landing, while Calum seems to apologize. Their brief pause, however, is quickly interrupted by a new sound. Yurnil turns sharply at a sound, her face filling with shock. She realizes something is approaching, and it's not friendly. A giant white paw with sharp claws emerges from the darkness, stepping into the water. The creature's silent arrival confirms Yurnil's worst fears. Suddenly, a giant white wolf with glowing red eyes leaps towards them. The beast lunges to attack, revealing the true nature of the threat. Surrounded by ice wolves, Calum prepares Yurnil for the final battle. He says they need to hold out until allies arrive. Seeing there are too many enemies, Calum decides not to wait for his hourglass. He prepares a powerful electric shock to attack the horde. With a golden aura, Yurnil floats and orders the repositioning of sentinels, much to Calum's complete surprise. He watches her in shock, not understanding her sudden change in behavior. She then fires a massive arrow of light that cuts through the air and strikes the wolf pack. The powerful attack devastates the enemy lines in a single precise blow. Calum panics and shouts at Yurnil, questioning why she, as an archer, is drawing in enemies. He doesn't understand why she's acting as the group's vanguard. Suddenly, Calum's expression shifts from panic to confusion. He notices something unexpected in her strategy, stopping mid-shout as he spots a crucial detail on the battlefield. As an arrow glows intensely in her quiver, Yurnil activates an unexpected ability, making Calum question the reason for using Magic Trigger. A stair scroll materializes in the air, and Calum is shocked to realize Yurnil is about to take a drastic and irreversible action. With a determined smile, Yurnil prepares for sacrifice. Her sole thought is to ensure that, at the very least, Caleb can survive the situation. With eyes wide in terror, Calum begins to sweat. He can't understand what Yurnil is planning and starts to fear the worst. Before the fourth floor gate, Calum watches the portal manifest. Confused by the sudden action, he questions what is being planned. Calum falls into despair, believing Yurnil sacrificed herself to save him. He laments, for he still had one last survival spell stored. Calum passes through a portal, thinking he'll scold Yurnil when he finds her. On the ground, a fox girl complains about her scratched arms after the fall. In a frigid location, Yurnil finds herself completely surrounded by a pack of menacing wolves. Alone, she panics, unsure how she will survive the attack. Amidst the snowy mountain, Yurnil is surprised by a sensation of warmth. She doesn't understand the origin of this anomaly, feeling that something is different in the icy environment. Yurnil looks down to find a pack of fierce wolves blocking her path. The threat is clear, but for some reason, they don't dare approach. Terrified, Yurnil starts to sweat coldly as she finally understands the situation. She realizes Calum's spell was real, and the magnitude of its power leaves her shocked. Yurnil panics upon realizing her catastrophic error. With her face contorted in dread, she laments sending someone to the stairs without knowing what awaited them. As she plummets through a bluish abyss, Yurnil shouts a desperate apology to Caleb. At the same time, a goblin creature feels relief, exclaiming it can finally breathe in the warmth. Shock washes over Yurnil's face as she stares at the creature accompanying her fall. The green, bird-like being looks at her with surprise, exclaiming the word "Kapapa?" Yurnil awkwardly apologizes, saying she didn't notice him because he was short, which irritates Kapapa. Despite the insult, he proposes they escape that strange place together. Yurnil reacts with surprise, speculating that Soyul used a scroll to reach the fourth floor. She wonders if Caleb also went there and if they might have met. Surrounded by wolves, Caleb ponders if a mage created their safe area. He hurries their escape, insisting they must leave before the magic ends and they are exposed. While Urnil seems apprehensive, Callum grips his weapon firmly, showing resolve. He suggests there's no other way to proceed, preparing for what's to come. Atop a cliff, Calum details his escape plan. They will advance little by little, using their ability cooldowns to escape the wolf pack. Urnil watches her companion trembling violently. She explains that, because he is poikilothermic, they need a way to avoid the cold and imminent delirium. Suddenly, Urnil has an epiphany. With eyes wide in inspiration, she suggests they head to floor 3.5 as a solution. Surprised by the suggestion, Urnil's companion questions the plan. She begins to explain that there's a safe space in front of that floor's gate. Her companion ponders the idea, hand on chin. He admits Urnil is right, as there's no cold or delirium on floor 3-5. Urnil excitedly shows her bag, revealing she possesses a message transmission wand so they can communicate remotely. She boasts they can cooperate via message transmission, leaving her companion surprised by the existence of such a method. Praised for her ability, Urnil responds proudly, revealing that, despite appearances, she is Caleb's right hand. Caleb watches his companion, worried if his complex command was delivered. He only hopes that Urnil, his main ally, is still alive. Suddenly, a magic message appears before him, confirming that the communication worked. He reads it urgently, relieved to hear from Urnil. The fox girl approaches, asking about the others. She reports that Hajikata, Amos, and Back Attack were fighting together the last time she saw them. Kalem analyzes the received information. He concludes that, despite everyone being scattered, the situation isn't the worst possible thanks to their equipment. Kalem's companion laments the current situation, expressing that things wouldn't have become so complicated if an ally named Gildal had been with them. Calem questions if Gildal was really that strong. His partner confirms, stating he was incredibly powerful, just like Calem himself. Suddenly, Calem has an epiphany and shouts, asking about a flag on the 3.5th floor. His surprised companion tries to recall the design. She describes the flag in detail, the image of a lab coat-wearing Spider-Man, crying. The strange revelation leaves Calem completely shocked and confused. With sweat dripping, Calem has an epiphany about the code on the monument. He realizes the solution might be right in front of him, a possibility that leaves him tense and hopeful. Piecing things together, Calem associates the deciphered words with items he's already found, like the dagger eagle. He realizes the strange names are references to elements of the labyrinth. With fixed eyes full of determination, Calem feels he has finally unraveled the code's pattern. The true nature of the monument's message is about to be revealed by him. Calem observes the boxes in front of the monument, understanding they are from villages swallowed by the labyrinth. He realizes he'll need to collect coins from each floor to activate the device. With his face contorted in fury, Calem swears vengeance against the lich tormenting him. He promises to hunt him down and kill him repeatedly, no matter how many times it takes. Urnil and her companions advance through the snow as she explains the enemy's strategy. She warns that they will begin by blocking the stair gates to prevent adventurers from fleeing to other floors. With a serious expression, Urnil calculates they still have a bit of time. She urgently defines the mission: find Antonelli as quickly as possible to descend to the 4th floor. One of Urnil's companions, a feline warrior, shields his eyes from the wind and spots someone in the distance. With a determined gaze, he points in the right direction, indicating he's found the target. A group of adventurers lands imposingly, led by an orc. He confronts a man, demanding to know why he wasn't at the agreed-upon meeting point. Without waiting for an explanation, the orc firmly grabs the man by the collar. His patience wears thin as he insists on an immediate answer. With veins bulging on his face, the man ignores the question and begins to murmur crazily. He obsessively repeats the words, "Soul, goblin soul." Shocked by the transformation, the orc recoils, pointing at his companion. He asks, frightened, "Antonelli, what happened to you?" With a chilling smile, a shadowy figure reveals himself to be Antonelli. He recognizes his companions in a sinister way, causing shock and confusion among them with his altered appearance. Revealing glowing red eyes, Antonelli manifests an orb of dark energy. He declares he will harvest everyone within the artifact, exposing his hostile and treacherous intent. Urnil reflects on Caleb's character, convinced he would never abandon his companions. She holds on to hope that he will find a way for everyone to escape together. Urnil prepares to send a message, aware that Caleb's plan is to gather the entire group. Coordination is key to everyone's survival in this critical moment. With the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, Urinal concentrates. She needs to convey everyone's situation to Caleb with maximum detail for the plan to work. Feeling everyone's lives rest in her hands, Urinal continues her task. She knows any communication error could be fatal for the entire group. Satisfied, Caleb receives the message confirming Urinal is following his orders precisely. His plan unfolds perfectly, with her as a crucial piece. With a focused, determined gaze, Caleb analyzes the situation before acting. He prepares to initiate his plan, knowing the next step will be crucial for both their survival. Caleb uses the Dust Burst skill to create a smokescreen. He instructs Urinal to use her divine tracking, as it's the only way to find the enemy. Using his compass, Caleb easily locates the treasure room. He leans over a large chest, satisfied to have found exactly what he sought for his plans. Caleb holds the gourmet whale and pitiful spider doctor coins. With all three now in his possession, he declares all preparations are finally complete to proceed. Beyond the main artifacts, he also gathered useful items. On the ground, potions and a hooded cloak represent valuable resources for the challenges ahead. With a pensive look, Caleb's attention drifts from his preparations. He remembers a companion, noting with concern that Soil doesn't seem well. Caleb observes the fox girl in a panic, finding her despair understandable. He thinks it's difficult to even offer comfort in such a state. He recalls the scene of destruction, explaining that the exit boss, Gildal, had already broken down the door and escaped the treasure room. Analyzing the colossal footprints, Caleb deduces the monster is wandering the third floor in search of its stolen reliquary. A companion announces the terrible news that Gildal can no longer be reverted. The decision to face him as an enemy is made, weighing heavily on the group. The girl Yoho cries upon learning Gildal's former self is gone. Now, they must prepare to fight him as a berserk boss. One adventurer laughs in relief, confessing his worry. He recalls that every time they entered the labyrinth, they nearly died, making their current success even more significant for the group. The wolf beast man approaches with a smug smile, comparing himself to a Yoho. Immediately, another companion reprimands him, defending Lady Soyul's honor and stating he's not on her level. While the comparison discussion continues animatedly among the group, Lady Soyul herself watches them silently from a distance. Her quiet presence contrasts with the noisy energy of the new teammates. Soyul reflects on the situation with a thoughtful expression. She ponders that her original plan was to slowly build experience and trust with the group, suggesting events are unfolding unexpectedly. The fox girl's eyes widen in pure terror and disbelief. A bead of sweat drips down her face as she watches the scene, completely paralyzed by what she sees. One adventurer draws his sword, the blade gleaming coldly. His firm hands on the hilt reveal his readiness for imminent combat without any hesitation. With the sword glowing with a blue aura, a man prepares to attack the fallen fox girl. The top-down view emphasizes her vulnerable position and mortal danger. Surprised, the fox girl brings a hand to her mouth, questioning aloud if anyone has seen anything like this before. Her expression is a mix of shock and curiosity at the power displayed. The beast woman screams in pain as her leg is violently severed in a surprise attack, splattering blood across the labyrinth stone floor. Seeing her ally wounded, the elf Urinal reacts quickly, conjuring a Binding Tree Vines spell to intervene. The vines instantly coil around the beast woman, binding her tightly. With tears in her eyes, she is shocked and immobilized by the magic. As a figure walks away, a voice laments having to do this to a companion of the same race, revealing an internal conflict amidst the betrayal. An armored wolf warrior raises his sword, stating they need magic equipment for the third floor. He surprises his opponent by revealing he's been there over 50 times. Warning not to hold a grudge, the warrior delivers a powerful blow. The blade slices the air, unleashing a wave of bright blue energy against the adversary. Hit squarely, the orange-haired adversary expresses her pain and frustration with a grunt. The force of the attack leaves her visibly shaken and at a disadvantage in combat. In a dramatic close-up, a tear rolls down a character's eye, capturing an instant of pure despair and sadness before violence erupts. The young fox screams in terror as blood splatters around her. She accuses the assailant, "Kapara, how dare you try to kill an eastern beastkin?" A figure approaches the frightened young woman, offering false comfort. "You were scared, weren't you? Come with us, little fox," says the menacing voice. A man mocks Gildal for trying to look strong while almost naked, while a small kappa on his lap complains about the cold, reminding everyone it's a cold-blooded species. Completely ignoring the taunt about the cold, the blue goblin, Gildal, simply flashes a confident smile. He seems unshaken and secure in his own resilience. Gildal turns, showing off his physique, and proudly declares that goblins don't feel the cold. His statement serves as both an explanation and a display of superiority. As the discussion unfolds, the fox girl remains silent, a tear rolling down her face. The light conversation contrasts with her silent, evident suffering. A black-haired man describes with a smile the terrible fate of being trapped in the labyrinth, forced to live as a monster that kills innocent people. A man with a bun provokes Gildal, asking if he's trying to look cool even while almost naked, leaving a green creature shocked. The imposing blue goblin, with his body exposed to the cold, shouts in defiance, insisting that goblins don't feel the low temperatures of the place. With a smirk, the man reveals that the goblin was just showing off, being actually more sensitive to the cold than Godpa. A red-haired man breaks the silence, directly questioning the survivor. He wants to know exactly how Geidel ended up losing his companion, bringing up a tense subject. Geidel responds with a dark and hardened gaze, his expression revealing the weight of memory. The glimpse of his eye shows the pain and seriousness of the event he is about to narrate. The memory takes him back to the battle, where his fox-eared companion screamed furiously. With a clenched fist, she prepared to face the hostile crowd that cornered them. With eyes wide with panic, Yurnal screams at the fox to shut up. Sweat streams down her face as she faces the imminent threat that terrifies her. The enraged guard raises his sword, threatening to sell Yurnal's tail on the black market to pay her back, while a sinister figure smiles behind him. Suddenly, a mysterious figure intervenes with a powerful kick, reprimanding the guard for daring to threaten a member of their group right in front of them. After the surprise attack, the mysterious savior is partially revealed. His samurai bun stands out against the sky as he observes the scene in silence. An older man recounts a past event with a serious expression. He tells that a warrior named Gildal was able to defeat 4 enemies alone, highlighting the bravery of the absent companion. The scene shows the group gathered around a campfire. The man continues the story, explaining that after the fight, Gildal mysteriously disappeared and was never found again, despite searches. With his face contorted in rage, the leader makes an oath. He promises to find Gildal's body for a proper funeral and swears he will, without a doubt, kill the one responsible Antonelli. The red-haired youth reacts in silence to the grim story. His tense expression and a bead of sweat reveal the profound impact the oath of vengeance had on him. One of the men in the group listens with a dark, suspicious expression, pondering the sudden and unexpected change of plans about to be announced. With a serious expression, Kellum turns to his companions and announces his decision directly and unexpectedly, stating they will not proceed to the second floor. The rest of the group reacts with shock and confusion to the sudden change of plans, looking to Callum for an explanation for the decision. Callum quickly justifies his strategy, explaining that the second floor gate must already be occupied, representing a deadly trap for all of them. The group of adventurers gathers in a blue-tinged chamber, questioning the absence of the exit room. A dark voice informs them that the order has been altered, suggesting the path ahead will be different than expected. One of the group's most experienced members is not surprised by the revelation. He looks at his companions and states that he has experienced this type of scenario change many times during the game. A bluish energy emanates from the environment as the explanation continues. Proof of the change is that no monster waves were encountered, as all likely went to the second floor gate. 2 team members, a red-haired youth and an armored warrior, exchange a worried glance. The implication that all monsters are concentrated in one place leaves them visibly tense. With a confident smile and glowing red eyes, Calum holds the stone monument, which begins to shine. He assures his companions they needn't worry about his plan. Yurnil explains the strategy. Since the second floor is occupied, they will go to the mountain peak. Her frog companion reacts in shock, questioning if Callum has gone mad. The frog companion panics and shouts for Yurnil to wake up to reality. He desperately warns her that Callum is indeed going to activate the dangerous stone monument. With a worried expression, Yurnil realizes that Caleb must have solved the code, anticipating the danger his discovery might bring upon them. Her companion panics, remembering there are 1,000 monsters at the peak, desperately questioning what they can do against so many enemies. Yurnil grasps the harsh reality of the situation, questioning if the monsters will simply watch while they try to solve the remaining puzzles. Yurnil's companion, sweating coldly, laments that nothing can be done as the path to the next floor is completely blocked. To the desperate question of who will perform the task, Yurnil responds with a confident, animated smile. Her calm contrasts with her companion's panic, leaving him utterly perplexed by her reaction. Yurnil firmly declares that Caleb will take care of everything, and to emphasize her words, a magical aura envelops her. Her companion watches in shock, surprised by the sudden display of power and conviction. Meanwhile, Calum urgently leads his group, feeling the pressure. He regrets not having time to explain the situation to Yurnal's team, as they must hurry to reach Gildal at the monument. Meanwhile, an imposing blue ogre named Gildal advances alone along one of the paths, his presence exuding an aura of danger and power. Calum uses the Mage's Eye, a useful item he took from Antonelli, to observe the enemy from a distance and cautiously assess the situation. With the map in hand, Calum realizes the urgency of the situation, as his target is already halfway there. He knows they need to hurry for the plan to work. The group ascends the mountain stealthily, avoiding light to remain undetected. The plan is to take advantage of the fight between Gildal and Antonelli that will occur at the mountain peak. As he walks, Calum grows apprehensive, pondering that Gildal has little chance of winning the battle against the Lich and his undead army, which could complicate everything. The tension is palpable as Calum, sweating coldly, assesses the dangerous situation. His eyes betray the anxiety he feels as he approaches the enemy. Advancing stealthily, Calum represses his anxiety. He knows any noise could be fatal and that they must approach without being detected. Hidden, Calum trusts Yurnal's abilities. He believes she has already sensed their footsteps and located them to coordinate the plan. Observing the monument 100 meters away, Calum confirms the plan with his group. The signal for them to advance and activate the device will be when Gildal initiates the fight. Suddenly, the artifact in his hand begins to glow intensely, and Calum realizes something is wrong. He looks at the device and, worried, wonders where Gildal has disappeared. Calum stares in shock at Yurnal, who appeared prematurely. He questions her, saying she should have waited for the agreed-upon signal. Suddenly, Calum hears footsteps. With a focused gaze, he wonders if the enemy, Gildal, has changed direction and is coming this way. Perplexed by the speed of the approach, Calum concludes it wouldn't make sense, unless the enemy had teleported near them. A girl with fox ears looks back, startled, wondering who the imposing figure that just appeared before them could be. A giant ragged zombie emerges holding two creatures. The group of adventurers stares at it in shock, not understanding the creature's nature. Calum recognizes the creature, remembering that a lich creates ragged zombies. However, he is shocked, as its appearance is completely unexpected. A grotesque creature emerges, revealed to be a fusion of three adventurers: an orc, an elf druid, and a beastman. The abomination roars, a profane combination of power. Without hesitation, the creature charges with a powerful blow that smashes the ground, sending a devastating shockwave towards the adventurers, who are caught off guard. Calum watches in horror, shouting for Amos. The burly warrior uses all his strength to block the crushing attack, gritting his teeth under the immense pressure. Amidst the chaos, a swordsman in samurai attire charges with a war cry, ready to deliver a swift and precise counterattack with his katana. With a furious cry, the red-haired adventurer charges at high speed. His determined expression shows he is ready to pave the way for the team's attack against the monster. The giant ogre stumbles backward under the relentless assault, roaring in pain and rage. Even wounded, he prepares to retaliate with brutal force against his attackers. The monstrous creature roars, its single red eye glowing with fury and power. The monster charges with overwhelming force, ready to crush anyone who dares stand in its way. Calum screams in despair, "Amos, no!" His face contorted in horror. He watches helplessly as his companion is struck, fearing the worst from the monster's brutal attack. In response, Calum points his wand and conjures a powerful spell, shouting, "Superconductivity!" Intense blue lightning engulfs the enemy, electrocuting it with a massive energy discharge. Calum is shocked to see his electrical attack has no effect. Realizing the immense level difference, he desperately shouts for Yurnal and the others to flee for their lives. An enemy emerges with a sinister smile, laughing maniacally. He reveals he was waiting for them, expressing a sickening joy at reuniting with them on the battlefield. The necromancer floats, ironically thanking them for activating his ultimate ability. Annoyed by the provocation, Calum tells him to shut up, refusing to listen to his threats. Calum's hourglass is activated, giving him his turn to act. He realizes the plan has failed and decides to change strategy, focusing first on defeating the zombie before him. As the ogre roars in pain, he stumbles backward under the impact of the powerful electrical discharge. The ground around him crackles, showing the devastating effect of the attack that left him stunned and vulnerable. With the monster stunned, Calum shouts a plan to his ally. He orders a surprise attack to grab the torch and lure the creature into the oil trap they had found along the way. As his companions fight, Callum shouts orders for everyone to buy time. He desperately needs just 10 seconds to execute his plan and ensure the group's survival. The group leaps between floating platforms as a rain of deadly projectiles falls upon them. Everyone's survival depends on their agility to dodge the relentless assault from above. With agile swiftness, one of the group's warriors evades a slashing attack that passes mere inches from their body. The battle is intense, and every second counts to stay alive. With a fierce glare and gritted teeth, one of the fighters unleashes their hidden power, activating the Berserk skill. A red aura of fury explodes around them, preparing for a devastating attack. The swordsman unleashes a powerful circular strike with his blade, cutting through the pack of white wolves surrounding him. The force of his technique sends the beasts flying in pieces through the air. With a grunt of effort, the warrior fends off a direct attack from one of the wolves. The battle is brutal and hand-to-hand, testing the limits of his endurance against the beasts. Gazing at his opponent with fury, he yells, "You damn beast!" His eyes glow with blue energy, channeling his rage into the final blow against the wild creature. Leaping nimbly among his enemies, the swordsman continues his relentless assault. Each sword movement is a precise cut, decimating the remaining wolves with deadly efficiency. With a face contorted in fury, the warrior charges with his sword. He screams that he will take his enemy with him to death, determined to end everything in a desperate final attack. The necromancer faces the threat with a sinister smile and glowing red eyes. He merely laughs maniacally, completely unfazed by the imminent attack, showing his contempt for the warrior's efforts. Without hesitation, the warrior unleashes a devastating and swift blow, cutting through the air with a brilliant blue energy. The fury of his attack is visible as he tries to annihilate his adversary with everything he has. His face etched with urgency, Cullum reveals that Gildal is, in fact, pursuing the Lich who came to capture them at the mountain's summit. Cullum quickly gives orders, instructing Yurnal and Kadosumi to move him to a secondary entry route, initiating a new attack strategy. As his group rushes to hide, Callum declares that he and his companions need to immediately draw the attention of Gildal's scheme. A dark mage floats in the air and conjures a powerful corpse explosion, hitting his enemy head-on with devastating force that makes them scream in pain. Annoyed, the mage casts a dust explosion while thinking, "Damn it, these idiots can't even control their emotions." Callum unleashes a powerful dust explosion against his opponent. The massive energy detonation fills the area, obscuring vision with fire and debris. Frustrated, Callum realizes his attack wasn't enough. He acknowledges the strength of a fourth-floor necromancer, knowing their barrier won't be easily broken. Suddenly, Yurnal points into the distance with a shocked expression. She yells for the others to look, as something unexpected is happening to Gildal. Meanwhile, a mysterious duo approaches. A fox girl with a determined gaze walks ahead of a large, imposing blue figure wearing a straw hat. With tears in her eyes, a young fox-eared girl looks back, with an expression of fear and sadness. The scene suggests a painful and imminent farewell. Refusing to let her go, a hand firmly grasps the girl's arm. The gesture is a clear demonstration that separation is not an option. Surprised, the monsters realize Callum remembers them. The goblin, emotional, shouts that they will always be together, revealing an unexpected bond. Callum analyzes the situation, recalling that bosses consumed by madness don't act rationally. He tries to understand the cause behind the behavior he is about to witness. The monsters attack in perfect synchronicity, an unprecedented behavior for Callum. He realizes this is a completely unexpected situation, something he never saw while playing the game. Caught in the middle of the coordinated attack, Callum reacts quickly and casts the spell Dust Explosion. An intense light blinds the enemies, creating an opening for his defense. Instead of panic, surprise turns into an excited smile on Callum's face. The unexpected challenge intrigues him, showing that this world still holds many secrets. Callum observes the breach in the bone barrier, noting the hole is tiny. He realizes there's barely enough room for a fist to pass through the opening. Through the opening, a glowing tablet is visible. Despite its size, Callum believes it will suffice for what he plans to do next. Callum alerts Yurnal to prepare for the imminent action. Surprised by the urgency, she readily agrees, awaiting his orders with an anxious expression. As Yurnal shows willingness to help, Callum pulls a shining item from his pouch and asks her to wait a second, keeping his plan a secret. Using his knowledge, Callum conjures a Mago's Eye for surveillance. He carefully positions it to observe a stone monolith in the distance, cautiously planning his next move. Through a magical interface, Callum confirms the view is perfect. With the adjustment complete, he now has the necessary information to proceed with his plan without exposing himself to danger. Calum surprises Yurnal by handing her a small pouch, instructing her to attach it to her magic arrow. Confused, the elf questions what the mysterious object she just received is. Calum explains it's a coin wrapped in a scroll and hurries her. He emphasizes that time is short, adding a sense of urgency to their coordinated strategy. With a panicked expression, Yurnal explains she can't pinpoint the monolith's exact location. An invisible barrier is interfering, leaving her frustrated and worried. Faced with an abyss of bones, Calum ignores the barrier and takes the lead. Confidently, he invokes his cumulonimbus skill to create a path for them. A mysterious, glowing stone tablet plummets from a dark and menacing sky. The ominous energy surrounding it signals the beginning of a new and dangerous challenge for Calum and Yurnal. With a determined face, Calum instructs Yurnal. He tells her to use the sound of the rain to track the target's location, relying on her unique skills to overcome the obstacle. Yurnal concentrates, and Calum encourages her, reminding her that she possesses the sound mapping ability. He believes she can succeed in the task laid before them. Yurnal focuses intensely, her elven ear twitching as it detects something. A drop of sweat trickles down her face, showing the tension as she zeroes in on the hidden objective. From above, Yurnal fires a mana-imbued arrow, exclaiming triumphantly, "I found it!" Her precise shot flies towards the target she finally managed to locate in the vast dungeon. The magic arrow slices through the air, leaving a trail of glowing blue energy. It heads directly for a runic stone tablet, poised to activate the secret mechanism. The arrow hits the wall forcefully, the impact revealing the hidden mechanism. Under the gaze of a floating magic eye, the wall shatters, exposing the secret it held. At the exact moment the coin wrapped in the scroll hits the monolith, Calum shouts, "Now!" He activates his plan at the perfect instant, exploiting a loophole in the labyrinth's rules. The system responds to his action, announcing the activation of the Hourglass of Reversal. With time frozen around him, the game confirms it is now Calum's turn to act. With time halted, Calum focuses his magic and aims his wand at a crevice in the barrier. He urges himself to move and fires, exclaiming, "Got it!" as he hits the target. Using telekinesis, Calum carefully moves the coins into each chest. The system then announces that all action points have been consumed, abruptly ending his turn. With a confident smile, Calum watches his plan unfold, murmuring, "Good." He seems satisfied with the imminent outcome. One of the monsters observes the explosion of light with pure terror. He screams, shocked, "What the hell is that?" Observing the light, Hijikata fills with hope, believing Calum has cracked the code. He turns to his Kappa companion and declares with relief that they have finally been saved. On the other side, the monster horde stares motionless at the pillar of light. Their leaders question if the Stelle's magic truly worked, as besides the glow, nothing seems to have happened. Impatient with the lack of progress, Hijikata's Kappa companion decides to act. He yells he'll see for himself and rushes toward the light to investigate the situation up close. Yurnal, confused, points at the enemies and asks why the magic isn't working, as the monsters are still standing. The Kappa grows nervous, unsure how to explain the failure. Kadosumi panics upon learning the caster must touch the monolith directly. Shocked by the imminent danger, he screams, unable to believe what he heard. Yurnal despairs, questioning how they'll cross a monster-infested field. Beside her, Kadosumi wilts, feeling the weight of the impossible task they face. Ignoring the panic, Calum calmly reveals a scroll. He assures the group that the dangerous situation was already in his calculations and that he has a plan prepared. Kadosumi eyes the item suspiciously, noting it appears to be a blank scroll. He expresses doubt about the usefulness of Calum's mysterious object. With a cunning smile, Calum spots an advantage in the unstable power. He understands that, viewed differently, the magic can be contained long enough for his strategy. Holding the scroll, Calum confidently concludes his plan. He states the magic will be contained for at least a minute, enough time for what he intends to do. Calum begins transcribing a 10th level spell. His companions watch in disbelief, deeming it madness to attempt copying such powerful and volatile magic. One of the allies grasps the truth in shock. Calum never intended to fight up close, maintaining distance from his enemies from the start. The realization hits him. He wonders if Calum planned all this from the moment he began decoding the scroll, preparing his move in secret. With the scroll ready, Calum tears it to activate the magic. He warns his companions to prepare, for they are finally going home. As they flee, the red-haired adventurer shouts to his group that they are almost at the oil pit, their only chance to turn the tables against the pursuing monster. The enraged orc pursues them, thinking his opponent's strength is unimaginable and that even a full third-floor party wouldn't stand a chance against him. Calum watches the scene unfold in horror, his red eyes wide as he screams. The situation seems to have completely spiraled out of his control, provoking a reaction of pure panic and despair. A red-haired man narrows his gaze, determined to intervene. He feels he must take responsibility and is resolved to finish the mission on his own, no matter the cost. With an exaggerated expression of surprise, Yrnil points to herself, trying to explain. Amidst the tension, she vehemently insists her situation is completely different from those around her. Gliding on an ice trail, the red-haired man advances with his dagger drawn. He declares he received an important mission and will complete it quickly and efficiently. The red-haired swordsman smiles confidently, declaring he won't allow his target to return to the Lich's side. He prepares for a decisive attack, determined to finish the creature right there. He leaps and delivers a devastating blow, the throwable magic blade. The orc tries to block the attack, but the blue energy collides with his hammer, creating a massive impact that echoes through the area. As his attack advances, the swordsman watches with a defiant smile. He taunts the monster, yelling, "Yeah, bring it on!" clearly relishing the battle's intensity and ready for what comes next. The orc is completely engulfed by the blue energy explosion, roaring in pain. The blow's force is overwhelming, pushing the massive creature back and showcasing the swordsman's technique's power. With a confident smile, the red-haired adventurer leaps into the air. He spins his body and prepares a crushing blow with his giant hammer. The hammer's impact causes a fire explosion directly on the monster. The creature screams in agony from the devastating force of the surprise attack. A mysterious figure advances through the freezing water, their steady steps breaking the silence of the snowy landscape. Tension mounts with each deliberate movement, foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. With a powerful kick, the ice shatters, and debris flies everywhere. The brute force demonstrates the combatants' resolve to overcome any obstacle in their path. Calum dodges with agility as his opponent and another combatant tumble down the mountain. The chaotic fall creates a crucial opening amidst the intense snow battle. The giant green creature violently collides with the ground, the impact shaking the earth. The monster is momentarily stunned, immobilized by the force of the blow and the snow. Trapped in a dark, viscous pit, the monster roars in frustration, unable to move. A red-haired warrior observes, his glowing sword revealing him as the trap's creator. With an intense gleam in his eyes, the red-haired man focuses his attention. He witnesses the release of extraordinary power that illuminates the surroundings, preparing for what's to come. Seeing a pillar of golden light on the horizon, he smiles. "Ah, Brother Caleb succeeded too," he remarks, satisfied to confirm his powerful ally's distant success. Caleb, eyes glowing red, unleashes a wave of power. His opponent and the accompanying wolf scream, struck by the same intense light. The hooded opponent is blinded by the golden light, their face contorted in agony as Calum's attack hits them squarely. The wolf roars in fury and pain, trying to resist the overwhelming power emanating from Calum, who advances relentlessly against them. Calum observes the result of the 10th level magic. He reflects that the effect of mass annihilation is truly impressive and powerful. A blinding explosion of light fills the sky, demonstrating the scale of destruction. Calum finishes his thought, marveling at how incredible the spell was. With a shocked expression, Calum realizes the magic completely swept the battlefield, as if everything had been sucked away. One of his companions, a small creature, looks back stunned. With a trembling voice, he asks if the battle is finally over. Calum and Yrnil watch the blue mist dissipate on the battlefield. A voice announces that all monsters have been annihilated, marking the end of the first wave of danger. Despite the attack, the Lich survives, floating with a furious expression. Calum stares at him, stating it's not time to relax yet, as the main enemy remains. Yrnil reacts with shock and disbelief, questioning how the Lich could survive such a powerful attack from the monument's overwhelming magic. Calum reflects on failing to recognize the exit boss, theorizing he was human. He also realizes the villagers are being devoured. Amidst the tension, Caleb shouts to his group that the enemy won't come from the air. Beside him, a wounded ogre and a fox girl look on in astonishment. With a focused gaze, Calum realizes the enemy's cruel strategy. He understands the Lich is waiting for Gildal's death to turn him into an undead and use him against them. Calum watches the Lich floating in the sky, aware of the tactical disadvantage. He knows with few able to attack airborne, landing a fatal blow in that situation will be difficult. The Lich displays its aura of power as Calum explains its ability. Unless it receives a fatal blow, its undead regeneration will quickly heal any wound. One of the allies, face contorted in panic, shouts his frustration. He questions if they should just stand by and watch helplessly as the battle unfolds. A silhouette emanates dark energy as the plan is devised. To stop the regeneration, they must find its core and destroy it the moment it receives a fatal blow. Kalem listens to this strategy with a serious, determined expression. His red eyes reveal his concentration for the difficult task of finding the opponent's weak point for the final attack. A companion reveals there's only one way to locate the enemy's core. His tense expression suggests the method to find the weak point will be dangerous or come at a high cost. Tension is visible on the other warriors' faces. They understand the strategy's weight and the risk involved in hunting the enemy's soul, awaiting the order to act. Yernil and her companion react with shock and despair at the fight's outcome. She can barely whisper Caleb's name, disbelieving the scene. As they walk through the corridor, Caleb entrusts Soyul with a crucial mission, stating that only she is capable of accomplishing such an important task. Walking through a stone corridor, Caleb coldly states that Gildel's soul annihilation is inevitable no matter the method they use. The fox girl turns to Callum, desperate, and implores him to help her save Gildal, promising to do anything in return. With tears streaming down her face, she stares at him in shock and despair, unable to accept the harsh reality of her friend's fate. In a final plea, she trembles, searching for words, questioning if there truly isn't another way to avoid the imminent annihilation. His companion confronts him, demanding the method. Callum hesitates, explaining it's an extremely dangerous plan with an uncertain outcome. With tears in her eyes, she says she doesn't care about the danger and begs him to tell her, desperate for a chance. Trembling with fear, the adventurer laments her situation. She confesses Caleb's method relies on luck, and without Gildal, they lack the courage to face the labyrinth. With a furious cry, the mystic fox channels dark purple energy. She invokes the Foxfire of Pleasure, unleashing a powerful spell against her enemy. The purple energy spell soars at high speed, cutting through the air towards its target. The magic violently contorts, ready for the imminent impact against the Lich. The Lich is hit squarely by the energy blast, grinding his teeth in pain. The power of the Foxfire completely consumes him, as he struggles to resist the attack. An adversary roars in fury, his face contorted as a sinister mark glows on his forehead. An aura of purple energy explodes from him, signaling dangerous, uncontrolled power. The impact is brutal. The enemy's silhouette shatters like a broken mirror, with the central point of the blow glowing a fatal red, indicating catastrophic damage. Thrown back by a beam of pure energy, the opponent's body is violently hurled through the skies. He becomes merely a distant silhouette in the vastness. On the ground, Caleb runs and shouts, reacting to the battle's overwhelming power. In the background, his defeated enemy finally plummets from the skies, marking the end of the confrontation. After a devastating blow, the two-sword warrior remains motionless. His cold gaze and firm stance indicate the confrontation has decisively ended. A warrior blocks Hajikata's path, abruptly stopping him with his foot. In the background, a companion shouts his name, trying to alert him to a more urgent situation unfolding. The small companion panics, yelling that the fight doesn't matter. With wide eyes, he desperately tries to communicate that Soyul has suddenly disappeared. Only Soyul's straw hat remains in the snow, marking the site of her sudden disappearance. Shocked by the news, one of the warriors incredulously asks what happened. The entire group looks at the empty spot, now with only the hat on the ground. Shock overtakes everyone as they wonder, alarmed, where Soyul could have gone. Despite his robust appearance, the blue-skinned warrior trembles violently in the snow, complaining of the biting cold that the protective magic couldn't stop. An older man shouts in panic and disbelief, questioning Soyul about the failure of the cold resistance magic that left them completely vulnerable. Shock ripples through the group. A bald man and a goblin creature watch with expressions of pure fear, paralyzed by the shocking revelation. In a tense close-up, Yernil's eyes widen in pure terror. Fear is evident on her face as she processes the imminent threat. Sweating coldly, Caleb awaits his plan's outcome. The moment's tension is visible on his face, showing how risky his gamble was to deceive the Labyrinth Master. With a satisfied smile, Caleb is surprised by his own success. He can barely believe his risky strategy actually worked as he expected. Caleb observes his captured companion's condition. He realizes the severity of the situation, concluding the man is likely on the verge of death. Caleb approaches to help, offering a potion to the wounded Gildal. He explains it's for his recovery, hoping to gain the group's trust. Amidst the chaos, one of the leaders shouts for everyone to remain calm and listen carefully. His panicked expression, however, contradicts his words as a small creature types frantically beside him. Caleb reveals the shocking truth. Soyul has become the new exit boss. The leader reacts with disbelief and anger, demanding to know what he's talking about and refusing to believe the news. Calmly, Calum explains the labyrinth's terrible mechanics. He states that to become an exit boss, one must be the strongest adventurer on the entire floor, establishing the gravity of the situation. Calum details his reasoning, pointing out that Soyul, possessing 3 tails as a member of the Yoho tribe, was the easiest prey and the logical target for the labyrinth to transform into the new boss. Shocked, the older man questions Caleb's sanity upon learning the labyrinth master chose Soyul. He can barely believe the risky plan that has been set in motion. Caleb defends himself, stating that though dangerous, he calculated everything. The panicked goblin wants to know how they will find Soyul now that the plan has been executed, expressing the group's concern. With a cunning smile, Caleb reveals part of his ambition. He suggests that with Gildal's departure, the place he commanded now needs a new master to take control. Yrnil is amazed by Caleb's intelligence, praising his plan. Without wasting time, she focuses on the mission's next step and asks how they will find the reliquary. The red-haired man, Back Attack, returns from his task. Calum receives him satisfied, saying he arrived just in time for the plan's next step. Calum hands an item to an ally, ordering the others to guard Soyul's exit and contact him should any problems arise. A small green creature looks up, surprised, holding an object emitting a powerful glow, about to hand it to the group. Admiring the item, the red-haired man smiles and praises Caleb, calling him the true master of reliquaries for his creation. The red-haired adventurer smiles, planning to extract compensation from the team for the work. He mentions a back attack and the reward, leaving Calum suspicious of his true intentions. With a serious look, the adventurer invites Calum to an alley once the mission ends. The unexpected proposal leaves Calum visibly surprised, trying to understand what he truly wants. Calum feels growing anxiety, despite everything going as planned. The situation's tranquility leaves him uneasy, as he questions if there's something wrong with his calculations. Before a large gate, the group prepares for the mission's final stage, rescuing Soyul. As tasks are divided, Calum remains immersed in his worried thoughts. Despite his apprehension, Calum tries to convince himself there are no flaws in his calculations. Beside him, the red-haired adventurer calls him to advance, oblivious to his internal turmoil. With an outstretched hand, Calum approaches the boss room's glowing door. He prays there are no unexpected variables that could ruin his carefully laid battle plan. As the door opens, an intense light blinds Calum. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the scene before him is nothing he had predicted. Inside the room, Calum observes a mysterious fox-eared woman seated in a chair. He thinks she is quiet, just as the back attack was before, putting him on high alert. With a tense expression, one of the men questions what they should do next. The group's uncertainty is palpable as they seek a solution to the perilous situation. A young adventurer reveals the plan to awaken his companion Soyul. He explains that by opening the reliquary near her, the girl will finally regain consciousness. Caught completely by surprise, the bald man reacts with confusion to a sudden event. His expression shows he doesn't understand what just happened around him. 2 warriors rush towards Soyul, who stands motionless. One expresses his confusion, wondering what's happening and why she doesn't respond, feeling something is terribly wrong. Approaching, the swordsman tries to wake Soyul, who remains still with a vacant stare. He calls her desperately, but the fox girl doesn't respond, heightening the group's tension and concern. With a look of shock, Calum watches the situation unfold. The terrifying possibility of Soyul being consumed by madness haunts him, casting a grim suspicion on the girl's condition. A man in samurai attire holds the young Soyul, who appears unconscious. He protects her and shouts in denial, insisting she doesn't fit some unknown criteria. A hooded youth looks back in panic, realizing what's happening to Soyul. He sees someone violently thrown through the door, understanding the gravity of the situation. The red-haired companion is next to be ejected, flying wildly through the air. He cries out in surprise and pain, utterly defenseless against the mysterious force attacking him. The same force strikes the samurai, who still holds Soyul firmly. He's thrown back, yelling in confusion and shock as he tries to understand the nature of the sudden attack. Amidst the chaos, Caleb is suddenly pushed from an elevated walkway. He plummets into the abyss, his companions watching his sudden fall, helpless and shocked by the betrayal. One of the men screams Caleb's name in pure terror, grabbing a companion. Despair takes hold as the doors close, sealing the fate of those who fell into darkness. Observing the scene, Calum is perplexed. He thinks he saw, for a brief instant, mysterious white threads attached to everyone's backs, a sight that leaves him intrigued and cautious. With a serious look, Caleb realizes the labyrinth solution wouldn't be so simple. He understands that the true challenge was only just beginning to reveal itself. A giant spider creature in a top hat emerges from the shadows, greeting Caleb by name. The sinister figure formally introduces itself to the confused prisoner. Shocked, Caleb questions the creature about Gilda's soul. Dr. Spider admits his prank was excessive, but he truly wanted to find him. With a sinister smile and a slight bow, the man in the top hat formally introduces himself. He reveals himself as the master of the third floor, known as Dr. Spider. Caleb, confused, asks why he helped him. Dr. Spider replies it was payment for Caleb activating the monument's magic. Dr. Spider reveals his story, explaining that his soul was cursed and fragmented, scattered through the snow as part of the floor itself. He gestures to Caleb, thanking him. By activating the monument, Caleb unknowingly broke the curse that had long imprisoned him. A mysterious figure observes Caleb, criticizing him for using others in his experiments, but admitting it was a clever plan as a mechanical creature scales the wall. Indignant, Caleb rejects the accusation, stating the criticism is unfounded and he already had a plan to rescue his companion should things go wrong. With a smug smile, the man in the top hat justifies his actions. He asserts that in a battlefield like the labyrinth, someone needs to take command. With an intense, suspicious gaze, Caleb faces the entity and directly questions its intentions. He awaits the proposal, keeping his guard high before the figure that contacted him. The figure smiles sinisterly and reveals its offer: to find its true body in exchange for a crucial secret about the transmigrators. The proposal is tempting and dangerous. Far away, frustration explodes as a bandaged fist slams against a wall. A desperate cry echoes through the corridor, calling for Caleb amidst the chaos. A red-haired youth screams in panic, begging Caleb to answer. His silence leaves the entire group in a state of alarm and deep despair. Soyul slowly regains consciousness in a companion's arms, who calls out to her, worried, asking if she's all right. Already standing, she asks for Gildal. He, shocked, wants to know what happened, recalling that she was taken by the Labyrinth Master. With a failing memory, Soyul ignores the question and searches for Caleb, claiming he promised he would come for her. Nearby, a man shouts that the target is behind a door and begins to pound on it forcefully to break it down. The fox woman prepares a spell with a glowing orb in her hands. She focuses and whispers the magic's name, Foxfire. Sensing the danger, one of the red-haired adventurers panics. He desperately shouts for her to stop, exclaiming, "Wait!" Caleb finally returns, looking exhausted. Seeing him standing at the door, a companion worriedly asks if he's all right, noticing his grim and tired appearance. Visibly shaken and sweating coldly, Caleb remains silent. His tense expression shows the weight of what he has just witnessed and endured. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an officer screams in panic, stating that he has already requested support from the temple, the university, and the Adventurers Guild. A man desperately runs down a corridor, shouting for them to wait. He insists they need to gather the fifth-floor adventurers immediately, sensing the urgency of the unfolding situation. Ignoring the calls, Professor Meldini continues his hurried run. He declares he has received a new revelation from Nathaniel, which leads him to act on his own with great determination. Right behind him, Bernard, the lizard man, also runs with a clear purpose. He shouts that he needs to save his benefactor who is on the third floor of the labyrinth, showing his unwavering loyalty. Suddenly, Bernard stops, eyes wide in shock. A sudden realization or unexpected event strikes him, halting his frantic advance as he processes the new information. A massive hooded figure descends, enveloped in a powerful blue aura, preparing for a heavy landing. The air crackles with energy as the mysterious being approaches the ground. The mysterious being lands with a dull thud, cracking the stone floor beneath its feet. Its immense weight and power are immediately apparent, showcasing the strength contained within that body. A youth points in shock at a reptilian figure, exclaiming in disbelief, "Gildal, is that not you, Gildal?" The snake man is stunned by the unexpected recognition. Observing the scene, a man with a samurai bun and a green aura smiles confidently. He appears to be responsible for the apparition, relishing the chaos he caused. An officer, sweating coldly, incredulously questions how third-floor adventurers managed to defeat two eccentric bosses. With a determined look, a man reports that they overcame a blizzard, a horde of monsters, and defeated one boss. He reveals the most impressive feat. The other boss was brought back to life as a human. A man visibly trembles, wondering in astonishment about Caleb's actions. He wonders what exactly the explorer did to cause such a result. With an expression of utter disbelief, the older man finishes his thought aloud, directly questioning what Caleb got up to in there. A colleague approaches Caleb, expressing curiosity about the exploration report and mentioning that many people left due to the delay. One group member can barely stand, staggering from exhaustion. He weakly calls Caleb's name, showing how grueling the recent journey was for everyone. Completely exhausted, Yurnal collapses onto Caleb, confessing she feels she'll faint. He understands, recalling the numerous exit rooms they overcame in sequence. Other group members are also at their limit, with Caleb exclaiming he feels like he's dying. Physical exhaustion is evident on everyone's faces. With a satisfied look, Caleb dismisses the group for now, postponing profit division until the next day. He acknowledges everyone's effort, saying they worked hard. A red-haired adventurer bids farewell to a man, arranging a meeting in the labyrinth for the next day with a malicious smile full of ulterior motives. He then turns to Callum and Yurnal, directly questioning how long she intends to live off him, leaving the elf completely surprised by the question. As the man waves and walks away, Yurnal, utterly confused and irritated, shouts at him, demanding an explanation for what he was implying with his words. Yurnal reacts with disbelief to Caleb's decision, who calls her to leave. He seems ready for the next journey, ignoring her frustration. Relaxing in a bath, Callum reflects on recent events. He thinks he's being repaid for his past arrogance in an unexpected way. Callum clenches his fist, frustrated at having fallen into the trap. He admits Dr. Spider foresaw all his tactics and could have easily eliminated him. Inside a bathtub, Callum contemplates the gravity of the situation. He knows if his enemy's intention was to kill him, it would have been game over. Sweating and visibly shaken, Callum cannot hide his irritation. The humiliation of being completely outmaneuvered in strategy deeply disturbs him. Callum, noticing Yurnal's hesitation at the door, directly asks if she has something to say. She seems apprehensive, her face obscured by her hair, unsure how to begin the conversation. Surprised by her words, Callum questions the reason for the apology. He doesn't understand why she feels guilty, as her previous actions seemed justified at the time. Yurnal confesses to Callum that she made a ridiculous mistake in the labyrinth. She admits acting on her own by using the stair scroll, feeling guilty for her hasty decision. With an expression of anguish, Yurnal continues to explain her failed plan to ward off the wolves. The sweat on her face reveals how regretful and nervous she is admitting her mistake. Yurnal cries, begging Callum not to expel her from the group. She assures him it wasn't due to lack of trust, desperate to remain by his side on the journey. Callum observes her distress, concluding the plan bothered her. Despite the detour, he thinks the switch to the stairs ultimately made the situation easier for them. With a serious expression, Callum decides he needs to be firm with her. He prepares to speak, feeling a clear reprimand is necessary at that moment. With a red and intense gaze, Callum firmly warns her. He orders her never to do that again, putting an end to her insecurity. With tears in her eyes, Yurnal apologizes to Callum, feeling guilty and helpless in their current situation. As Callum silently approaches, Yurnal stares at him with wide eyes, surprised and confused by his unexpected demeanor. Callum startles her by placing his hand on her shoulder, a sudden gesture that leaves her without reaction, unsure what to expect. Callum holds Yurnal firmly, looking at her intensely. Taken aback by the sudden closeness, she becomes completely flushed and unresponsive, unable to avert her gaze from his. In a dark room, Callum firmly instructs her to always stay behind him during battles. He holds her by the shoulder, reinforcing his role as protector and strategist. Callum reflects on his strategy, concluding that archers are more efficient in the rear. He relies on his own ability, superconductivity, to handle any close-quarters combat that arises. Overwhelmed by Callum's seriousness and proximity, Yurnal lets out a panicked breath. She tries to formulate a response but can only stammer, completely disoriented by the situation. At the Labyrinth Guild, members observe with serious expressions. A murmur of tension spreads through the crowd as they assess the situation. A trio of men with sinister smiles greets Callum and his group. One steps forward, stating they had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. In an office, an officer with cat ears formally introduces herself. She reveals herself to be Sheriff Neko from security headquarters. Neko declares she wants to hear about the incident with adventurer Antonelli. Callum's group is shocked, as they thought the case was already closed. With a smug smile, an officer with cat ears approaches, declaring she's there for a simple interrogation and is curious about his story. She addresses Caleb by name, casually stating she's only there to hear the parts of the story that interest her, maintaining an air of superiority. With a sinister smile, an entity introduces itself as the Eyes of the Third Floor. It claims that every conversation happening there reaches its ears, without exception. The creature glances sideways and reveals its unsettling knowledge, questioning Calum about how he killed a transmigrator in Wyndham, a secret no one should know. An arachnid figure proposes an alliance to Calum, explaining that the journey to reclaim his body will be difficult. It suggests starting with a small exchange to establish mutual trust. The exchange is revealed when the creature asks for the reliquary Calum holds. The golden object shines, highlighting its importance in the negotiation beginning between them. Calum observes the man with suspicion, finding his demeanor too natural for a monster. He wonders if the creature is merely feigning generosity when it could easily take what it wants by force. Shadowy claws approach as a gleaming item is presented to Calum. The object's golden light contrasts with the creature's sinister aura, symbolizing the dangerous nature of the exchange taking place. The red-haired boy celebrates the idea of attacking the casino together. Calum, however, thinks to himself that his true motivation for going is related to the black dog. The creature approaches a shocked Calum, revealing a crucial secret. It whispers that transmigrators are living together in a hidden village between the floors, information that changes everything. Caleb startles when suddenly called, stammering a response. His surprised expression reveals he was caught off guard by the interpolation, interrupting his thoughts. With a skeptical gaze, the Catwoman interrogates him directly about Gildal's soul restoration. Her serious demeanor indicates she is not satisfied with the explanations given so far. The conversation continues in the ornate room as the Catwoman presses for answers about Soyul's reliquary. The blonde man at the table appears tense under interrogation. The man admits to losing the item when someone else was being dragged out. He explains that the object fell to the floor and he couldn't find it amidst the confusion. The man questions Sheriff Neko with an air of superiority, claiming to have already unraveled the mystery. She listens thoughtfully, her cat ears attentive. With a smug smile, the man begins to reveal the reason why Gaidal's soul was restored, attributing the feat to the power of a monument. He explains that with the breaking of the soul's vessel, the purification magic only eliminated the evil part. The others react with surprise to the revelation. An officer boasts about graduating at the top of his class from the magical university, but his feline companion seems completely uninterested and skeptical of the display. With a serious and focused gaze, she then questions the true contribution of the other group members during the exploration of the dangerous labyrinth. The group leader hears that Yurnal's deeds are already known. Meanwhile, an excited companion begins to tell his own version of the story. Calum watches the interaction with suspicion. He internally questions if the true reason for the visit is merely to hear their adventure's account. As his group walks down an ornate corridor, Calum reflects on his journey. He concludes that the most valuable thing he gained in the labyrinth was, without a doubt, information. He remembers Hyadam, the Fox tribe member he killed in Wyndham. She was part of an exploration group with 3 skilled members and a single porter. The final piece of the puzzle clicks. The porter was Caleb. After everything ended, he turned himself in, taking Hyadam's shining fox beads as proof. Caleb ponders the fox, suspecting she's still alive since her body was never found. He analyzes the situation with a focused gaze, piecing together the puzzle. He considers where the transmigrators might hide, thinking of the village between floors. For them, it would be a much safer refuge than the labyrinth's dangerous surface. Caleb has an epiphany, realizing a large transmigrator organization would need powerful allies. He concludes they must have connections with the Black Dog or the Enver Club. Turning suddenly, Caleb is reminded of a prior engagement. Someone questions him about their agreement to go to the alley together, interrupting his train of thought on the conspiracy. The red-haired boy celebrates the idea of attacking the casino together. Caleb, however, thinks to himself that his true motivation for going is related to the Black Dog. As the group hurries along, Yurnal senses the tension in the air and asks what's happening. The cat-eared officer merely observes that everyone is walking too fast. With a confident smile, the cat-eared officer calls Caleb for a private conversation. She gestures for him to follow, preparing to reveal her plan. The officer reveals that security plans an operation against the Black Dog. She explains they need an agent who can infiltrate the organization to obtain crucial information. The feline officer crosses her arms, expressing her confidence in Calum for the task. With a serious look, she states her belief that he is the right person for the mission at hand. With a confident smile, Calum reflects on the situation's complexity. He understands he'll have to manipulate the Enver Club, the Black Dog, and security headquarters to succeed. Looking over his shoulder with a smug air, Calum doesn't hesitate and promptly accepts the mission. His expression shows he's more excited than intimidated by the dangerous challenge. While the officer reacts in surprise in the background, Caleb calmly reassures her. He says her task isn't that difficult, as merely reporting what she hears will suffice. Caleb observes a group of adventurers warmly greeting Caleb's arrival, exclaiming that everyone was eagerly awaiting him. Finding the waiting line too long, Caleb sighs and asks Yurnal to handle the item disposal so they can move forward. Seeing Yurnal walk away, one of the men tells Caleb he has a bad feeling and decides to follow her, creating a tense atmosphere. With a mischievous smile, a red-haired youth proposes a suspicious afternoon meeting in Sohan Alley for a backstab. The invitation is promptly accepted. A distinguished-looking professor, accompanied by a colleague, approaches Caleb with a direct request. He expresses his desire to know more details about the mysterious monument. Caleb, with a confident smile and piercing red eyes, promptly accepts the invitation. He suggests they talk in a more private location to discuss the matter. Walking exhausted under the streetlights, Caleb sighs, frustrated with the academic load. He mentally wonders how many more questions the professors could have, feeling the day's weight. Suddenly, his steps are halted by a voice calling his name. In the distance, a figure seated on a bench shouts, "Caleb!" breaking the night silence. Turning, he faces a silver-haired woman staring at him seriously. She gets straight to the point, asking if he has a moment to talk. A light-haired woman greets Caleb with a smile, mentioning she heard his feats in the labyrinth were even more impressive than at her estate. Caleb modestly replies it was just luck, both before and now. Curious, he asks her what brought her to the university. A hooded figure with a peculiar red fish mask approaches a large stone gate. He's about to enter the secret meeting place, the Abyssal Labyrinth Assembly. The fishman reflects nervously that everyone there knows his identity, while he knows none of theirs. The only one he can identify is Professor Enver, the feared Red Monkey. A hooded figure presents a candidate, stating he is a talent capable of finding the Labyrinth Master. The other assembly members observe him in silence. The apple-headed member vehemently objects, slamming the table. He refuses to accept someone with a history of killing a transmigrator into the assembly. A witch-like figure intervenes, explaining it's precisely because of his history of killing a transmigrator that other groups haven't approached him yet, making the situation delicate. Finding the situation complicated, the woman turns to another member. She directly asks for the opinion of the Red Monkey, who had remained silent until then. With an intense, determined gaze, the Red Monkey reveals his audacious plan for the meeting, thinking to himself that he will try to tame his target. The suggestion to warn about the Black Dog's danger is met with fury. One member shouts that slandering the Black Dog is a treaty violation. An older member, face wrinkled with worry, questions the plan's wisdom. He asks if it's worth taking such a great risk to recruit Caleb. Pressure mounts as another member turns directly to the proposer. "Red Monkey, why did you make such a decision?" he asks, demanding justification. With a firm, unwavering gaze, the Red Monkey faces his colleagues, stating the meeting's purpose is precisely to gain official approval for his plan. An imposing nine-tailed foxwoman observes the meeting with a piercing gaze, her presence exuding power and authority over the other council members. One of the members, a monkey man, passionately shouts, warning that the sharper the blade, the faster they must act to avoid the consequences of hesitation. A fish-faced being arrives late, apologizing. However, his arrival is noted, as he is recognized as the strongest in the assembly. A mysterious lion-headed figure with glowing eyes appears, the only one who knows everyone's identity. His intimidating presence leaves a panda-like member utterly terrified of what's to come. With terrifying calm, the lion man stares at the panda and proposes a challenge, asking, "Why don't we try?" The casual suggestion only increases the panda's dread, feeling cornered. Attention turns to a hooded red monkey who observes the scene from his chair, visibly surprised. He seems caught off guard by the sudden escalation of tension between the other two. The lion man then directly addresses the red monkey, putting him at the center of the issue. He challenges him, asking if he can bear responsibility for the consequences of what's about to happen. An imposing leonine creature with glowing eyes stares at a monkey man, who trembles in fear. The beast's presence is so overwhelming that its subordinate is paralyzed, unable to utter a word. The man burns the message with disdain, disappointed by Enver's amateurish plan. He criticizes the enemy's lack of courage for not directly calling him to the meeting, using a weak trick. As he walks down the hallway, he reflects on the failed tactic. He understands the intention was to create conflict between him and the Black Dog, but deems the support offered for such a plan entirely inadequate. With a determined gaze, he reaffirms his position of power. Supported by the Verton family and an information advantage, He deems the enemy's proposal completely irrelevant and easy to dismiss. A long-haired man approaches Caleb with a tense smile, asking for a moment. Caleb watches him disdainfully, thinking the man couldn't even wait and came rushing after him. Caleb turns his back on the man, stating he's busy. The man, surprised, asks if he has somewhere urgent to be, trying to stop him from leaving. The man's face fills with panic and despair as Caleb dismisses him. His shocked expression reveals the extreme importance of the matter he needs to discuss. Caleb stops abruptly, reconsidering his departure. He decides that instead of leaving, he should simply ask the man what he wants to know first. With an enigmatic smile, Caleb turns and asks about the organization known as Cão Negro. He admits to having developed an interest in them, leaving his interlocutor apprehensive about his hidden intentions. As Caleb calmly walks away, his companion shouts in despair. He warns him that the organization is a group of criminals who, despite appearances, are capable of any atrocity. The man stares at Caleb, his expression full of concern, and insists his warning is the same as Nico's. He desperately tries to make Caleb understand the gravity of the situation he is courting. A feline officer, with a stern look, raises a finger to give an important warning. She makes it clear there are rules to follow and that the consequences of disobeying them will be severe. Behind bars, Caleb remains silent, his expression hidden by shadows. The collar around his neck is a brutal reminder of his prisoner status, awaiting his fate. With a determined look, Caleb reveals the reason for his capture. He explains that the Cão Negro group wants to ensure his vast game knowledge doesn't fall into the hands of rival Club Enver. With a penetrating and intimidating gaze, Caleb interrupts the conversation. He suggests that instead of a chat, they should play an interesting game. Visibly irritated by the change of course, the long-haired man demands to know what kind of people these are and if they pose a threat. The long-haired professor is shocked as he processes the information. He murmurs to himself that the rumor was true, confirming the place is dangerous because of the transmigrators. Professor Enver recoils in panic after giving confirmation. The other man thanks him for the information but finds the professor's sudden, disproportionate reaction strange. With a cunning smile, Cullum thanks him for the confirmation he needed, revealing the conversation was a trap all along to extract information. Having gotten what he wanted, Cullum turns abruptly to leave. He declares he has other matters to attend to, leaving his interlocutor behind. The man panics upon realizing he was tricked. He fears that if the truth about his failure spreads, he will be executed immediately. With his face contorted in terror, he screams in despair. Caleb's trap not only worked but also sealed his target's fate. The professor expresses his concern vehemently, stating that the individuals in question are dangerous because they live by their own set of rules. Despite the professor's insistence, Callum refuses to give information, stating it's a secret that must be kept, leaving his interlocutor shocked. With a tense expression, the professor retorts, saying he doesn't usually leave important matters in the hands of others, showing his distrust. With a keen eye, Callum notices the hostility around him. He concludes that the tense reaction, like a hive on alert, must be because of Enver. Callum observes the nervous glances and reflects that if he were alone, none of this would happen. He wonders if Enver's identity is already known to the Watchman. Callum analyzes his follower, noticing his anxiety. He concludes that the man knows the club is using Enver merely as a puppet. Followed through the streets, Callum realizes the man's intent, to prevent him from contacting the Black Dog at all costs. Entering the opulent hall, the duo is met with thunderous applause, unaware they are being closely watched. A red-haired acquaintance suddenly appears with a wide smile, expressing his surprise and excitement at finding Callum's group. He boasts of hitting the jackpot, claiming life is about having fun. Callum responds with a subdued smile, following the plan. As his friend embraces him, celebrating winning enough for days, Callum focuses on his true objective, monitoring the area with the Observer. With a keen eye, Callum locates the Observer on the ceiling. He realizes the magical tool is only watching the game hall's first floor. A hooded man hands Callum an item, reminding him of a favor. He encourages him to try his luck with the mysterious object. Callum uses the item, dropping the eyeball into a bowl. The orb begins to glow and dissolve, initiating an unknown process. Callum's ability, the Hourglass, activates. A system notification instructs him to move, as it is now his turn to act. A red-haired man waves goodbye, ascending the stairs and loudly wishing them victory. Callum and his companion watch, looking less enthusiastic about the situation. Callum's companion is visibly shocked and disconcerted by the cheerful farewell. His panicked and surprised expression reveals the tension he feels about what's to come. A stern-looking man awaits them at the top of the staircase. With an imposing posture, he coldly and directly informs them that Lord Chrome is waiting. The guide warns them to speak as little as possible, as the place is dangerous. Meanwhile, Calum, suspicious, decides he will investigate things on his own. With a keen eye, Calum analyzes the imposing orc before him. He confirms to himself, surprised, that this being is in fact a professor, recognizing its unexpected intelligence. Calum shakes the orc's hand, sealing an agreement. He reflects internally that this is a completely unexpected situation, a development he couldn't have foreseen in his plans. Observing the interaction, the long-haired man smiles subtly with closed eyes. His satisfied expression suggests this new alliance's formation is part of a larger plan. Calum watches the orc, pondering his plan. He intends to bluff that he is a club member to try and secure his own entry into the organization. With a doubtful expression, Calum wonders if his elaborate lie will actually work. The uncertainty of his bluff's success is visible on his face. The orc glares at Calum with a severe look, saying he's gotten himself into big trouble. Its intimidating expression suggests the bluff didn't work. A close-up on the orc's glowing, menacing eye intensifies the moment's tension. The aura of danger around it becomes undeniably clear to Calum. Facing the imposing figure of the White Lion, Calum is shocked by the revelation. He wonders how the founder's true identity, which should have been a secret, was discovered, feeling the growing threat. One of Calum's adversaries, a creature with enormous fangs, shows signs of great effort and tension. Dripping sweat indicates the immense pressure of the confrontation, preparing for a brutal and desperate attack. Amidst the burning city, an orc warrior raises his axe in defiance, shouting that they will protect their territory with their own hands. However, they face a dark horde. The fight seems lost, even with powerful adventurers, including a 7th-level mage, participating. Wounded and bloodied, one of the defenders awakens with a groan of pain. He grinds his teeth as he begins to comprehend the devastation around him. Amidst fire and destruction, a monstrous creature brutally attacks its prey. The violence is palpable, with the sound of flesh echoing through the locale. The creature discards its victim's body with disdain, remarking aloud that adventurers aren't as tasty as it expected. Its speech reveals a sadistic, unexpected intelligence. A bystander watches, paralyzed by fear, sweating profusely. The thought of a talking monster terrifies him, realizing the danger they face is far greater than imagined. With eyes shining intensely in the darkness, a powerful figure reveals their appearance was merely a disguise, concealing their true nature. With a grim expression, a green-skinned man recalls the chaos. He likens the demon to a natural disaster, an uncontrollable force from the labyrinth's eruption. Before his attentive listeners, he continues his story. After the incident, a mysterious secret society emerged within the Magic Academy. Face contorted in rage, an orc warrior shouts that he knows his adversary's true identity. He begins describing the mask the enemy wears, implying it's merely a disguise. The warrior continues, explaining the enemy changes appearance depending on the situation and place. The revelation is illustrated with images of other forms, like a lion man and a hooded figure. An extreme close-up on his scarred eye reveals the intensity of his conviction and hatred. His fixed gaze shows his certainty about his opponent's treacherous nature. Hearing the accusation, a long-haired man smiles dismissively, finding the story absurd. He laments coming so far just to hear what he deems complete nonsense, discarding the warning. A woman expresses skepticism to Calum, stating that, logically, a talking, intelligent monster couldn't exist. He listens with a serious expression, knowing the dangerous truth. The woman is refuted by her own memories of Dr. Spider, a creature she personally saw and who told her of other dangerous monsters like Dagger Raptor. Calum tenses, thinking of the White Lion, questioning if it could be a boss from an even deeper floor. The creature's uncertain origin worries him. He recalls Dahlstream's words, who revealed the place's true nature. The labyrinth isn't a dungeon, but a battlefield between transmigrators and their master. Calum displays a tense gaze, considering a terrifying possibility. He theorizes the labyrinth master sent a boss to investigate the surface, which would finally explain the White Lion's presence. A companion looks confused at Calum, who tries to compose himself and stay calm. He thinks to himself that his terrible theory about the boss hasn't been clearly verified yet. The orc, with an irritated expression, states he didn't expect to be believed anyway. He then changes the subject and directly questions them about the reason for their visit. An officer with a sinister smile appears, questioning the mission's progress. He asks if the task requested by a certain Neko is proceeding as expected, hinting at a hidden alliance. In a dramatic close-up, Caleb's eye widens in pure shock. The revelation hits him hard, leaving him momentarily speechless at what he just heard and understood. The scene reveals the conversation occurs via a holographic communication device. The officer's image is projected, confirming the remote and secret nature of the conspirators' contact. An inspector smiles maliciously, realizing his investigation into a student kidnapped by Black Dog has revealed a much larger target than expected. Meanwhile, others discuss the situation in astonishment, mentioning reports praising Caleb and how a university student was sent as an operational agent. With a sinister smile, a man suggests the person they seek could be a magic university professor, hinting at a broad and relentless search. A long-haired man panics, shouting he knew of no operation. In the background, Caleb confirms the professor has nothing to do with their plans. An imposing green-skinned figure confronts Enver, questioning his presence and reminding him that he knows the rules of that world better than anyone. Visibly nervous and sweating, the man stammers an excuse, explaining he only came to inform them that Caleb had become a member of their assembly. An orc confronts a man, questioning why one of their members would break the agreement with Black Dog, planning an attack without any prior discussion. Losing patience, the orc grabs the man by the collar. He curses him furiously, asking if he considers him stupid enough to believe his lies. Under the orc's intimidating gaze, the man breaks into a cold sweat. Stuttering in fear, he prepares to finally confess the truth about the situation. Enver reveals that Caleb is not yet an official member of the assembly. The suspicious orc points out that his story keeps changing, escalating the tension. A furious orc grabs his opponent, accusing him of betrayal. He yells that the attack on Black Dog was solely to gain favor with White Lion. The man is shocked and begins to sweat, caught off guard. His true motive, to be the Abyss's sole chosen one, is finally exposed. With a serious and determined look, Cullum makes a swift hand gesture. A sharp sound cuts through the air, indicating a sudden, precise attack. An imposing green-skinned warrior blocks Callum's path, questioning his presence. In the background, a man in a military uniform observes the scene with a smug smile, creating immediate tension. The warrior approaches and menacingly asks who Callum is, treating him like a child and warning him to be quiet. The intimidation is clear in his gaze and rude words. The man in uniform winks at Calum, revealing a crucial secret. He warns that the location is being recorded by a mage's eye, and that he will call Calum when it's his turn. Shocked, Calum discovers that someone named Nico is invisibly observing everything through a glass bottle. His red eyes widen at the unexpected and dangerous revelation. The executive bursts into laughter, finding Calum's words ridiculous. He challenges him to say something that makes sense. With an air of superiority, the man boasts about his position. He asks Calum if he knows how he became a Black Dog executive. Calum interrupts him with a sudden and precise action, using his skill. He orders the executive to see the truth with his own eyes. An orc explodes in fury, cursing his accomplice upon realizing they were tricked. In the background, the uniformed officer turns pale, shocked by the revelation that his actions were recorded. The officer panics completely, grabbing the orc and yelling that they are both finished. The recorded evidence means the end of the line for their plans and freedom. Despite his partner's despair, the orc maintains a cold, calculating gaze. His determined expression suggests he hasn't given up yet and is already planning his next move. A man approaches, praising the orc's skill, but warns him. He reveals that the public security headquarters does not protect transmigrators, introducing a new and dangerous complication. Enver is shocked to be identified as a transmigrator. With a face contorted in rage and panic, he contemplates whether he could simply kill whoever exposed him. Fully exposed, Enver screams at Caleb, unable to comprehend how his biggest secret was discovered. The revelation leaves him vulnerable and in complete despair. Observing from afar, Caleb analyzes the situation with his magic eyes. He realizes the eye only transmits vision, not sound, giving him a crucial strategic advantage. The inspector faces his opponent with tension, warning that their testimony could change the situation. He insists the other choose wisely, determined to protect himself and Professor Enver. The orc finds the situation amusing, praising the inspector for creating such a plausible trap in a short time. He seems impressed by his opponent's cunning, calling him interesting. Turning to leave, the orc acknowledges that a talent like the inspector's would be a great asset to the Black Dog organization. However, he seems to have his own reservations about humans. An orc warrior advances with a fierce roar, his axe gleaming with sinister energy. He launches into an impulsive attack, aiming directly at his surprised adversaries. The axe strike cuts through the air, causing the men before him to recoil in shock. The attack is so sudden, they barely have time to react to the violence. In panic and fury, a man screams the attacker's name. Chrome! His shocked expression reveals the warrior's unexpected betrayal or insubordination. Kalem attacks one of the men, splattering blood to everyone's surprise. The other guard reacts with fury, shouting and questioning the young man's sudden violent action. An intimidating orc emerges, declaring there are unwanted guests. He offers to end the conflict right there, promising to let Callum live if he stops. In a tense close-up, Callum's red eye focuses on the new adversary. A drop of sweat reveals the pressure of the unexpected and dangerous situation he's in. The orc approaches Callum with his axe, ironically reminding him of his own words about not committing murder in front of security officers. Callum carries the orc's body over his shoulders, advancing with a determined expression after the battle, unaware of the drama unfolding elsewhere. An official accuses Caleb of false testimony, shouting that Enver died merely for being a transmigrator. The revelation exposes a dangerous secret. Upon hearing the name Caleb, Callum's eye widens in shock. The mention of that name tenses him, connecting the dots of imminent danger. The blade finds its target in a fatal blow, tearing through the adversary's flesh. Blood violently splatters, sealing the man's fate in a decisive and shocking instant. Fallen and bloodied, the man stares at Callum in shock, unable to believe he was deceived. He stutters, desperately asking when his plan had been discovered. As life drains, he ironically thanks him for the intervention and laments his imminent end. Pain and despair consume him, questioning if this is truly his end. In his final moments, he clings to the promise he could return if he reached the top 10. The hope of being chosen was his sole motivation, now fading in agony. Before Callum, a dying man reaches out in despair. He pleads not to die in a place like this, expressing his last poignant wish to return home. Callum's hand clenches tightly, a gesture of tension and suppressed rage. His silent determination solidifies before the helplessness of that last breath of life. The scene shifts to the city rooftops, from where a furious scream echoes through the air. An unknown voice curses a man named Chrome, vowing revenge. An officer declares that everything the captured orc, Chrome, said is a lie. His teammates, including Ennis, look on in shock, confronted with their leader's alleged betrayal. Ennis reacts with panic and fury to the surrender order. Gripping her wand, she refuses to give up, preparing for the inevitable confrontation ahead. Tension explodes into violence as a fire spell is unleashed, hitting the officer head-on. The battle begins with a surprising and powerful attack. Callum invokes the Cumulonimbus spell, unleashing overwhelming dark energy. A guard watches the scene, surprised and unprepared for the magnitude of the impending attack. An officer watches in shock, recognizing Callum's technique. She believes it to be the legendary high-speed launch, of which she had only heard rumors and never witnessed. With eyes glowing blue, Callum concentrates electrical power in his hand. He prepares to unleash his next devastating attack, the lightning shock, demonstrating his control over magic. Enveloped in a blue aura, the man with the mace is bombarded by energy bolts descending from the heavens. He faces the attack head-on, screaming with fury as he prepares for the impact. Blue electricity violently courses through his body, and he screams in agony from the overwhelming shock. The pain is unbearable as the magical power completely overwhelms him, leaving him paralyzed. As Callum watches the scene, an ally screams for everyone to retreat, terrified. He reveals they've lost to this very power before, adding a layer of despair to the situation. Callum's opponent lets out a pained groan, staggering from the impact of an invisible attack. He can't believe what's happening as the blow strikes him. Sweating profusely, the man stares at his adversary with an expression of pure shock and agony. The pain is visible on his face as he tries to process the unexpected attack. In an extreme close-up, his eye widens in disbelief and terror. Veins bulge, showing the immense pressure and panic overwhelming him in the moment. Callum appears, with intensely glowing blue eyes and a cold expression. He points his wand, revealing himself as the source of the overwhelming power that immobilized his enemy. Callum advances at high speed, enveloped in a crackling electrical aura. He delivers a blow that unleashes a blue shockwave, paralyzing his adversary mid-intense combat. Callum's enemy grinds his teeth in pure agony, feeling the electricity course through his body. The attack's power is so intense it leaves him completely vulnerable and unable to react. A man is knocked to the ground, immobilized. A commanding voice orders him to be interrogated, as he can no longer resist or move. The cat girl and her companion look shocked upon hearing the revelation. Ennis is intimately linked to Chrome of the Black Dog group. Visibly nervous, the catgirl stammers that it wasn't necessary to go so far, suggesting the situation could have been resolved differently. With a sudden change of attitude, she smiles and asks them to leave the rest to them, as the prisoner is taken for further inquiry. A red-haired ally looks at Callum's silhouette, feeling terribly ill without understanding why. Confusion and the weight of the situation completely overwhelm him. Observing the bloody body on the ground, Callum wonders if they were close enough for him to intervene. Doubt about his responsibility haunts him. With a somber gaze, Callum admits the truth to himself. He concludes the problem wasn't being unable to use the hourglass, but something much deeper. Sweat dripping, Callum confronts his own hesitation. He admits that, instinctively, he held back and chose not to use his ability to save the man. Remembering a past event, Callum recalls a man's sinister smile. He felt at that exact moment that things were about to go terribly wrong. With a worried look, Callum reflects on his actions. He still questions why Enver's memory, even after so long, continues to haunt him. After the battle, Callum approaches his opponent's body. He decides to remove the mask, unaware that the identity of the man beneath it would change his perspective on the game. Beneath the mask, the face of Kim Min-seong, a young man from South Korea, appears. Callum is shocked to realize other players from his world are also trapped here. Meanwhile, in a castle under the night sky, a voice reports to Caleb that everything requested has been completed. The scene shifts to the backstage of a greater power. Yurnil appears radiant, reporting she sold the monastones and labyrinth loot. She also went to the Magic University to appraise the equipment they acquired. With a satisfied smile, Caleb turns to Yurnil, curious about the outcome of her negotiations. He asks expectantly how much money they managed to gather from the items they sold. In a spacious room, Yurnil jumps with joy, shouting they earned almost 170,000 gold and are rich. Her excitement over the newfound fortune echoes through the room. As Yurnil continues to dream of more money, Callum watches her with a sweat drop, shocked. He wonders who was responsible for transforming the innocent Yurnil into someone so greedy. With a hardened, focused gaze, Callum leaves the euphoria of money behind. He concentrates on his true objective, announcing it's time to return to the labyrinth to confront Caleb. Lenick walks through the city pondering her husband's recently overwhelming public reception. His newfound fame has seemingly spread everywhere, disrupting their routine. A vendor recognizes her, excitedly offering half-price vegetables and praising Amos, Lenick's husband, as a third-floor hero, a testament to his far-reaching reputation. Attention intensifies as a crowd surrounds her, eager for tales of Amos de Tocha. They hail him as a great adventurer and a member of Caleb's renowned group. Arriving home, Amos greets her, stating she has finally arrived. Visibly rattled, Lenick questions him, unable to grasp what is happening to him. A man throws bags of money on the table, leaving his wife in shock. He declares it's for their son's college, the mortgage, and the family's savings. Tears welling in her eyes, the woman grows confused at the mention of time. She questions him, unable to grasp his true meaning. Caleb, with a sweaty and determined smile, announces to his wife that it's time to make their fourth child. The sudden declaration leaves her completely shocked and speechless. A man reveals he used a meeting with Caleb as an excuse to escape, lamenting that married men always find a way to flee their wives. As Caleb walks through the city, a figure approaches him with a malicious grin, informing him that, due to his deeds, he has earned a rather fearsome nickname. Caleb hears his new title, Caleb the God of Destruction, and is flustered. He reflects that, considering the disasters he always encounters, the nickname isn't entirely wrong. A silver-haired woman in dark robes serenely prepares a spell. Wielding a wand, she conjures a brilliant blue glyph, her expression focused and enigmatic as she manipulates the magic. Alongside a companion, Callum gravely recounts the recent territorial attack. He confirms that, to uphold a treaty, they were forced to release the invader Caleb, despite the assault. A mysterious note carries a dark promise of revenge. The Black Dog will not forget the debt, and the Assembly will surely pay for its sins. A worried, light blue-haired woman eyes Caleb's independent actions, devoid of pressure, with deep suspicion. A red-eyed man questions her, stating it made no sense for a coward like Enver to have gone to a casino in the first place, suggesting there's something more going on. He then grapples with the peril of his situation, realizing that both the Black Dog and the Assembly are now after him, making him a two-front target. While Yurnil excitedly asks about shopping, she jokes about escaping to the labyrinth instead. Caleb, however, appears to have other plans, dismissing her enthusiasm with a serious expression. Caleb interrupts, asserting a vital reason for their expedition preparations. His gravity utterly bewilders Urinal, who desperately seeks to know the motive. He then reveals his shocking objective. They are heading straight for the 4th floor. The news stuns his companions, leaving them reeling with disbelief and fear at the imminent danger. In a panic, Urinal and his companion protest, reminding Caleb they almost died on the 3rd floor. For them, advancing so soon is terrifying and a death sentence. Kalem confronts Caleb, explaining his decision to advance. A confident smile on his face, he asserts the 4th floor is well within the group's current grasp, demonstrating his leadership. The mention of a far greater sum visibly stuns Caleb and Urinal. Caleb reveals the substantial financial reward is a powerful incentive, adding a pragmatic layer to his perilous scheme. His focused, determined gaze, highlighted by a close-up on his red eye, radiates unwavering conviction, conveying the gravity and absolute confidence Caleb places in his strategy for the upcoming challenge. Pointing at Caleb, a young red-haired adventurer pledges his unconditional support, gratefully declaring the protagonist saved his life and solidifying the group's loyalty to his leadership. Caleb clutched his uniform, visibly moved by his comrades' loyalty. He offered heartfelt thanks to the group for trusting him as their guide. Urinal clasps her hands with conviction, admitting her worry. Yet she asserts that by Caleb's side, they can overcome any obstacle. Kalem listens in silence as another slave agrees, happy to afford his children's education. Everyone's hopes now rest upon him. Sweat drips as an uneasy feeling invades him. He realizes there's something crucial he keeps forgetting, a key piece eluding his memory, leaving him restless. In his dark room, lit only by the monitor's glow, the young man clicks his mouse. The blank screen awaits his command, a portal to the world that would soon consume him. With his face in shadow, his silhouette moves frantically over the keyboard and mouse. He is completely immersed in the game, oblivious to what fate holds for him. In a dungeon, the memory of his old companion's friendship surfaces. A diverse group of adventurers unites, a reminder of the bonds he once forged. A vision of a happy life, with the love and affection of a family, emerges in his mind. It's a stark contrast to his reality, making him reflect on his destiny. With a serious gaze, Caleb questions if this is the new life granted to him. An existence completely different from the one he knew before entering the game. His thoughts are interrupted by an urgent call from below. A companion shouts for the boss not to fall behind, indicating the journey must continue. His new group of adventurers urges him on, waving for him to join them. They call him Caleb, solidifying his new identity on this journey. A red-haired companion confronts Urinal, accusing her of trying to get close to the boss. Visibly surprised and embarrassed, she doesn't know how to react to his taunt. Caleb reflects on his situation, remembering that being chosen by the Labyrinth Master is his only chance to return home. Yet, uncertainty still weighs on his mind. He wonders if he could truly leave everything behind. Images of his smiling companions surface in his mind, making the decision to depart even harder. Now free and cloaked, Caleb observes a group of adventurers in a city from above. His determined gaze shows he is ready for the next chapter.